Chapter 26 Contact with the Center of Power. This is all the information we have heard this time. On the Lion Hill outside King's Landing City, Lind stood in the main camp tent and reported all the information collected in King's Landing City to the sitters one by one. Garland on the throne. In the tent, in addition to Garland and Furtimo, there was an old man dressed as a bachelor and a fat middle-aged knight. The two of them kept looking at Linda with curious eyes the moment he entered. It's like looking at a rare item. When Lind reported the results of the mission, his eyes swept over the two people without leaving any trace. The identities of these two people are easy to identify. The old maester wears a maester's necklace with 8 links made of different materials around his neck. Among the maester advisors of the Tyrell family, there is only one person with such academic achievements. It was Maester Morath, the most knowledgeable person in the Tyrell family, and the Duke's chief advisor. Maester Selleck, who had previously assisted Garland, was his student. This middle-aged knight is the garrison commander of the Tyrell family, Roger Redwine. He is the nephew of the Queen of Thorns. His parents died very early and he is not taken seriously by the Redwine family. He has followed the Thorns since he was a child. The Queen came to the Tyrell house and later became Mace Tyrell's entourage. After Mace Tyrell became the Duke of Highgarden, he was appointed as the garrison commander of Highgarden. Although he is also the garrison commander, Janos Slint's rights are much inferior to those of Rogel Redwine, and his status cannot be compared with him. However, although Roger Redwine had great powers, he rarely used these powers. He even split up his command rights and handed them over to the commanders of the garrison knights, while he was completely responsible for them. An idler who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Because he knew very well that his talents were on par with Mace Tyrell, and asking him to do things would only be a disservice. For example, during the Usurper War, he completely handed over the command of the army to Landau Tower, Lord of Hornhill. He, the garrison commander, acted as a logistics officer. This self-awareness was also where he was better than Mace Tyrell. Perhaps because of this, he was able to gain the trust of the Tyrell family and has always served as the garrison commander. After the Usurpers' War, these two people stayed in King's Landing with Duke Mace Tyrell. Unfortunately, neither of them was the kind of person who was good at dancing. Their expertise was mainly in auxiliary and advisory roles, and they were not able to work in the King's Landing. What role does King's Landing play here? So after Garland went to see the Duke of Highgarden, the two of them offered to come here to help. After all, little Garland obviously needed them more than Duke Mace Tyrell, who already had his own opinions. Because the two of them have an unusual relationship with Garland, one is Garland's teacher and the other is Garland's uncle, so their conversation on the way back to the camp from King's Landing was more casual than ordinary people. Garland also told about what happened on the way. The experience, especially the mention of Lind, the legendary bear hunter, undoubtedly attracted the attention of two important ministers of Highgarden. When they met Lind, who came to report the results of the mission, neither of them thought there was anything special about Lind. The only thing worth noting was that Lind was very tall and burly. When he walked into the tent, his head almost touched the roof of the tent. The whole person looked like a standing mountain bear. It was difficult for them to imagine that Lind could move like dancing during battle and use gorgeous and exquisite swordsmanship, as Garland and Fortimer said. It was precisely because the first impression was so strong that both of them subconsciously classified Lind into the category of martial arts warriors who prefer hands over brains. But this view soon changed, because when Lind reported the results of the mission, he clearly described each piece of information collected in order of priority, which made them realize that Lind must have reviewed the information in advance. He did some sorting. And this kind of intelligence sorting ability requires very meticulous thinking, which is completely inconsistent with his rough appearance. The rough appearance and the delicate mind shown by the actual ability immediately produced a strong sense of difference. This sense of difference was a disguised form that amplified the psychological impact of Linda's display of abilities several times, let alone. This was the first time they met Linda's two important ministers. Even Garland and Fortimo showed surprised expressions. After Lind reported all the information, Maester Morris couldn't wait to smile and said, "I almost thought the person who reported the information to us was Mr. Varys, the intelligence chief of the Iron Throne. Do you feel this way too? I thought I was the only one who felt this way," Roger Redwyn also said with a surprised look on his face. Maester Morris turned to look at Garland and said, "Garland, it seems that the biggest gain of your trip to King's Landing is this bear hunter." Hearing the praise, Garland couldn't help but smile proudly on his face. For the Tyrell family, the more outstanding their subordinates' abilities are, the happier they are, because they know very well that for the family to prosper for a long time, it is not enough to just rely on the family's own members, but also need to constantly absorb capable people. Only when outsiders join the family can the family's prosperity continue. Especially after the current Tyrell family experienced the Usurper War and the subsequent civil strife in the Reach, a large number of talents were lost. Even Garland, who had just turned 10, had to step forward to do things. This shows that the Tyrell family's the brain drain is serious. The Tyrell family now needs more talents than ever, which is why in New Beryl City, Garland so abruptly transferred Lind from the Cleon family to the Tyrell family. However, there are not many lords and nobles in the Seven Kingdoms who value foreign talents as much as the Tyrell family. The supremacy of blood is their core idea, even if the Lannister family, like the Tyrell family, also values foreign talents. The attitude towards talents is not as tolerant as the Tyrell family. Since you have compiled the information in advance, you must have analyzed it as well. Bachelor Morris looked at Lind with admiration and said, "Tell me your opinion first and see if there is any reference value." After hearing this, Lind turned to look at Fortimo. After seeing Fortimo nodded slightly, he recounted some of his analysis and thoughts on the intelligence, especially about King Robert and Duke Eddard of the North. Speculations about the relationship between them. Rumors about the relationship between the three brothers of the Baratheon family, and the current importance of Renly Baratheon to the Tyrell family were all seriously discussed. In addition, Lind also expressed some of the thoughts he had just generated due to other intelligence. "I think now is also a good opportunity to make friends with the Stark family in the north. According to the information we have collected, this time the northern leader, Lord Benjen Stark, came to King's Landing not only to attend the prince's birth party for Lord Eddard, but also to recruit the Night's Watch. It's just that our Lord Robert seems to be complaining that Lord Eddard has not come to King's Landing, so he is making things difficult for Lord Benjen Stark and does not agree to any of his requests." As he spoke, Lind paused for a moment, looked at the people in the tent, and said, "We can actually contact Lord Benjen Stark now and express to him our willingness to send the prisoners in the Highgarden cell to the Great Wall in the north. I think Lord Benjen Stark will be happy to accept our goodwill. At this time, we can express our hope to improve relations with the Stark family and let Benjen Stark, Mr. K, will act as a middleman to make peace. I believe that the brotherhood between Mr. Eddard Stark and Mr. Benjen Stark will not refuse the proposal to improve relations with us. In this way, we can also indirectly improve the relationship with King Robert. After all, the close relationship between the Warden of the North and our Majesty is obvious to all. My lords, what do you think?" Lind did not receive a response, because for a long time after he finished speaking, there was no sound in the tent, because everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. Especially the eyes of Fortimo and Garland. It's like looking at a stranger. After a while, Roger Redwyn asked seriously, "If I remember correctly, you were just an Orion before. Why have you mastered such a strong intelligence analysis ability? This is not an ability that ordinary people can master." Quote, "Because there was already a precedent of Joel, Lind was already prepared, so he used the same rhetoric he explained to Joel a few months ago." Everyone in the tent had no doubts about Lind's rhetoric, because in their opinion, only the bachelors of the academy could train Lind like this. Moreover, a large number of bachelors from the school city leave Old Town every year and go to various parts of the Seven Kingdoms. However, not every bachelor can be appreciated by the nobles, become their consultants, and have a stable salary. The vast majority of them have paid their dues, living a life without enough food, not counting those exiles who were deprived of their bachelor's titles, so it was common for ordinary people to hire bachelors to teach them knowledge. However, in their opinion, the bachelor who could teach Lind so well must be extraordinary, so they also thought of recruiting that bachelor. Unfortunately, after they asked, Lind said that he did not know the name of the bachelor. And his appearance was very ordinary, so it would be difficult to find this person through these clues. Just when everyone was regretting that they had missed a talent, Bachelor Morith suddenly suggested, "Let him work under me when we return to Highgarden. I am very short of people there." Maester Morith is responsible for intelligence affairs in Highgarden, but because he is old, he no longer has the energy to deal with the large amount of intelligence collected from all parties and manage the Tyrell family's spies across Westeros organization, so a few years ago he handed over all the matters at hand to his students. It's just that his students are very good at research and knowledge, but they find it a bit difficult to deal with all kinds of complicated intelligence work. From the fact that the Tyrell family's spy outposts in King's Landing were uprooted by Jon Arryn and Varys this time, and there was no one from Highgarden who could come up with a solution, it can be seen that his students are very concerned about this. The ability is somewhat lacking. Now that he has seen Linda's excellent intelligence compilation and analysis capabilities, Bachelor Morris sincerely feels that Lind is more reliable than his students, so he thinks of transferring Lind to his staff for specialized training. If Lind can continue to perform so well, it is not impossible to take over his position and become the intelligence director of the Tyrell family in the future. After all, the position of intelligence director is the one that least values family background among all important positions. No. However, as soon as Bachelor Morris finished speaking, someone directly objected. And the objectors were not Lind as the person involved, but Garland and Fortimo. Garland and Fortimo did not expect that the other would object, and couldn't help but glance at each other, as if they wanted to see the reason for the other's objection. The reason for Garland's objection is simple. It is because Lind has just joined the Tyrell family not long ago and his loyalty has not yet been tested. It is obviously not a good idea for him to contact the core power center of the Tyrell family now. As for the reason for Fortimo's opposition, it was much simpler. He knew very well what Linda's ambitions were, and he knew even more clearly that once Lind worked under Maester Morris, his ambitions would no longer be realized, because no lord it will make people who have all kinds of information about their own family become wealthy knights. Even sworn knights. Seeing Garland and Fortimo objecting at the same time, Maester Morith and Sir Roger were also surprised, but they did not ask why. In their opinion, the two people must have reasons to oppose. After that, the topic in the tent returned to the topic, and everyone began to consider how to use this information. They did not let Lind leave, but instead let Lind participate in the discussion. Soon the discussion came to an end. Linda's previous suggestions, it can be said that it was fully accepted by them, and only some operational details were slightly modified. "I didn't expect you to have such an ability." After returning to the tent, Fortimo took the warm handkerchief from the servant's hand, wiped his face, and turned to Lind, who followed him into the tent. Said, "I hope you don't blame me for not agreeing to let you work for Maester Morith. After all, that will allow you to directly contact the center of power in Highgarden." Lind shook his head and said, "No, even if you didn't object, I would not agree. Being the intelligence chief is not my ideal. It's best if you can think like this." Fortimo signaled the servant to go out, and then said, "Seriously, you performed outstandingly in front of Maester Morris this time, especially. Your ability and intelligence has been recorded by Maester Morris. In my heart, although I have rejected the proposal of Maester Morith for you, it is impossible for Maester Morith to give up like this, especially when there are Maester Selleck and others to compare. Your ability is even more outstanding. So in the future, Bachelor Morris will definitely come to you for help with various intelligence matters. You must refuse his request and try not to expose yourself too much to those things. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Lind nodded, then hesitated and said, with my current status, if Bachelor Morris forces me to do something for him, I can't refuse, right? Furtimo was silent for a moment and said, go to the camp and select 10 people to form a cavalry team. They will be responsible for the daily patrols of the camp. They should also dress more gorgeously and wander around the city when they have time, so that everyone in King's Landing will be attracted by it. You know, our Rose family should stay in the camp as little as possible. Lind could tell that Furtimo was offering him a promotion in disguise, so naturally he would not refuse. However, there was a more important thing that he needed to confirm, so he asked, Sir, does this count as a meritorious service? Quote. Furtimo looked at Lind, took off the long sword from his waist, threw it to Lind, and said, my sword has not been well maintained during this period. You can polish it tonight, oil it well, and take good care of it. Please take care of my armor so that it won't affect my participation in the tournament in a few days. After receiving a response, Lind smiled and said, yes, sir. Chapter 27 Dock Warehouse. The fact that Lind became the captain of the cavalry caused a small commotion in the Tyrell camp, not to mention those who stayed in King's Landing with Duke Mace Tyrell a year ago, almost all of them. This time everyone who came to King's Landing from Highgarden was a little surprised by Lind's promotion. Not long ago, Lind was demoted from Knight Squire to Scout Team. Now in just over half a month, Lind became Furtimo Klein's Knight Squire again, and he also gained the title of Captain of the Cavalry Team. The real power is really incredible. However, those who have seen Lind's strength also know that it is only a matter of time before Lind becomes Lord Furtimo's Knight Attendant again. Even though the process is a bit fast, the result is not too beyond everyone's expectations. However, they were more concerned about the news that Lind had formed a cavalry team than they were concerned about Lind becoming the captain of the cavalry. Although they are both soldiers, the difference between cavalry and infantry is like the difference between civilians and nobles. Compared with infantry, even weapons need to be prepared by themselves. Cavalry, regardless of horses, armor and weapons, will be distributed by the Tyrell family. This is not only including remuneration. So when the news of Lind's formation of the cavalry spread, many people came to Lind, hoping to join the cavalry. Faced with this situation, Lind didn't do anything. He directly selected 10 people from the guarding soldiers. It only took a few minutes to exercise the right of selection given to him by Furtimo, without giving any rights to others. Opportunity for bribery. Many people secretly said that Lind was stupid for not even taking advantage of such a good money-making opportunity, and some people who were not selected also questioned the qualifications of the people he selected, because all the people he selected had gone with him some time ago. Those who hunt in the forest are all hunters and have superb shooting skills, but the problem is that they cannot ride horses and have no basic conditions for cavalry. This makes many people think that Lind made such a wrong choice because of his inexperience. Some people are even waiting to see Lind's jokes. After all, Lind has been so popular during this period that it has attracted some people's attention, dissatisfaction. But Garland and others did not pay attention to this matter at all. Perhaps in their view, even if the cavalry team formed by Lind had problems, it would not matter, and they could just regard it as a normal consumption used to train Lind. As for Lind himself, he also had no intention of explaining. After selecting the candidates, he took the equipment and horses with him that day and began training on horseback in a relatively secluded open space far away from the Lion Gate. After the training, he spent his own money to take his men to the Dock Area Tavern in Slime Gate for drinking. In just a few days, his relationship with his men improved a lot. With the arrival of Duke Tywin Lannister, the banquet of Prince Joffrey, the king's heir, was also held on time. Garland, Furtimo and others also went to the temporary residence of the Rose family in the city early, and followed Mestily the Duke attended the Red Castle banquet together. Because there were no restraints on their heads, everyone in the camp became more relaxed, and many people even ran to the competition ground to watch the excitement. Although the official tourney will not be held until tomorrow, there are already many free knights from various places gathered in the tourney. Most of them are not famous, have no property on hand, and cannot be hired by the nobles. They can only participate in the competition. The tourney is a way to gain fame and find yourself a suitable master. All in all, Lind is already pretty good. He was able to successfully become Fertimo's knight attendant, and gained the attention of Garland Tyrell. By joining the Tyrell family, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to become a knight in the future. If the knights of the Tyrell family have achieved military exploits in time, it will not be a problem to become a wealthy knight. However, among the knights participating in the tourney, they are not the only ones who come for the opportunity to become famous. There are also some knights who come purely for the generous prize money of the tourney. You know, for tournaments held in other places, the prize money of 10,000 gold dragons is already very good, but Robert Baratheon is extremely martial and loves tournaments. In the year after he ascended the throne, he held one. There were 3 tourneys. One was when he had just ascended the throne, the other was the wedding to Cersei, the daughter of Duke Tywin, and the third one was when Cersei was pregnant. The prize for the winner of each of these 3 tourneys was as high as 20,000. Other participants such as the runner-up and third runner-up also receive considerable bonuses. This tourney to celebrate the Baratheon dynasty having an heir has been publicized a few months ago, and the announced championship prize has reached an astonishing figure of 50,000 gold dragons. Such a huge prize is not to mention Victoria. The continent of Stro has arrived, and even the knights from the continent of Essos can't wait to rush to King's Landing. According to some statistics, there are more than 1,000 knights participating in the King's Landing tournament this time. This does not include the archers and warriors participating in archer competitions and team battles. If included, this number would be even more, twice as high, so some people say that the scale of this tourney is definitely greater than any previous tourney held on the continent of Westeros. The influx of such a large number of warriors into King's Landing City is undoubtedly an extremely severe challenge to the security of the entire King's Landing City. The total number of soldiers in King's Landing City's capital defense team is only more than 1,000 people. A warrior with rich combat experience, Duke Aron, Hand of the King, ordered that all participants in the tourney were not allowed to enter King's Landing and could only live outside the city, completely leaving the trouble outside the city. With so many energetic warriors crowded together, conflicts and frictions are inevitable. Every day, you can see constant disputes in the slums outside the King's Gate and on the banks of the Blackwater River. Fighting and fighting are commonplace. The job of the Capitol Guard was to wait until the battle was over, collect the corpses, and confiscate the remaining property on the corpses as fines. If the corpses were claimed, they would pay a sum of money and take them away. If no one claimed them, they would be thrown directly into the black water. In the river, float along the river to Blackwater Bay to feed the fish. Before, the conflicts that took place in the slums were limited to ordinary warriors, but the conflicts that took place in the competition field these 2 days became conflicts between knights. Before the official competition, the knights need to check the field, especially the width and length of the field according to the length of the horse, using their own legs. This allows them to find the correct rhythm and calculation when riding the lance. Choose a good shooting position so that you can hit the enemy accurately. It's just that the measurement time before the start of the tourney is mainly reserved for those knight participants of the great nobles, while ordinary knight participants will not have any measurement time at all, so these ordinary knights have to choose to measure before the official tourney begins. Measure ahead. Although the venue may be adjusted after the tourney begins, for ordinary freedom knights, having measurements is better than not having measurements, and at least they will feel better psychologically. However, the venue was only so big, and nearly 1,000 knights rushed in all at once to measure the venue. No one was willing to wait, so disputes arose. So in the past 2 days, the knights in the competition field have come to fight one after Another in advance, and there is no chance to see this kind of good show in normal times. For a while, the guards in each noble camp who had nothing to do came one by one. Arrive at the arena early and wait for the show to begin. When Lind and others arrived at the venue, it was already a little late. Because they needed horseback riding training, it was already close to dusk when they arrived at the competition venue. From the conversations with people around them, they learned that 10 exercises had been held here during the day. There were several fights over the order of the survey sites, and 2 free knights even died in the fights. Both knights were the second sons of minor nobles, and their deaths in King's Landing did not cause any ripples. Although the sky had darkened, the onlookers were not satisfied yet. They took the initiative to find firewood and lit the braziers around the arena, lighting up the entire arena, and allowing those knights who had not yet had time to measure the field to continue competing. With the qualifications measured, they can continue to watch the fun. After Lind arrived near the venue, he and his men were scattered by the bustling crowd around them. Or, to be more correct, he deliberately used the crowd to separate himself from his men. After losing sight of his men, he quickly squeezed out of the crowd, and then walked along the small island on the Blackwater River to the fish market port located outside the city wall of Mud Gate. Through the opportunity of inviting his men to drink here 2 days ago, he quietly found out the environment in this area and found the location of the special warehouse in the dock area. This warehouse is located on one side of the Mud Gate, close to the city wall. On the other side of the city wall is the security office of the Capitol Guard. Although it is separated by a city wall, as long as something happens to this warehouse, the golden robes and the security office will immediately. It only takes a few minutes at most to go out and go around the city gate to the warehouse. This warehouse is used by some large merchants to store relatively valuable goods. Usually, they are guarded by their own caravan guards, but this time the people responsible for the safety of the goods in the warehouse are not only caravan guards, but also the capital garrison. The golden robe made some people wonder what kind of goods were stored in the warehouse. Lind is also one of the people who is curious about the goods in the warehouse. In fact, after he heard from Littlefinger about his smuggled goods in Todd's pumpkin a few days ago, he was already curious about these goods that he paid special attention to, and had a little thought. The treat for the past 2 days was also to prepare for this matter. The reason why he chose to take action today is because after the tourney begins tomorrow, Mace Tyrell will leave his comfortable little house in the city and stay in a camp tent outside the city with other great nobles until the tourney. Until the end, he would need to be responsible for the safety of the camp and would have no time to do anything else. In addition, although Lind is curious about the goods in the warehouse, he is not a person who explores secrets at all costs. He will satisfy his curiosity as long as it does not affect himself, but once things become a little difficult, he was not sure that he could enter and exit the warehouse silently, so he would not take the risk. When the warehouse was first built, the builder may have thought about the security of the warehouse, so he vacated a large area around the warehouse and placed some torches around the warehouse. This allowed the guards guarding the warehouse to guard the warehouse even late at night. You can also see if anyone is approaching. The idea was good, but as time went by, no matter how good the idea was, it turned sour. Latecomers built all the empty space originally reserved into warehouses to increase the storage capacity. The carefully arranged guard points were also abandoned, and only a wall was added around the warehouse that even children could climb over. 2 guards were placed at the door, and some patrols were added around the warehouse. The tavern where Lind and the others had been drinking these past 2 days was across the street from the warehouse. Although it was just a small thatched roofed house, sitting by the window could not see what was going on inside the wall, but Lind still through extraordinary hearing, he can identify the number of people and the general route of the patrol team inside and outside the warehouse walls. In addition, he also mastered the patrol time of the city guard. Although Janos Slint promised Littlefinger that he would protect the goods in the warehouse, after receiving the money, he obviously did not take this matter to heart and did not send people to guard the Warehouse together with Littlefinger's people, just sent a few patrol teams to patrol near the warehouse from time to time. Lind, who had figured out the patrol pattern, came to a shadowed corner outside the warehouse and waited for a while. After the patrol at this time period passed, he quickly and nimbly climbed over the warehouse wall, landed inside the warehouse, and followed the entire crowd. Like some kind of cat, the person quickly rushed to the corner of the nearest warehouse, easily climbed to the roof of the warehouse through some concave and convex wooden boards on the wall, and then lay down completely on the roof, as silently as a four-legged snake, of crawling across the roof. Although Linda's current height has reached about 1.98 meters, and his stature has more than doubled compared to when he was in Bai Village. He looks like an upright bear, but with the arrival of the peace messenger, the memory of combat experience is completely integrated into himself, but his agility has not weakened at all, which is completely beyond the average person. With his agility, Lind reached the roof of Littlefinger's warehouse without alerting any guards. He slowly moved to the edge of the roof against the wall, then turned over, clasped his fingers tightly on the protruding parts of the wall, stepped on some protruding points with his feet, and slowly moved down to a place on the second floor of the warehouse wall. By the high window, he took out the dagger, inserted it into the gap of the high window, moved it left and right. Found the window latch, raised the latch little by little, opened the window smoothly, and looked into the warehouse. There were several oil lamps hanging in the warehouse, which looked very dim. The reason why I didn't light a torch was probably because I was worried about catching fire. For the sake of safety, the warehouse is also guarded by people, but it makes no difference whether it is arranged or not, because the person responsible for guarding is already drunk. Judging from the wine bottles on the table, he drank a lot and slept well. Fragrant. The whole warehouse was filled with snoring sounds. Although the guards in the warehouse no longer posed a threat, Lind still moved carefully. He slightly raised the wooden window, then stuffed his strong body into the window, and squeezed into the warehouse little by little. After entering the warehouse, he lowered the window slightly, then reached out and grabbed the beam above his head and moved little by little to the guardrail on the second floor. He stepped on the solid guardrail and avoided the loose floor that was prone to making noise. A place within a warehouse where goods are stored. The entire warehouse was covered by Littlefinger, so it didn't take him long to find the goods. Chapter 28 Goldfinger's reaction. Is it just these things? Lind frowned as he looked at the goods in front of him. The goods that Lind discovered were only some valuable items such as tea, silk, and ceramics from the Far East. Although these items were indeed valuable, they would not make Littlefinger make a special trip to King's Landing, or even find them specially. Janos. Slint comes to give the shipment extra protection. Did he deliberately use this batch of goods as bait to attract the attention of interested people? In fact, the contraband he valued was placed elsewhere. Lind, who felt something was wrong, made an association in his mind and carefully sensed the surroundings. There is movement, because if this cargo is bait, then there must be a trap accompanying the bait, and it is also a deadly trap. However, no matter how he sensed, he found nothing unusual inside or outside the warehouse, and the guards patrolling around the warehouse did not do anything unusual. The only ones who made him feel uncomfortable in the entire warehouse were the drunk guards. The sound of snoring. It seems that I guessed wrong. Lind, who felt that he was a little overly cautious, laughed to himself, looked at the goods in front of him, and immediately realized the reason for his wrong judgment. Although it is impossible for people like Littlefinger to take the risk of coming to King's Landing from the valley based on the value of this batch of goods, especially in this chaotic period, this does not mean that this batch of goods is not valuable. In fact, if this batch of goods is in if King's Landing takes action, tens of thousands of golden dragons shouldn't be a problem. If Littlefinger serves as the finance minister of the Iron Throne more than 10 years later, he may be qualified to use tens of thousands of gold dragons as bait, but now Littlefinger, who is just a tax collector in a port city, is obviously not qualified to do such a generous thing. Therefore, This batch of goods should not be bait, but the smuggled goods that made Littlefinger come to King's Landing specifically should be hidden in this batch of goods. After thinking about this, Lind carefully checked the situation of the goods again. This time, he did not look at them casually, but carefully checked every bag and box. Soon, he discovered something was wrong with several boxes containing silk. These boxes were obviously the same size as the other boxes, but their weight was much heavier. There was no doubt that the goods in these boxes were definitely not just silk. Although these boxes were locked, this primitive lock was a bit too simple for Lind. As early as when he was in Bai village, he had thought that he would encounter a similar situation, so he retrained his unlocking skills in his previous life, skills in case you need them. I saw that he was well prepared and took out 2 iron pieces of different shapes and inserted them into different positions of the keyhole. Then he felt the position of the lock pin by moving the iron piece back and forth, and adjusted the iron piece little by little. Soon, the lock of a box was opened by him. Lind carefully removed the lock, set it aside, and then slowly opened the lid of the box to avoid making too much noise. After the box was successfully opened, Lind looked inside the box and saw rolls of silk neatly placed inside the box. It looked like he had made a mistake in judgment, but he did not show any disappointed expression on his face. He carefully took out the silks and put them aside. Soon all the silks in the box were taken out. He then gently tapped the bottom of the box. After hearing the feedback sound, his face smiled. Then, he looked around on the bottom of the box and found a hidden buckle. Then he saw him insert his fingers into the hidden buckle and lift up the entire bottom of the box. I saw that there was a compartment on the bottom of the box. The compartment was filled with weeds for buffering. Some very ancient copper, silver and goldware were placed in the weed pile. Is this the contraband that Littlefinger valued? Seeing these things, Lind had some doubts in his heart. He really couldn't see how much this thing was worth, but he didn't make any judgments because he knew very well that it would hinder him. Without knowledge and vision, it is impossible to correctly judge the value of such items. With doubts, Lind recovered the partition and put the silk roll back as it was. Everything was restored to its original state. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he opened several other boxes that felt the weight was wrong. It wasn't until he opened the 4th box and saw the secretly stored items inside that he realized what the smuggled items were. I saw that the 4th box only contained 2 items. One was a cracked dragon egg, and the other was an exquisite dagger. When he saw these 2 items, what Lind first paid attention to was not the cracked dragon egg with the scaly shell, but the exquisite dagger, because from the dagger's extremely eye-catching special bone handle and the main body is made of steel. Lind can almost tell that this dagger is a Valyrian steel dagger with a keel handle, and this dagger is also very likely to be the trigger for the War of the 5 Kings more than 10 years later. Has this dagger been obtained by Littlefinger so early? Lind felt a little confused and curious, so he wanted to take the dagger out of the box and put it in front of his eyes to take a closer look. However, when his hand touched the keel handle of the dagger, an obvious burning sensation spread from his fingers and spread throughout his body. At this moment, this mysterious burning sensation is not what Lind is most concerned about. What he is concerned about is that the energy bar under the peace messenger, which has gone more than 3/4 of the way, is actually under the influence of this burning sensation. It flickers on and off like a breathing light. The sudden change made Lind a little overwhelmed, but he quickly calmed down and carefully checked what changes the burning sensation caused by the dragon bone dagger had brought to his golden finger's energy bar. But after careful inspection, he was a little disappointed, because apart from making the energy bar flash, the burning sensation didn't cause any other reaction, and it didn't even make the energy bar move forward. Even so, Lind didn't think that the effect of the dragon bone on the golden finger in the body was that simple. He felt that he just didn't notice it. Thinking of this, Lind put his hand on the cracked dragon egg again. This time the burning sensation did not appear, but a chill like ice and snow passed from the touch point to his hand. This chill did not spread throughout his body like the previous burning sensation, nor did it cause any abnormality in Goldfinger. Instead, it passed through his body like a stream, gathered in his chest, and then poured into the cloth pocket on his chest. In the body of Guangrong, the sleeping Guangrong seemed to sense the coldness, moved slightly, and continued to sleep. Although Lind conducted some training on Glory to weaken his wildness, he didn't know whether it was because the training time was too short or because his training methods were wrong. In short, Glory's wildness not only did not weaken, but actually became stronger. In addition to expressing to him, if you don't get close and obey his orders, he will attack anyone who comes even slightly closer. And as the body grows, Glory's teeth become better and better. Not only can it bite the ropes that bind it, but it can even bite the wooden sticks of the cage. So in order to avoid accidents, I always carry my Glory with me, and this time is no exception. Fortunately, Glory was very obedient. When Lind ordered it not to move, it really didn't move. Even if it was asleep, it wouldn't make any unusual noises and wouldn't cause any trouble to Lind. However, what Lind didn't expect was that bringing Glory with him this time would lead to unexpected gains. He didn't know what the effect of Glory's absorption of the chill would be, and what changes it would produce, but he knew very well that the cracked dragon egg had transformed with the loss of the chill. The most obvious change was the shell of the dragon egg. The pattern of the scales became dull and looked a bit like stone, which was far less eye-catching than it looked just now. Could the rumors about the albino shadow lynx be true? This made Lind have some thoughts. He thought that the chill could be the remaining dragon soul in the dragon egg. And the chill was called the Glory Lynx. The absorption seemed to be consistent with the previous statement about the albino shadow lynx devouring souls. This coincidence made it difficult for him not to associate it. However, now was not a good time to study whether there had been a change in Glory. He recovered the partition of the box without taking the Valyrian steel dagger with a dragon bone handle. After all, the dagger was too eye-catching. Now take it. It will cause unnecessary trouble, especially the attention of the little finger, which will definitely do more harm than good. As for the dragon eggs, although there were changes, they could not be seen. As for the other antiques from the Valyrian period, Lind did not move them. Instead, he placed them all as they were, and quietly left the warehouse from the original route. The whole process was silent. It was silent and didn't alert anyone. After leaving the warehouse, Lind wanted to check whether there was any problem with Glory's body as soon as possible. He did not stop on the road, but walked along the slums, along the city wall towards the Lion Gate. Although it is closer to go directly through the competition venue, it is already crowded with people. The refugees and poor people from the surrounding slums also gathered there to watch the fun. On the contrary, the slums where these people live have fewer people. It's a little dirty, but it saves a lot of time. When Lind arrived at the exit of the slum road outside the Lion's Gate, and was about to turn towards the Tyrell family camp at Lion's Hill, he saw that the door of the Lion's Gate was slightly opened through a gap, followed by several people. Lannister soldiers wearing brown and red iron armor carried a man out of the door. After all, the Lannister family runs a gold mine, and the equipment and weapons their family equips their soldiers far exceeds that of other families. In other noble families, including his Tyrell family, most of the soldiers at the lowest level prepare their own equipment and weapons. Only special formations, such as Linda's newly formed 10-man cavalry team, can get the armor and weapons specially prepared by the Tyrell family. The Tyrell family is slightly better and can prepare a few pieces of clothing, but other families not only need to prepare their own weapons and equipment, but even food. Compared with these noble families, the financial investment of the Lannister family in the direct army is staggering. Their family provides leather armor, iron armor and steel armor. According to the affiliation of the direct army, the weapons are all equipped with iron heads, spears, sharp iron swords, etc. All the equipment are paid for by the Lannister family, so the army directly under the Lannister family looks more formal than the armies of other families. It is precisely because of having such a powerful army that even though King Robert Baratheon and Hand of the King Jon Arryn dislike the Lannister family very much, they have to choose to marry the Lannister family. At present, 2 Lannister soldiers wearing iron armor risked violating the city gate restrictions and asked the city guard guarding the city gate to open the city gate and then carry a person out. This made Lind couldn't help but be curious about this person. Who is it? You must know that in the Lannister family, only the guard soldiers who are directly members of the family are eligible to wear iron armor. In other words, these 2 soldiers are from the command of Jaime Lannister and Tyrell Lannister. As for the reason why there is no Kevin Lannister is because Lord Tywin's brother is currently in Castle Rock and has not come to King's Landing. Although the torch outside the Lion's Gate was not very bright, Lind's extraordinary vision could still tell that the person carried by the 2 Lannister soldiers was a girl, a naked girl. The 2 men were seen carrying the girl to a garbage dump not far from the Lion Gate. They threw the girl directly into the garbage pile, muttered a few times, and turned around and left. The girl who was thrown into the garbage did not move. Even when she fell onto the garbage, her body did not make any protective stress response. She looked as if she was dead. After the Lannister soldiers left, some people from the surrounding slums gathered around the garbage dump. They seemed to be interested in the corpse. You must know that corpses can be sold for a lot in Flea Bottom in King's Landing. Money. Lind was not interested in why the Lannister soldiers threw a girl's body outside the city. So he did not get close and was about to leave. But when he turned around, he saw the palm of the corpse moving. It seemed that the girl was still alive. People in the slums also saw this scene, but they didn't seem to intend to let the girl continue to live. Someone picked up a stone on the ground and was about to hit the girl on the head, causing the girl to die completely. If the girl had died, Lind might not have cared about how the body was disposed of in the end, but now that the girl was still alive, the basic morality of his previous life prevented him from turning a blind eye. And more importantly, as Peacemaker's combat experience is fully integrated into himself, he feels that his character has become increasingly indifferent, especially when it comes to dealing with life. The only way to solve this side effect is to use thoughts and ideas from previous lives, personality to dilute the change in mentality after the fusion, so saving this girl is also good for him. Almost as soon as he decided to save the girl, Lind quickly rushed towards the civilians with evil intentions, and before one of the civilians hit the girl with a stone in his hand, he punched them several times, knocked to the ground. Then, he ignored the fainted poor people, but looked at the scarred girl, hesitated a little, picked her up, and walked towards the Tyrell family's camp. Chapter 29 Grand Maester Pycelle. You're awake. Lind, who was teasing Glory, heard the movement on the other side of the bed and turned his head to look over. He saw that the girl who had been unconscious for 2 days had opened her eyes, looked around blankly, and said, "Don't move, the wound on your body has not fully healed, and moving will cause the wound to open." Quote. After hearing this, the girl didn't react at all. She just turned her head and stared straight at the roof of the tent. Her eyes were full of death, as if what Lind saved was only a body and the soul of the other party was already dead. It was no wonder that the girl had such a reaction. Lind brought her back to the camp, placed her in his tent, and then hired Bachelor Holly, the camp's part-time accompanying doctor, to treat her. As a result, after an examination by Bachelor Holly, it was discovered that the girl's injuries were too serious. Not only were there many fractures on her body, but there were also internal injuries that could not be detected. In particular, the girl's private parts were severely damaged. Looks like it's a miracle that this girl is still breathing. Although Bachelor Holly has tried his best to use his medical skills to save the girl, there is still no guarantee that the girl will survive. In his words, all he can do is pray to the Virgin Mary and pray that her mercy will fall on this girl. In this regard, Lind did not say anything. In his opinion, he was able to bring the girl to the camp and treat her enough. If the girl was still not rescued, then it could only be said that the girl deserved this. While Bachelor Holly was treating the girl, Lind also checked Glory's body. Although Glory absorbed the chill from the cracked dragon egg, he didn't find anything abnormal in Glory. The only thing that might be considered abnormal was that Glory's appetite had increased. He ate almost an equal amount of food with each meal, of meat the size of his body, and eats 4 meals a day. This is just the food intake of Glory as a cub. If Glory grows up, its food intake may be even greater. With Linda's current salary level, he may not be able to cope with it. Therefore, training Glory to hunt for himself was put on the agenda. Fortunately, his cavalry team was all composed of hunters, so it was not difficult to catch 1 or 2 live prey in the surrounding forests. In the past 2 days, Lind will try his best to let Glory prey on the captured living creatures when Glory is hungry to train its hunting ability. Glory is a shadow lynx after all. Even if it is adopted by Lind, its hunting ability is still as well preserved as its wild nature. The martial arts competition was held as scheduled on the 2nd day of the Red Castle banquet. Because there were so many people participating, the time had to be lengthened. Accordingly, the archer competition that originally only took 1 day to complete was extended to 2 days. After a morning in the competition, there are only 56 people participating in the shooter competition. I believe that the champion shooter of the afternoon shooter competition will be born. Casinos throughout King's Landing are now accepting bets, and some nobles have also opened gambling bureaus. The largest of all gambling bureaus is the Gambling Bureau, opened by Lord John Arryn, Hand of the King, in the name of the Iron Throne. Although King Robert didn't care about money, Duke Arryn, as the steward of the kingdom, had to find ways to fill the financial hole caused by the tourney. The easiest way to get money in the short term was naturally to open a gambling game and act as a bookmaker. Maybe the income from gambling won't be able to completely fill that hole, but at least it won't make this year's finances look so ugly. Because he was responsible for the security of the camp, Lind did not leave the camp for the past 2 days to watch the martial arts competition. In addition, he was not exempt from vulgarity and placed a bet with other colleagues, and the object of his bet was a Dornish man named Guyon. In his memory, in the tournament in King's Landing more than 10 years later to welcome Ed Stark as Prime Minister, an archer named Guyon became the archer champion. Although he didn't think there was any relationship between the Gon now and the Gon more than 10 years later, he still chose Gon as his betting target, just to get some luck. However, it was obvious that he did not get this chance, as the Guyon he chose was eliminated in the first round of the afternoon game. After several rounds of competition, the archer champion of this tourney finally fell on a middle-aged man named Bryn Rivers. It is said that he has a close relationship with the Riverland's marksman Lord Brynden Tully. Okay, both of them are equally good at shooting. Although the shooter competition has ended, the enthusiasm of the people has not dropped much because there will be a more exciting group competition tomorrow. Group competitions have always been the most casualty competitions. Bloody barbarity is the theme here, and naturally it is the most enjoyable to watch. Okay, so there was already a bet on how many people would die in the group competition early on. The Tyrell family also sent their best archers to participate in this archer competition this time. However, I don't know if it was because they were not in good condition. In the first round, all the Tyrell family's archers were wiped out. This is naturally not something to be happy about. The gloomy expression on Mace Tyrell's face has not changed since he led Garland back to the camp. This was also the first time that Lind saw the Guardian of the South and the Duke of Highgarden, although he had already guessed it beforehand, when he saw the middle-aged man with a body like a wine barrel and a carefully trimmed beard. Lind did not feel anything too much disappointment. If he had to use one word to describe the Duke, the only word he could think of was mediocrity. Although mediocre, this does not mean that Duke Mace Tyrell is incompetent. In fact, he is better than most noble lords, but he seems so mediocre compared with the great lords of the same status. Coupled with the fact that he often gets hot-headed and makes some counterintuitive decisions, it makes him look ordinary. But if someone really regards Mace Tyrell as a soft persimmon and manipulates him casually, they will definitely suffer big losses in the end. After returning to the camp, Duke Mace Tyrell summoned those who will participate in the group competition tomorrow, either to inquire about the status or to boost morale. For him, this competition is a chance to make the Tyrell family famous, opportunity, but he didn't know that the Queen of Thorns in Highgarden was not interested in this tourney at all, nor did she think that the Tyrell family needed to use a victory in the tourney to become famous. Because of the Duke's return, the soldiers guarding the Tyrell family's temporary residence in King's Landing and the Duke's guard also came to the camp. The original guard work of the camp was also handed over to these people, and Lind became less busy. Just when Lind was planning to take several of his men and Glory to the nearby mountains and forests to hunt and train Glory on the way, Maester Hawley found him and expressed the hope that he could escort him to see Grand Maester Pycelle in the city. Lind naturally would not refuse this. He asked Raoul to take care of the girl he had rescued. Then he changed into casual clothes, told Fertimo's entourage that he had something to go to the city, and then followed Bachelor Hawley. Together they walked down the slope of Lion Hill. If you include the current King Robert, then Grand Maester Pycelle has served 4 kings in the Red Keep, which makes his status very high in the hearts of some people in the Red Keep, even higher than the king. Because of this, after King Robert ascended the Iron Throne, Prime Minister Duke Aron specially arranged a residence for Maester Pycelle near the castle library, and built a road directly outside the Red Keep near this residence. A house was bought for Grand Maester Pycelle near this road, and Maester Pycelle was given direct access to the Red Keep, which was extremely important. Over the past year, Grand Maester Pycelle has also done an outstanding job in helping King Robert stabilize the situation. For example, he facilitated the marriage between King Robert and Cersei Lannister, and won over the powerful Lannys. The special family makes the Iron Throne completely stable. Therefore, he was also very happy to see Cersei pregnant and giving birth to a baby. When King Robert proposed to hold a tourney in this name, he also agreed. However, he not only did not attend the banquet these days, nor did he go to the tourney, but stayed in the library, sorting out the documents of the Targaryen dynasty, and compiling the history of the Targaryen dynasty. In fact, he had already thought about writing a history of the Targaryen dynasty as early as when he was the Grand Maester of Aegon V. However, this involved a lot of secret history of the Targaryen royal family that could not be made public. As soon as he started, he was immediately Aegon V banned it, and subsequent kings also stopped him from editing the history of the Targaryen dynasty. Despite this, Grand Maester Pycelle has never given up. Over the years, he has been collecting various relevant information, sorting them out and storing them together, so that they can be used one day. Now that Robert Baratheon is on the Iron Throne, the Targaryen dynasty has ended, the Baratheon dynasty is beginning, and the secret history of the Targaryen royal family is no longer taboo. And because King's Landing was captured so quickly, a large number of relevant secret documents in the Red Keep were not destroyed in time. In addition, some of the documents Stannis Baratheon found on Dragonstone and the documents provided by the Velaryon family on Tidehead Island, part of the Valyrian history related to the Targaryen family. The information and documents he had on hand were enough for him to complete the compilation of the Targaryen dynasty chronicle. However, these documents are too huge, and the contents are complex and obscure. Many of the important documents are written in languages such as secret languages. Therefore, he, his assistants, and students alone want to sort out these documents. It was very difficult. He needed to invite other bachelors with the ability to write history to participate in it and complete this classic together. Of all the names that appeared in Grand Maester Pycelle's mind, there was one person he thought was most suitable to participate in this matter, and that person was Maester Hawley. When he was in the academy, Bachelor Hawley was famous for his history. As long as it was a question related to history, whether it was the family history of the great nobles or the history of the changes in the Westeno continent, he could easily give the answer as if it were a treasure trove of treasures. While he was still studying, he corrected many errors and loopholes in various historical manuscripts compiled in the past. If it weren't for Bachelor Holly's personality being so unsociable and not knowing how to make friends, which offended the big shots in the school, and was forced to leave the city. Otherwise, Bachelor Holly might have picked up the copper one by now scepter, put on a copper mask, and become a doctor of history in the city. Therefore, when he felt that it was difficult to organize historical documents, Grand Maester Pycelle found an assistant maester under him who had a good relationship with Maester Holly, and asked him to invite Maester Holly to participate in compiling the Chronicle of the Targaryen dynasty. Maester Holly quickly agreed to the invitation and wrote to the assistant maester that he would come to King's Landing with the Tyrell team. After receiving the reply, Pycelle University has been waiting for the Tyrell family's team to arrive in King's Landing. However, after the Tyrell family's team arrived in King's Landing a few days ago, the Bachelor Holly he was waiting for did not show up, which made him wonder if something had happened to Bachelor Holly. So, he asked someone to go to the Tyrell family camp to inquire, and learned that Maester Holly was indeed in the military camp, but he could not come to see Grand Maester Pycelle because he still had some things to deal with. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Maester Holly's attitude, Grand Maester Pycelle was not angry. The most important thing for him now was to complete the history of the Targaryen dynasty. So after he learned about Bachelor Holly's situation, he asked the assistant bachelor to stay at his residence outside the Red Keep. Once Bachelor Holly arrived, he would bring him directly to him. When Grand Maester Pycelle was sorting out information, he liked to sort it out alone, so he drove all his servants out of the room, then sat at the table and slowly read through the secret history of the Targaryen royal family next to him, relevant information, and quickly record the key points. I don't know how much time passed, but it was already dark outside and the candlelight in the room was much weaker, making it no longer suitable to continue reading. Just when Grand Maester Pycelle closed the books and notes on the table and was about to take a break and eat something, he saw someone standing next to him. After being startled, Grand Maester Pycelle looked up warily, his hand in his sleeve also placed on the dagger hidden inside. By the light of the candle, which was not very bright, he saw a familiar face, but he was very confused as to why the other person appeared here, so he said, "Maester Hearn, when did you come back from Harrenhal?" "I asked him you brought it from Harrenhal." Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with Bachelor Hen in front of him, and he couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly became gloomier, and he said in a deep voice, "Why do you still have the courage? Run back. The pursuit order issued by His Majesty the King has not been revoked. Anyone will hunt you down for 2,000 golden dragons. If you don't return to the other side of the narrow sea now, why are you still staying in King's Landing? Do you still want to assassinate the king?" The man raised his hand to signal Maester Pycelle to be quiet, and then said coldly, "Don't be nervous, I am not interested in your king. He is not on my list. I am just coming back to collect a debt you owe." "When did I owe you a debt?" Grand Maester Pycelle knew very well how powerful the person in front of him was, and it was useless to resist, so he took out his hand from his sleeve. "You took my money, but you didn't tell me that the guy was protected by 4 heavy armored knights and a team of archers. I almost died there." The other party gritted his teeth slightly and said, "You gave me the intelligence error caused me a lot of harm, so you must return half of the money to me, and you also need to compensate me for a fee. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you, Grand Bachelor, sleep forever. Stand up." Although Grand Maester Pycelle is a little greedy for money, he also knows that life is more important than money. Faced with the threat of the man in front of him, he can only choose to compromise. Just when he was about to promise to compensate the other party, a servant at the door knocked on the copper ring hanging on it and said, "Lord Pycelle, Maester Holly is here. Do you want to see him now?" Upon hearing this, Grand Maester Pycelle hesitated for a moment, then gestured to the man to be silent, then turned towards the door and said, "Let him come in." Chapter 30 God's Arrangement. "Hello, Grand Maester Pycelle." Under the guidance of the attendant, Maester Holly entered the room. When he saw the two people in the room, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but he quickly recognized the two people's age and age. The Maester's collar around his neck identified who was Grand Maester Pycelle, and he greeted him with respect. "I'm not very well," Grand Maester Pycelle responded with a smile. Bachelor Holly was stunned, not knowing how to react. "I have been having a headache these days about how to write the record of the death of Maegor I Targaryen, so I prayed to the gods for someone to help me, Grand Maester," Pycelle said with a smile. "But you Holly Bachelor," but he stayed in the camp leisurely and delayed his arrival for 2 days, which prolonged my pain for 2 days. "My dear Bachelor Holly, do you think I am fine now?" No matter how bad Maester Holly was at interacting with others, he could still hear the complaints in Grand Maester Pycelle's words. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain it, and the nervousness made it appear on his forehead. The sweat comes. "Don't be nervous, I don't mean to blame you," Grand Maester Pycelle easily tested out Maester Holly's character and reassured Holly, knowing that he would not pose any threat to him if he stayed in the Red Keep. The Bachelor said, and then asked, "Do you need to prepare anything else? If not, I hope you can start working immediately. The progress of the Chronicle has been much slower than I expected. I hope that your joining can speed up the work. We are on track to complete the compilation of all major historical events before the 80th year of Aegon's calendar by next year. I am at your command, Grand Maester." Maester Holly, who is passionate about history, became very excited after hearing Grand Maester Pycelle's words, and his face could not hide the joy in his heart. He hurriedly sent Archmaester Schill saluted and said that he did not need to prepare anything now and could start working at any time. But suddenly he thought of something and said, "I have a companion who is currently at the post outside the Red Fort. I may need to go and talk to him." He said something and explained something. "No, you don't need to go." Grand Maester Pycelle raised his hand to stop Maester Holly and said, "If you don't have any special private matters, you don't have to go. You just need to write it down, give it to him, and let him just take it with you. I don't want you to waste your time on such meaningless things." When Archmaester Pycelle pointed at the other person in the room, the man couldn't help but be stunned, and then a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, as if he was saying to Archmaester Pycelle, "Do you think I will follow your instructions? Do as told." However, because the lights in the room were dim, Academician Holly did not see the expression on the man's face. He did not object to the instructions of Academician Seal, asked for a piece of paper, and quickly wrote something on it. After finishing writing, Grand Maester Pycelle took the piece of paper, folded it without looking at it, handed it to the man, and said, "The contents of the third cabinet next to the bed in my room should be able to compensate you. Well, I hope this ends here. What do you think?" Maester Holly on the side could clearly feel a hint of fear in Grand Maester Pycelle's tone, which made him curious about this man who looked like a bachelor. After all, Grand Maester Pycelle had an extraordinary status in the Red Keep. No matter how you think about it, you shouldn't be afraid of an ordinary bachelor. The man was silent for a moment, then reached out to take the piece of paper and said, "I hope the compensation you mentioned, Grand Master, is true compensation, otherwise I will come to you again, and then I won't be what I am now." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room. As he left, Grand Maester Pycelle also breathed a sigh of relief, and reached out to hold the table next to him, steadying his somewhat limp body and keeping himself in Holly's presence. The Maester tried to remain steady. After the man left the room, he did not take the road that bachelors often take to leave the Red Castle. Instead, he took a relatively remote path with few people. Moreover, he deliberately avoided the pedestrians on the road until when I walked out of the Red Keep, I didn't encounter anyone head-on. After leaving the Red Keep, he took out the note written by Bachelor Holly and threw it casually in the weeds beside the road. But after he took a few steps, he seemed to think of something again and hesitated on his face. After a moment, he turned around, rummaged through the weeds, found the piece of paper again, then turned and walked towards the guard box outside the Red Fort. Soon he arrived near the guard box and found the person he was looking for. But when he saw the person, he couldn't help but froze, and then walked over, speaking in a very familiar tone, without thinking. Asked, "Why is it you again?" A stranger suddenly appeared and asked inexplicably. Lind was completely confused, but he quickly realized who this person was. After all, this person's unique temperament made him want to admit his mistake. Disaster. Why are you here, Master Bo-o? Lind looked at the faceless man Bo-o who had transformed into a bachelor in front of him, and couldn't help but asked curiously. Grandmaster Pycelle owes me a debt. Faceless man Bovo simply answered, then handed the note in his hand to Lind and said, "This is what a maester named Holly asked me to pay for you." Lind was stunned, then reached out to take the note and read it. The content on it was very simple. It was that Bachelor Holly gave him the books left in the camp. After putting the note in his pocket, Lind looked at the faceless man and asked, "How long will you stay in King's Landing? If there are no accidents, I will leave tonight." Bovo responded casually, then he looked at Lind with a strange look and said, "Don't you think our successive encounters are magical? Just it's like a pair of hands is vaguely affecting the fate of both of us." "No, it's not magical at all. We have only met 3 times, and you took the initiative to see me once. This kind of coincidence is normal, there is no need to make a fuss." Lind acted very coldly and looked at Bo-wo, said, "You don't want to drag me to become a faceless man, do you?" Bovo shook his head and said, "Anyone in the entire King's Landing may become a faceless man, but you absolutely cannot." Although this sounded like he was speaking for Lind, Lind always felt something was wrong. At this time, Bo-wo looked at Lind for a while, his face full of doubts, and said, "What happened to you in the past few days since we met you, Lind? Why do I feel more?" He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were full of scrutiny. He looked at Lind, and then said with a look of enlightenment, "I understand why the thousand-faced God asked me to perform this gift. It turns out that the water the dancer is not the goal at all, you the bear hunter Lind is." Hearing Bo-o's words, Lind couldn't help but frown, and his hand fell on the hilt of his sword without leaving a trace, and said, "Lord Bo-o, you want me to enjoy some of the gifts of the thousand-faced God? No, it's not you." Bovo ignored Linda's warning behavior at all. Instead, he shook his head absently, then looked at the golden robe who came out of the guard box out of curiosity and said, "This is not the place to talk." Quote. After saying that, he signaled to Lind, then walked onto the avenue and walked towards Baylor Plaza. Lind hesitated for a moment and followed, but his vigilance did not relax. In his eyes, there was no difference between fanatical religious elements and lunatics. One second he would be chatting and laughing with you, the next second it may be due to some unknown reasons that the swords are drawn against each other. "Can you tell me about your experience these days?" After Lind caught up, Bovo slowed down a little and said, "I want to know what is the reason why you have the thousand-faced God in you. Focus on the attention of the God of thousand faces." Lind paused slightly when he heard this, and his face became a little ugly. He remembered that in the related forums of his previous life, there was a post discussing the gods in the world of ice and fire, and almost everyone who participated in the discussion believed that except for the 7 gods of man-made belief, the other gods were not good guys, even the most glorious ones. The teachings of the righteous Lord of Light, Ararok, are also full of various evil thoughts and rituals, and the most important thing is that many gods really exist. Being paid attention to by such gods is not a good thing, no matter how you look at it. The faceless man easily saw through Linda's mind and said, "Don't worry, you will definitely not be blessed by the God of thousand faces now, and when you are qualified to be on the list, I believe that with you at that time, no faceless person should be able to get close to you, so you don't have to worry at all." Lind thought about it and felt that Bovo was right. With his current growth rate, by the time he is famous enough for people to spend a lot of money to hire the faceless men, his strength may have reached an inhuman level. Perception and other abilities should also be improved accordingly, and then there will be no need to worry about the assassination of The faceless men. After thinking about this, Lind relaxed a little and asked in a bargaining manner, I can tell you about my experience during this period, but what benefits can I get? Bovo was stunned for a moment, looked at Lind with a strange expression, and then asked, what benefits do you want? After Lind was silent for a moment, he suddenly thought of his reaction when he came into contact with the dragon bone, so he said solemnly, you have a way to enter and exit the Red Keep at will, right? Bovo said with great confidence, although it cannot be said to be random, there is still no problem in entering and exiting the Red Fort normally. Lindkai conditionally said, I am very curious about the dragon bones. After King Robert ascended the throne, he moved all the dragon bones to the cellar under the Red Castle. I would like to use your ability to enter the cellar and steal some dragon bones for me. It should be okay. Question. Bovo couldn't help but asked, dragon bone. What do you want that thing for? It's just a slightly harder bone. As he spoke, he looked at Lind with a strange look and said, only some madmen and fools would think that powder made from dragon bones is the best aphrodisiac. Could it be that you? I never knew that the faceless man knew how to tell jokes, but this joke is obviously not good. Lind glanced at the faceless man coldly and said. Bovo smiled nonchalantly and said, if you want the dragon bone, you don't have to go to the cellar of the Red Castle. I can give it to you now. After saying that, the faceless man motioned for Lind to follow, and then led Lind into a small alley. After walking for a while, he came to the door of a tailor shop. After the faceless man knocked on the door opened. An old man looked outside. Through the crack of the door. After seeing the faceless man, he relaxed and opened the door completely. The faceless man did not enter the house, but said a few words in non-universal language to the old man. The old man nodded and turned around and entered the house. After a while, he saw him holding a small box and walking to the door. Judging from the difficulty the old man felt holding the box, it was not difficult to judge that the contents of the box must be very heavy. After the faceless man took the box, he motioned for the old man to close the door, then turned and walked to Lind, put the box down, and said, do you think these are enough? Lind reached out and opened the box. Although he had already guessed what would be in the box, he was still a little surprised when he saw a box full of bones. Then he reached out and touched the bones in the box one by one, and found that all these bones could cause the golden finger to move, which proved that these bones were all dragon bones. Although until now, Lind still doesn't know what effect the dragon bones can have on his golden finger, but with so many dragon bones providing him with experimental materials, I believe he will figure out this question sooner or later. Now that the faceless man has taken out the dragon bones, Lind will naturally not regret it, not to mention that his experiences during this period are very ordinary and do not involve his own secrets, so there will be no problem in speaking out. So, he recounted what happened that day after he and the faceless man separated in the royal forest. The faceless man listened attentively, interrupting Lind from time to time to ask for details of some matters. After asking, he shook his head, indicating that it had nothing to do with the thousand-faced god. It wasn't until the topic came to the girl that Lind accidentally rescued outside the lion's gate 2 days ago that the expression on the faceless man's face changed and became particularly serious. The faceless man followed and inquired about the girl's situation very carefully. After learning that the girl woke up today, he told Lind not to say any more. That girl is what attracted the attention of the god of many faces. Lind asked, tentatively. The faceless man did not answer, but just pondered for a moment and said, I want to go with you to the Tyrell family's camp to see the girl. If necessary, I will take her back to the House of Black and White and Bravos. No problem, as long as the girl is willing. Lind nodded and said. Bovo was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Lind with a deep look. He could hear the meaning of Linda's words. If the girl didn't want to, he would not take the girl away. He was not offended by this, but felt that Lind had a rare personality and was very principled in doing things, and he was a person he could make friends with. But at the same time, he also felt that a principled person like Lind would not survive long. in the 7 kingdoms, so he also hoped that Lind could become that exception. As for whether the girl is willing to go to Bravos with him, there is no suspense in his opinion. Since the thousand-faced god has guided this girl, then this girl must belong to the thousand-faced god. Chapter 31 The Unknown Person. Lind stood outside his tent and threw the pieces of chopped meat far away, letting Glory run to pick them back up, and then reward him with the pieces of meat. This is a training to improve Honor's obedience. At first, Honor ate the meat directly. After being punished several times by Lind, he realized that he could not eat meat casually, so he spontaneously changed his behavior and took the meat back. Although there is still about half a chance that Honor will eat pieces of meat during training, it is already very good compared to a day ago. I believe that after another month or 2 of training, Honor should be able to completely obey Linda's orders. Compared with the obedience training effect that can be seen with the naked eye, the training of Glory's wildness is at a stagnant state. Now it can only ensure that Glory does not bite people indiscriminately, but once someone gets too close to Glory, it will still attack. Without hesitation, someone comes to attack. For this reason, Lind had to choose to train Glory when no one was around. When there were usually many people, he would put Glory in a cloth bag, or tie it to his body with a chain, and cover its mouth with a special hood. While waiting for Glory to bring back the piece of meat, Lind also turned his head to look at his tent from time to time. Just after returning to the camp, Lind led Bovo, the faceless man who had disguised himself as a Tyrell soldier, to his tent and met the girl who was already heartbroken and only her body was still alive. This girl would not show any emotion in front of others, but when she saw Lind as her savior, she would show a trace of emotion. However, this emotion was not grateful to Lind for rescuing her, but more like hope Lind kills her now. The moment the faceless man saw this girl, he immediately determined that this was the purpose of the thousand-faced god plucking the string of fate to guide him to the continent of Westeros. However, this girl is as dead as a human being at this moment, and has no reaction to the outside world, let alone a conversation. After Bovo, the faceless man, tried several times and found that he could not arouse any reaction from the girl, he expressed to Lind that he hoped Lind could stay outside the tent for a while so that he and the girl could be alone for some time. After confirming that the faceless man would not harm the girl, Lind agreed to his request and came outside the tent, but did not go far. He sat down a few steps away, training Glory, while checking what was inside the tent condition. However, what surprised Lind was that even though he was very close to the tent, he could not hear any sound inside the tent, not even breathing, and other organs could not detect any movement in the tent, as if the tent was it's empty. This situation is obviously not something that can be caused by conventional forces. Perhaps it involves the power of the thousand-faced god. This also makes Lind wonder what level the faceless man Bovo's status is in the House of Black and White. Judging from the ability to use a little extraordinary power, it should be similar to Melisandre's status in the Church of the Lord of Light. Just when Lind was thinking wildly, the tent door was opened by the faceless man Bovo. He looked a little tired, but a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he had succeeded in convincing the girl. He walked up to Lind and was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed and his body moved quickly to the side. Almost at the same time as he moved, a black figure rushed out from behind him and passed him by. The faceless man, who avoided the attack from behind, looked towards the black shadow and found that it was the albino shadow lynx cub he knew. Because Lind stayed with Glory for a long time, he didn't feel the changes in Glory that deeply. He could only judge that Glory was growing from Glory's gradually increasing size and weight. But Bowo was different. He had seen Glory in the royal forest and knew very well what Glory was like. But now when he saw Glory again, he found that Glory had not only grown up a lot, but had also become a lot more ferocious. This ferocity was not only the attack on him just now, but also the black stripes on Glory's body, which after growing out, vaguely formed a grimace-like pattern, and the several black stripes on his forehead made it even more fierce. Looks very ferocious. How did it become so wild? Bovo couldn't help but ask. However, Lind was destined to be unable to give an answer, because he also wanted to know what made Glory so wild. Although he was very curious about the situation of Glory, Bovo also knew what business was, so he didn't say much on this issue. He returned to the topic and said, "She is not very easy to move now. You can find a few people to use a stretcher to help her. Shall I carry her to the dock?" Lind did not respond immediately after hearing this. Instead, he entered the tent and looked at the girl's condition. It was not difficult to tell from the girl's rejuvenated expression that Bovo must have convinced the girl, but under this vitality, Lind could vaguely feel strong hatred. "Have you really decided to go with him to Bravos on the other side of the narrow sea?" Next to the bed, Lind knelt down, looked at the girl and said, "If you don't want to, I can take you in." Quote. The girl shook her head and wanted to open her mouth to speak, but her throat seemed to be injured and she couldn't say anything. However, even if she didn't speak, Lind could see her decision from her expression. "I understand. May the 7 gods bless you to live well on the other side of the narrow sea. And not be harmed again." Lind reached out and touched the girl's forehead, blessing in a low voice. There was a look of gratitude in the girl's eyes, and tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Lind stood up, walked outside the tent, and asked Raoul to call 4 people and find a stretcher. Then he moved the girl to the stretcher, covered her with a blanket, and carried her out. Tent. When he walked out of the tent, Lind felt someone pulling his hand. When he looked down, he saw the girl raising her injured hand with all her strength and holding his arm. Then he heard the girl yelling in an extremely strange way. The hoarse voice made a completely indistinct sound. Although the voice did not sound like any language, Lind was able to understand that the voice was saying thank you. Lind patted her hand, then stuffed it back into the blanket, and then placed the dagger on his waist that Garland gave him after the cavalry was formed next to her. "Take good care of her," Lind said to Bovo, the faceless man. The faceless man smiled and said, "She is my student, so I will naturally take good care of her." The group walked out of the camp and soon disappeared from Lind's sight. The faceless men and the others walked very fast, passing directly through the slums. Outside the city, because of the intimidation of the 4 Tyrell soldiers, they encountered no trouble at all on the way and arrived at the dock area smoothly. Then, under the command of the faceless man, the 4 people carried the girl onto a merchant ship docked at the dock and flying the flag of the Free City State, and sent her to a room on the upper deck next to the captain's cabin. After the 4 soldiers disembarked and left, the faceless man ordered the captain to sail the ship. Although there were still goods that had not been loaded onto the ship, because of the faceless man's special status, the captain did not dare to hesitate and immediately called all the sailors and set sail. Watching the ship slowly leave the port, pass through the winch tower, and enter the waters of Blackwater Bay, the faceless man turned around and returned to his cabin. He walked to the bed, sat on a stool, looked at the girl who was turning her head to look out at the night through the window, and said, "No matter what your previous name was, you have to give it up from this moment on, just like letting go of your past." After hearing the faceless man's words, the girl turned her head and looked at the faceless man. There was no expression of opposition on her face, but there was a sense of relief in her eyes. "I will give you a new name, which will represent your new life." Seeing that the girl did not refuse, Bovo added. The girl nodded slightly in agreement. "Just take my surname, Hagar." As for the name, the faceless man thought for a while, and said, "Just call him Ja-kun. Ja-kun Hagar." In the early morning of the next day, before Lind got up, he was startled by the raised tent curtain. While looking towards the entrance of the tent, he put his hand on the axe beside him. If he was attacked, he could make a move at any time. "Fight back. It's me, don't be nervous." After noticing Linda's movements, Fortimo showed a look of approval on his face, then returned to his usual serious expression and said, "Get up quickly, get dressed, and go to the big tent. I have something to tell you." Lind rubbed his face vigorously to wake himself up quickly, then simply put on some clothes, hung a sword on his waist, picked up the glory that had not yet woken up from the bed, stuffed it into the cloth pocket on his chest, and then he walked out of the tent and hurried towards the camp tent. After entering the camp, he saw the people inside clearly and couldn't help but be stunned. In addition to Garland, Fertimer and others, I saw several Tyrell vassals whom Lind didn't know but could guess their identities. In addition, Duke Mace Tyrell was sitting in the middle of the big tent, middle position. Although he didn't know what happened in the tent just now, Lind guessed that it was definitely not a good thing, because Mace Tyrell's face was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water, and his expression was filled with the word, angry, and he was mumbling, "Can't hear what was said." The atmosphere in this tent was originally solemn because there were so many important officials of the Rose family gathered here. Now it has become even more tense. Moreover, the Duke, who was nicknamed an inflatable fish by the Queen of Thorns, is now more like an inflated fish. The extreme bubbles may explode at any time. When Lind entered the tent, everyone in the tent looked at him in unison. The tension caused by facing so many people's attention is enough to make most people fall into confusion and eventually do something rude. However, Lind seemed very calm, as if the sight of the surrounding people did not exist. And his psychological quality far exceeded that of the others around him. "I've met the Duke, I've met all of you." Under the gaze of everyone, Lind saluted Duke Mace Tyrell, who was sitting on the main seat. Duke Tyrell ignored Lind's salute, but turned to look at Fertimer, and asked, "He is your Knight Squire, the Bear Hunter, right?" Fertimer nodded and said, "Yes, sir." "Is he really as powerful as you say?" Tyrell asked Fertimer again to confirm. "Yes, as long as he is holding 2 swords, his strength will not be much worse than mine." Fertimer nodded and said, "He is the one I can think of who can perfectly take over among the hundreds of people in the camp. My choice. In that case, it's up to him." Duke Mace Tyrell did not ask Lind what he meant, nor did he have any intention of informing Lind of the situation. He directly told Lind, who had just entered the tent, that he could leave and asked him to return. "The camp where you are is waiting for the next arrangement." This situation of being called around like a commodity for sale made Lind feel a little aggrieved, but he did not show it on his face. After hearing that he could leave, he lowered his head slightly. He exited the tent, turned around and returned to his tent, sitting quietly, waiting for someone to explain to him. Not long after, Garland and Fertimer were seen arriving in the tent. Garland apologized to Lind for his father's rude behavior just now, and then explained the reason for the matter. Before Lind asked again, it turned out that today, the knights and warriors of the Tyrell family who were supposed to participate in the group competition were all suffering from vomiting and diarrhea. They seemed to have eaten something bad. Now they are so exhausted that they can hardly even stand up and walk a few steps, let alone picking up weapons to fight. As a result, the Tyrell family needed to select another person to participate in the group competition, and this candidate was very difficult to choose. The Tyrell family discussed it for a long time and still had no results, or there was an alternative plan, but it was rejected. This method is to let Fertimer, the master of swordsmanship in the Reach, participate in the group competition, with Fertimer's swordsmanship and a few soldiers accompanying him. To assist him, he must have a great chance of becoming the champion of the group competition. However, Fertimer has already signed up to participate in the Knights Jousting. Although people participating in the Knights Jousting do not prevent people from participating in the group jousting, the melee in the group jousting is too dangerous. If he is injured and unable to participate in the Knights Jousting, then it is absolutely impossible for Fertimer. It is a huge loss. After all, there will probably never be another martial arts tournament of this scale in the future. Therefore, Garland proposed to let Lind participate in the group competition, so that it would not affect Fertimer. Regarding Garland's proposal, the knights and nobles who came from High Court with Garland all agreed. After all, they had all seen the power of Lind's swordsmanship, especially in terms of defeating one enemy with many, which was far superior to the average knight's swordsmanship. But those who followed Duke Tyrell and stayed in King's Landing after the Battle of the Usurper did not know Lind's strength or weakness, so they asked Lind to go to the big tent. to see Lin's situation. Although Lin did not show any swordsmanship in front of them just now, Lin's burly figure was enough to prove his strength, and Lin passively became one of the participants in the group competition. After hearing this, Lin asked in confusion, "Why do we have to participate in group competitions? If I remember correctly, those adults should not attach great importance to group competitions. Even if the Tyrell family does not participate, there should not be any reputation damage." Hearing Linda's inquiry, Garland showed an embarrassed look on his face, then gestured to Fortimo, then turned and left. And Fotimo quickly and simply explained that after learning that several major lords would not send people to participate in the group competition, our inflatable fish master immediately became more confident, thinking that he would definitely win, so he borrowed a sum of money was bet on his family. If no one could participate or lost the game, not only would he have to pay a large sum of money, but it would also make him the laughing stock of King's Landing. This made him get up early in the morning. Furious. Faced with this situation, Lind was a little bit dumbfounded and could only say that he would actively prepare for the war. Chapter 32 Temporarily Modified Rules. According to common sense, in various events of the tournament, the group competition should be held after the night's competition. Sometimes, the group competition will not be held, but the night's mock battle will be held. However, this martial arts competition is slightly different. The team competition is placed behind the archery competition, and the qualifications of the contestants are relaxed to the limit. That is, as long as they are human and hold weapons in their hands, they can sign up to participate in the group competition contest. Moreover, unlike the previous group competitions where participants held wooden or unbladed weapons provided by the organizer, this time King Robert suddenly announced before the start of the game that contestants could use real weapons with opened blades. In previous martial arts competitions, group competitions caused the most casualties. Everyone would use warhammers, flails and other extremely lethal blunt weapons. Now, allowing the use of real weapons with sharp edges will undoubtedly increase the number of casualties in this group competition. Increased exponentially. As a result, rumors spread in the wells of King's Landing that King Robert wanted to celebrate the birth of his heir with a blood sacrifice. Although anyone with a discerning eye would immediately know that the remnants of the Long family were spreading rumors about this statement, they couldn't help but believe it. And there were quite a few people who believed it. As a result, people who had originally signed up to participate in the team competition found various excuses to withdraw. Before the competition started, the number of people dropped from several thousand to just over 100. However, new participants came in. There were 400 to 500 of these people. Almost all warriors from the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms. Soon some people analyzed that this was being used by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. This group competition is to show King Robert's strength. The establishment of a new dynasty also represents the establishment of a new order, and the rights of the old and new forces also change at this time. Everyone needs to show their best side in front of the new king in order to occupy a place in the new order. This group competition it is also a continuation of the power struggle in King's Landing this year. For the ordinary people in King's Landing, for those who traveled thousands of miles to watch this tournament, for those who want to become famous in the tournament, this group competition makes them extremely excited, and they know it very well. Everyone will go all out in this competition, and the level of bloodshed will be unprecedented, which will make them feel extremely excited. They gathered around the competition ground early, and even set up a high platform, waiting for the bloody feast to begin. Outside the tournament, in the temporary camp set up by the Tyrell family, Lind was wearing a guard's leather armor with the help of his attendants, and his weapons were changed from double swords to one-handed swords and daggers. In the Peacemaker's combat memories, two-handed weapons, one long and one short, are the weapons and equipment that can fully demonstrate their strength. It's just that even though that fighting method is efficient and practical, it is more suitable for one-on-one duels. If there are multiple people fighting, he will be more likely to be attacked from behind if he uses this fighting method. Fortunately, He has extraordinary senses, which are very effective in defending against sneak attacks. In addition, he is not fighting alone. There are several Tyrell warriors participating in this group competition with him, who can provide him with cover. He solves his opponents more efficiently. Lind put on his leather armor and weapons. After checking that there were no problems with his body, he temporarily locked Glory in a specially built cast iron cage, and then prepared to leave the tent and join his comrades who were participating in the group competition. Discuss how to cooperate in the competition. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the tent, and then Garland and Fortimo were seen walking in with serious faces, followed by several knight attendants holding various metal plate armor parts. Quickly, put it on for him and let him get used to the weight of the plate armor as soon as possible. Fortimo directly ordered the attendants without further explanation. The knight attendants immediately obeyed the instructions and stepped forward to replace the leather armor that Lind had just put on, and then replaced the exquisite and strong plate armor in his hands, adjusting the spacing of each plate armor piece by piece, striving to achieve the best results. When Lind is allowed to perform various actions, there will be no obstacles. Lord Garland, Lord Fortimo, what happened? Why did you suddenly change to plate armor? I remember that participants in group competitions are only allowed to wear leather armor. Lind didn't understand what happened, but he knew two things: people shouldn't be harming themselves by doing this, so they asked in confusion. When Garland and Fortimo heard this, they looked at each other gloomily, as if they didn't know what to say. Finally, it was Fortimo who explained, "Just now we received news that King Robert made an impromptu decision and ordered that this group competition can wear heavy armor and use edged weapons." Lind was stunned after hearing this. It was obviously just a group competition that was more of a performance than an actual battle. How could it suddenly turn into a gladiatorial arena with real swords and guns? Obviously, once real swords and guns are used in a group competition, the casualties will increase exponentially, and the level of bloodshed will be far higher than that of other group competitions. When future generations mention this competition, it will inevitably be labeled as bloody and cruel. It should be mentioned in the book. However, Lind remembered that there was no such bloody tournament in his previous life, which made him wonder if he had encountered the butterfly effect. But he quickly rejected this speculation. After all, the variable index that caused the butterfly effect should be very large, but he was still far from reaching that level of variable index. Just when Lind was in shock, Fortimo and Garland both thought that Lind was frightened by the news. They could understand this. After all, they were also shocked after hearing the news. Presumably the participants, the shock was even greater. You don't have to worry too much. If you can't survive on the battlefield, just quit. Don't waste your life on a stupid bloody show. Garland almost explicitly reminded Lind that he could withdraw at any time, and then waved to the attendant beside him, asking him to place the two exquisite steel swords in his hands on the low table next to Lind. These two swords were carefully forged by Brother Velas for me. I plan to use them as swords when I grow up. Now that you need them more, I will leave these two swords to you for the time being. Lind didn't say anything after hearing this. He picked up one of the steel swords, pulled it out and looked at it. He had seen the Valyrian steel on the dragon bone dagger and knew that the surface of Valyrian steel would have a very special scale-like pattern, but this sword did not have it. It was obviously just an ordinary steel sword. But even if this sword is just an ordinary steel sword, it is not comparable to ordinary steel swords. After all, this is a sword carefully crafted by Willis Tyrell for his younger brother. The quality of the steel used is far superior to other materials. Not as good as Valyrian steel, but not by much. The only flaw is that these two steel swords are normal half-hand swords, which are much lighter than the wide-bladed half-hand swords that Lind is accustomed to. Moreover, because the sword body is not thick enough, it will collapse when resisting attacks. Danger of breakage. The advantage also exists, that is, these two swords are sharp enough to pierce even ordinary thickness of plate armor. With these two swords, Lind can more easily display his weakness: attack. Does everyone else know that the rules have changed? Lind asked. Already know. Garland nodded and said, this group competition has completely deviated from the normal scope. It is no longer a simple group competition. It also involves some things that I can't figure out now, so even if the Tyrell family loses in this group competition, it cannot be too ugly. The people you selected are no longer suitable. They have all been replaced by my father's Duke's guards and the people who lead them. It's Sir Salif, captain of the guard. Fertimo also intervened and said, although Sir Salif's swordsmanship is not as good as mine, it is not much worse, and the Duke's guard was trained by him. I believe they can cooperate well in the battle. You don't have to worry about the substitution. Affect combat. Effectiveness. Although it is a good thing for the Tyrell family to switch to the more powerful Duke's guard, it is bad news for Lind, because after the replacement, the command will undoubtedly fall to if Sir Salif is killed, the Duke's guards will never cooperate with him in attack and defense. He can only find opportunities to attack by himself. They will not help him defend when he is attacked, so the danger he faces is much greater. Although Lind wanted to change this decision, he also knew very well that his position could not change anything. Since he could not change it, he could only make things move in a direction that was beneficial to him. So, Lind asked, can I form a separate team instead of joining the Duke's guard led by Sir Salif? Why? Garland was stunned and asked in confusion, it will be safer if you join the Duke's guard. No, you should form a team alone. On the contrary, Fortimo agreed with Lind's decision and said, if you join the Duke Guard's queue, it will definitely affect their performance, and if something unexpected happens, you will be very vulnerable. Possible. Halfway through the words, Fortimo stopped talking, but both Lind and Garland understood what the latter meant. It was nothing more than to shield Lind, or to blame Lind for the failure after the competition failed. Body. Garland couldn't say anything about this, because this was a common problem among nobles, and he couldn't change anything. However, as a member of the vested interests, having this unspoken rule pointed out so straightforwardly by Fertimo still made him feel he was a little embarrassed, and his face naturally didn't look too good. As for Lind, he didn't think that much at first. He just wanted to prevent the Duke's guard from hindering his own performance. But now after hearing what Fortimo said, he felt that he needed to perform well enough in group competitions to make it difficult for people to find him. If you don't have an excuse, you may actually become the scapegoat for failure. During the period when several people were silent, the attendants helped Lind put on the plate armor completely, and let Lind move a bit to see if the adjustment was in place. Because it was a matter of safety, Lind was not polite. After performing several very difficult movements and sword swings, he ordered his attendants to adjust the positions of the chest armor and shoulder armor, and added 2 more pieces to the arm armor, strap to prevent it from falling off easily. After making adjustments, he tested it again and nodded with satisfaction. This set of plate armor belongs to my nephew, but he died in the Usurper War, so this set of plate armor fell into my hands. Fortimo looked at the plate armor on Lind with inexplicable emotion, said, you need it urgently now, so I will take it out for you to use, but after using it, you must remember to wipe it clean and return it. Isn't this set of plate armor given to me? Lind asked. Fertimo didn't say anything, he just looked at Lind as if he were a fool. Lind smiled awkwardly, and then asked, everyone else has been replaced, why haven't I been replaced? I begged for your place. Fortimo said solemnly, I hope you won't resent me and put you in danger. Lind smiled and said, no, how can I resent you, sir? This is what I hope. I should be grateful to you. For Lind, this group competition is an opportunity to improve his status as quickly as possible. Robert Baratheon temporarily changed the rules of the group competition, which means that he has special thoughts about this group competition. It is not difficult to guess that the Lord of the Iron Throne will definitely come to watch the competition in person. If Lind can perform well by then, it is very likely that he will rise to the top and be knighted by Robert Baratheon himself, just like the great Bear Jorah Mormont because of his role in The subsequent Iron Islands Rebellion. For his heroic performance, he was knighted by Robert Baratheon. You must know that Big Bear's canonization directly bypassed his lord, Duke Ed, for canonization, which is somewhat unethical. However, it can also be seen that Robert Baratheon will not abide by the rules once he encounters something he likes, and Lind is the one who needs to not accept the rules. Robert is like this, and so is Littlefinger, because this is the only way. Only then could he allow himself to climb up in the aristocratic system wrapped up in layers of rules and laws. Therefore, his gratitude to Fodemo was not to be sarcastic, but to truly appreciate the other person for giving him an excellent opportunity. After that, Lind put the two swords lent to him by Garland on his waist, and then carefully checked the equipment on his body. After confirming that there was no problem, he left the tent and came to the open space around the edge of the competition field, standing with the Duke's guards who were already waiting there. At this moment, in addition to the Tyrell family, the Lannister family, the Arryn family, the Tully family, the Martell family and other famous families in Westeros have all sent people to wait for the competition around the field. The numbers of people sent by these great lords are all the same. Counting the commanders, there are a total of 21 people. It seems that it should be a restriction imposed by King Robert. In addition to these great lords, there are also some martial nobles who plan to participate in this competition. These people are also accompanied by 7 or 8 people. The total number of people in the entire competition field is 600 to 700. Although 600 or 700 people are a lot, because when the open space for the competition field was opened before, it was opened for thousands of people, so even if all 600 or 700 people were placed in the competition field, it would not feel crowded. Although all the participants of the group competition have arrived, there is no sign of the competition starting yet, as if they are still waiting for something. At this time, Salif Waji approached Lind and said, "Boy, I don't know what the relationship is between that guy Fodemo and you, and why he insists on letting you participate in this dangerous competition, but I can tell you clearly, even if you are in danger, I will not ask anyone to rescue you. It is best for you to withdraw from the beginning, so as not to die in vain in this boring battle and damage the reputation of the Tyrell family." Quote. Faced with Salif's so-called kind reminder, Lind just smiled and walked away alone. He did not stand with the Duke guards, but stood alone on the sidelines, which made him stand out among the participants, protrude. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the distance, and then the crowd dispersed on both sides, and then a tall warrior holding a warhammer and wearing a deer helmet led a group of Baratheon warriors over. Chapter 33 Killing State. Robert Baratheon's fully armed appearance on the sidelines of his group's competition undoubtedly caused quite a commotion. No one thought that Robert, as the king, actually planned to fight in person, and even used a blade in this battle. In the group competition of weapons, many people think Robert is crazy, because it has only been a year since the War of the Usurper, and there are still many remnants of the Dragon family who are secretly planning to overthrow the Baratheon dynasty. Now Robert's actions are undoubtedly completely destroying himself, exposed to danger. If something happens to Robert, the newly formed Baratheon dynasty may be on the verge of collapse again. At this time, all the dignitaries present looked at the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, who was following Robert with a gloomy face. These dignitaries know very well how stubborn King Robert's character is, and only Jon Arryn can persuade him in the entire city of King's Landing. Logically speaking, Jon Arryn should dissuade such an extremely stupid move like this. But looking at the situation now, it seems that Jon Arryn has not played his role as the hand of the king. Not only did Jon Arryn fail to dissuade King Robert, but Queen Cersei also failed to dissuade him successfully. It was easy to see from the slightly blue corners of her eyes that she might have received special treatment. What was even more incredible to everyone was that King Robert did not seem to be planning to lead his Kingsguard in the competition, but instead selected 20 people from the Storm's End guards of the Baratheon family to accompany them. Although this move was extremely stupid, it also made Robert Baratheon look very brave. and subtly made the knights and warriors around him admire him. When Robert arrived at the competition ground, he didn't say much. He couldn't wait to say, "Let's begin," and led the people into the middle of the competition ground. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and entered the competition arena. However, no one had any intention of taking action at this moment. For a while, the entire venue fell into a strange silence. "Do it, you idiots." Apparently this weird silence annoyed Robert Baratheon. He shouted at everyone and rushed directly to the Lannister nearest him. The soldier of the family directly hit the soldier in the chest with a hammer, sending him flying out of the competition arena. It was easy to see from his sunken chest that he was probably dying. Robert's move was like a spark that instantly ignited the fighting spirit of all the participants in the tournament. A moment ago, they might have been a little concerned about Robert's identity, but now they have put aside any concerns about life and death. Take down the enemies around you first. As a result, everyone raised their weapons towards the nearest enemy. No matter how they had discussed in advance how to cooperate in fighting, they could not remember this situation now. They all attacked the enemy according to their own habits, without any training, some cooperation in fighting. Being alone, Lind was naturally regarded as the best enemy to deal with by the people around him. Several warriors from the Arryn, Martell, and Tully families rushed towards Lind almost at the same time. Faced with the siege, Lind was not afraid at all. During this period, he was training almost every day to fight one against many, so when these people attacked, he already had 10 sets of response plans in his mind, and he quickly passed the attacked people who came over were in different positions and found a suitable solution. I saw that he easily avoided the long sword stabbed by the island family warrior with a sliding step. At the same time, the long sword in his hand also found a flaw under his arm and swung it out. The weapon that Vilas prepared for his brother was indeed extraordinary. The long sword cut through the leather armor of the opponent like a hot knife cutting through butter. The sharp blade cut his body from the right armpit, diagonally upward. The man was disemboweled up to his shoulders, and his internal organs flowed all over the place with blood. Although he easily defeated an enemy, Linda's footsteps did not stop. He was still moving quickly, and his body rotated and jumped with his footsteps. While he just avoided the attacking weapon, the long swords in both hands also moved. With the power of rotation, it directly split the attacker's neck. Although the soldiers of the Martell family defended themselves in time, the force generated by Lind's whole body rotating and moving his arms was not something that ordinary defense could block. The weapon in the hands of the Martell family warriors was swung away by the powerful force, and his neck, the head on his neck only stayed on his neck for a second or two longer than the other besiegers. In just the blink of an eye, 4 people died under Linda's long sword. Originally, he attracted much attention because he stood alone in the competition field. Now, with his extremely efficient killing, he attracted more people's attention. Among these followers was the regicide Jaime Lannister. In fact, when Jaime followed Robert Baratheon to the sidelines of the tournament, he first saw Lind standing alone on the sidelines, and recognized him as the guard soldier of the Tyrell family that day. Because Lind left such a deep impression on him that day, not only because of the glory of Shadow Links, but also because Lind was the only one who didn't look at him, the regicide, with strange eyes this year. People, you have to know that even his sister, who has a very close relationship with him, showed a hint of abnormal emotions when talking about regicide, so this made him a little curious about Lind. Although he wanted to talk to Lind afterwards and wanted to know why he didn't look at him strangely, he had to stay at the Red Castle during this period and couldn't spare any time, so the idea was temporarily shelved. However, what he never expected was that he would see Lind in this group competition. And Lind also showed extraordinary exquisite swordsmanship, which made him even more curious about Lind. Intense. The area around Lind, who killed 4 people, was immediately empty. All nearby participants knew that Lind was not someone to be trifled with, so they subconsciously avoided Lind and chose other opponents. Lind did not continue to attack others, but stood there and observed the situation around. There are hundreds of people participating in the group competition. The competition field is extremely chaotic at the moment. Everyone is attacking the people around them. Randomly. Some people even accidentally hurt their teammates. In this case, they rashly broke into the melee. It will only hinder Linda's advantage in pace and movement, and fall into a situation where he is attacked from both sides. Moreover, this group competition will last for a long time, and it will become more and more difficult towards the end. Starting now to conserve energy in a planned way will allow Lind to go further in this competition. However, Linda's passive approach to work and conserving strength aroused dissatisfaction from the people around him. They cursed loudly that Lind was a weak coward, and yelled for others around him to attack Lind. Faced with this kind of insult, Lind didn't care at all and still stood in the middle of a group of melee people. However, because Lind was wearing the Rose badge of the Tyrell family, the insults gradually moved to the Rose family camp on the sidelines. Mace Tyrell, who couldn't stand the insults, wanted to order Lind to attack, but was stopped by Garland and Foley. Timo stopped him, and Maester Morris, who had a good impression of Lind, also persuaded the Duke not to give orders arbitrarily, and that the right thing to do is to let the people in the arena play freely. This stopped Duke Tyrell from doing this. Such folly. Although Duke Tyrell's order was blocked, the orders of other nobles were still implemented. 2 warriors from the north, under the orders of their respective masters, invariably let go of the attacking target and turned around. And he killed Lind, who had his back turned to them. Because of the suddenness of the incident, Lind didn't seem to notice the sneak attack behind him. He was completely unprepared and still looked ahead when the attacker's axe and sword fell towards his head. Seeing such a thrilling scene, many people in the Tyrell family who were watching the battle shouted, trying to alert Lind. However, before these reminders could reach Linda's ears through the noisy battlefield, Lind suddenly and mysteriously disappeared from the eyes of the 2 attackers. Immediately afterwards, the 2 of them felt a pain in their chests, followed by a wave of pain. A powerful impact fell on them, knocking them away and falling to the ground. Without getting up again, a large amount of blood emerged from the damage on their chests pierced by a long sword, and soon dyed the ground red. Compared to the 2 dead attackers who didn't know how they died until they died, the spectators around the arena saw Linda's attack clearly. They saw a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, who instantly shrunk by almost half as if by magic. He easily avoided the attack from behind, and then recognized the attack as if there were eyes behind him, the attacker's position, and then the whole person was ejected like a flea and hit the attacker behind him. At the same time, the 2 half-swords in his hands passed through the armpits and pierced into the attacker's chest with the impact, cleanly. 2 attackers were dealt with. Many people present had never seen such a wonderful and ingenious killing method, and the audience, who had been disgusted with Lind standing there and doing nothing, cheered for him. In the Tyrell family's camp, the guard soldiers who had served as Lind's training partners excitedly shouted the name of bear hunters. Lind did not relax after killing the 2 attackers, because at this time, 5 or 6 warriors from different families also obeyed their lord's orders and launched a siege on Lind, not at all because Lind had just killed him easily. The 2 of them were afraid of shrinking back. If these people were from the same family and knew how to cooperate with each other, Lind might have to spend a lot of time to deal with them. But in the face of these random attacks without coordination, he easily found the loopholes in the siege circle and relied on his agility to his movements and clever steps easily avoided the attacks of these people. At the same time, the long sword in his hand attacked the weak points of these people without any hesitation, killing them with one blow. As a result, the people around the competition field saw a strange scene. A warrior as strong as a bear moved as nimble as a civet. The long sword in his hand danced more gracefully than in a dance. A bunch of completely contradictory things. Things were blended together, and no one felt any sense of dissonance. Just when the audience was shocked by Linda's fighting style and the efficient killing it gave him, all those who attacked Lind died under his sword. Only then did everyone realize that Lind had already killed him in a short period of time. Killed more than a dozen enemies. The number of enemies killed was the highest among all present. Even King Robert, who was fully in combat mode and had the cooperation of his warriors, could not compare. For a time, cheers for Lind resounded throughout the competition arena. These cheers did not affect the warriors in the competition field. Most of them were already red-eyed and could not hear the sounds from the outside world at all. Different from the last time, this time after Lind solved his opponent, he no longer stood still and waited for the opportunity as before. Instead, he chose to take the initiative and start looking for a suitable target. The reason why he changed his strategy was because just after he dealt with the attackers, he saw that the leading soldiers of the Tully family, the Stark family, and the Aran family had noticed him and regarded him as a threat. Although they are not yet free to deal with Lind, they have taken the initiative to move the battle around Lind, vaguely surrounding Lind, not only trying to trap Lind, but also planning to besiege Lind again. Different from the previous warriors from small families, the warriors directly under these large families are veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time and have rich cooperation experience. If they are besieged by these veteran warriors, it will definitely not be a problem for Lind. Good thing, that's why he changed his strategy and took the initiative to defeat them one by one. Ever since, the audience outside the competition saw a burly man freely shuttled through the melee competition like a fish in the water. He perfectly dodged attacks from the surroundings and waved his hands every time someone would fall down with the long sword, and no one was injured. They were all killed with one blow. It was as if someone had been sent by a stranger to come here to harvest lives. Some people even began to count the people in dead Lind's hands, and as time went by, the number quickly exceeded the 50 mark, and showed no signs of stopping, and began to rush towards the 100 mark. On the competition field, Lind has now completely entered the killing state of the peace messenger. He no longer considers the cause and effect of this group competition, nor does he consider the various troubles he will face after the competition. Now the idea is to kill every enemy and make yourself the last person standing on the fighting field. And when he entered this killing state, he discovered for the first time how powerful the changes in his body and senses were. No matter how chaotic the surroundings were, he could always sense the trajectory of every enemy attack, and even entered it in a state similar to bullet time. Everything around him seemed to slow down, allowing him to more easily find dodge positions and attack weaknesses, thereby launching a fatal counterattack. It is no exaggeration to say that in this state, facing the elite warriors from various families around him, he was like a farmer harvesting weeds at will. If there are no accidents, the final winner of this competition will definitely be him. However, accidents often come so suddenly. Lind, who was completely immersed in the state of killing, did not realize that his physical strength was being depleted rapidly. By the time he realized it, most of his physical strength had been depleted and it began to affect his movements. Lind, who sensed something was wrong, immediately got out of the killing state, and after pulling out the sword from an enemy's neck, he did not continue to attack others. Instead, he stood there and looked at the people around him calmly, breathing slowly. Try to stay as steady as possible, not gasping for breath due to physical exhaustion, and make yourself look relaxed. His approach undoubtedly deceived the people around him. No one realized that his physical strength had reached its limit. In addition, the corpses piled at Linda's feet had frightened the soldiers who tried to besiege Lind, and no one dared to attack Lind again. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the competition ground. Everyone around was fighting, but the 20 meters around Linda's body was empty. Except for the corpse on the ground, only Lind was standing there. Chapter 34 Beating Up the King. For the surrounding audience, Lind's stop made them couldn't help but let out a cry of regret, because the number of people who died in Lind's hands had reached 87. Including almost all the noble families except the Tyrell family. Soldiers dispatched, especially the members of the Tully family, all the warriors including the leader, Sir Dalton, died in his hands, except for 2 members of the Aran family who retreated due to injuries from attacks by others. He also killed all the others. Although many of the people who died in Linda's hands were killed by Lind through sneak attacks while fighting others, this was not a shameful thing for the people around him. In fact, many people in the competition field did the same thing as Lind. The only difference was the number. It seemed that Lind could always find someone who could be attacked by surprise when fighting others. Now people are waiting for the person who died in Linda's hands to break through the 100th mark, but Lind suddenly stopped. There were sounds of regret in the competition field, and some people even loudly encouraged other participants. The attacker attacked Lind. However, the corpse at Linda's feet was so shocking that even those participants who had not seen Lind kill before were frightened. No matter how harsh the insults from the people on the sidelines were, they did not dare to enter the 10 kilometers around Lind. Within meters. At this moment, in the temporary camp of the Tyrell family, the dignitaries of the Rose family who were watching the battle were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Although there had been incidents in the past whether on the battlefield or in the competition field, there were many enemies, but this was the first time I saw Lind slaughtering nearly 100 people like he was mowing grass. Duke Mace Tyrell was stunned for a long time before turning to Garland and asking, "I remember what his name was." Lind from By Village. Garland nodded and then introduced Linda's identity again. He believed that his father would not forget Linda's name this time. After hearing that Garland recruited Lind to the Tyrell family from the Klein family, he praised him repeatedly, seemingly forgetting that Fertimo, the coach of Highgarden, was standing behind him. However, Maester Morith soon tugged on his clothes and reminded him. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten something, so he looked at the expressionless Fertimo awkwardly and said, "I remember my niece Menedith Crane has already settled in Highgarden. She is about the same age as my daughter Marjorie. Marjorie also needs a companion, so let her be Marjorie's female companion." Quote, "Yes, my lord, it is an honor for many to be Miss Marjorie's companion." Fertimo knew that this was Duke Tyrell's compensation for his family, and he responded directly without being polite. Duke Mace Tyrell once again focused his attention on the competition field ahead. While he was excited about Linda's outstanding performance, he could not help but worry, if that Lind fights against His Majesty the King, what will happen? Let's kill him too, right? Faced with the Duke's worries, Garland and Fertimo, who knew Lind well, were stunned. Looked at each other, and said uncertainly, "It shouldn't be, right?" In the competition field, the number of people has been reduced sharply to less than 100 people. Except for Lind, the remaining people are all injured. Even King Robert does not know who was hit in the head. The helmet was dented, and one of the antlers fell off. However, he did not feel tired. Instead, he looked excited, and the war hammer in his hand was still swinging very powerfully. Compared with Lind, who didn't survive after taking action, the others were obviously far behind. Most of them were injured and exited the competition field. There were not many people who actually died. This also made Lind, with a pile of corpses at his feet, in front of them. The middle stands out. At this time, King Robert was leading his remaining Storm's End guards and the remaining warriors from the Vale, Riverlands, and the north to besiege the remaining Lannister warriors, and was about to overwhelm the Lannister warriors, solve it completely. The Tyrell Duke's guard fell early in the siege, and only 9 members of the entire guard walked out of the competition field alive. Sir Salif, who had previously stated that he would not save Lind, was hit with a warhammer from behind at the beginning of the war. Hit in the head, life or death was uncertain. Although the remaining Duke's guards tried their best to cooperate, because they had no commander, they were eventually scattered by attackers from all directions and ended in defeat. On the other side, there are still 6 remaining warriors of the Martell family in Dorne. It is obvious that they have all participated in battles similar to dueling competitions. They know how to cooperate with each other, and they can still cope with the siege of more than a dozen warriors from small noble families. With ease and even reverse suppression, it seems like they should be the final victors of this battlefield. In addition, there were some remaining noble warriors who came to Linda's side. Regardless of life and death, they seemed not to know that all the corpses on the ground were made by Lind. As a result, they also became part of the corpses on the ground and died in Linda's hands. The number of people has also increased to 94. After more than 10 minutes passed, the winners and losers were quickly determined on the two battlefields. Although the Lannister warriors had sophisticated equipment and were themselves battle-hardened veterans, they faced King Robert. The siege he led was still unsuccessful and he withdrew from the competition field. When they withdrew, they also took away most of the people around King Robert. Now, there are only 3 people left around King Robert. Looking at the badges on the 3 people, one should be from the Karstark family in the north. The other 2 were warriors from the Tampatan family in 9-Star City in the valley, and judging from the equipment they should all be of noble origin. On the other side, the warriors of the Dorne Martell family have also eliminated all their opponents. 2 of them died on the competition field, and the remaining 4 were all very scarred. They looked at each other and did not attack alone. Lind, alone, rushed towards King Robert. The 3 warriors standing next to King Robert naturally would not allow the Dornish warriors to approach King Robert, and they also rushed forward to block it. However, these 3 noble warriors obviously underestimated the fighting spirit of the Dornish warriors. 3 of the 4 Dornish warriors exchanged their lives for lives like dead soldiers, and died together with the noble warriors, while the remaining ones rushed towards he killed King Robert, and it seemed that he planned to use the same method to die with King Robert. The people around him obviously saw what the Dornish warrior was thinking, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The Kingsguard also rushed to the arena, ready to stop him. However, King Robert didn't care about the Dornish warrior's thoughts. He rushed towards the Dornish warriors like a chariot. He blocked the Dornish warrior's scimitar with his right armor holding the warhammer, and at the same time pinched it with his left hand. He grabbed the Dornish warrior's throat, and then used force to break his neck. "What are you doing? The contest is not over yet. Whoever let you in, get out." At this time, King Robert saw the Kingsguard and the Golden Robes rushing into the contest field, and immediately shouted at them. Everyone stopped and saw King Robert throwing the bodies of the Dornish warriors on the ground. They relaxed a little and walked out of the arena one after another. At this moment, only Lind and King Robert were left in the arena, and the entire arena became quiet. Robert Baratheon stared at Lind, the last opponent, and his eyes swept over the corpses on the ground, and the expression on his face became much more solemn. Although he was focused on the battle just now, he could still hear the cheers from the surrounding audience, knowing that an absurdly strong warrior had appeared on the competition field, and nearly 100 people had died in his hands. At the time, he thought it was just a bystander's illusion, but now that he saw Lind and the body at his feet, he began to believe the content of those cheers. At the same time, Lind was also observing Robert Baratheon, thinking quickly about strategies to deal with the enemy. There is no doubt that the current Robert Baratheon cannot be compared to him more than 10 years later. He is at his peak at this moment, and his strength far exceeds that of ordinary knights. In addition, he was wearing heavy armor, and there was a layer of inner armor made of special braid inside the armor. Among the various attacks he encountered just now, in addition to the attack on his head that slightly injured him, there were also a few injuries on his body. The attacks coming at him were unable to damage his heavy armor at all, and some attacks were even blocked by the inner armor even if they hit the gaps in the armor. Although the half-hand sword in Linda's hand is made of special materials, it is still unknown whether it can break through the opponent's heavy armor and inner armor defense. Once the attack fails to be effective, the opponent's combat experience will definitely seize the opportunity to counterattack. He will also fall into a passive state. The more important point is that the opponent is a king. If he really causes fatal damage to him, he will definitely be dead afterwards. No one will let him go because of the rules of the tournament, so his attack will definitely afraid of hands and feet. Thinking of this, he had the idea of giving up fighting and withdrawing from the competition field. However, Robert Baratheon standing opposite seemed to see through his intention to retreat, so he did not give Lind a chance to speak, and rushed towards him with his warhammer, forcing the battle to begin. Facing Robert Baratheon, who was charging towards him, Lind instantly put aside all worries and entered the fighting state directly. Holding a half-sword tightly with both hands, he faced Robert. Robert, who rushed to Lind, skillfully raised the warhammer in his hand and swung it horizontally towards Linda's waist. While swinging the warhammer, he was also ready for Lind to dodge, and as long as Lind dodges, and no matter which direction he dodges, his subsequent attacks will follow, leaving Lind no chance to counterattack. However, in the face of Robert's attack, Lind did something that surprised everyone present. He directly let go of the half-sword in his hand, and then leapt into the air outside the range of Robert's swing of the warhammer. The body curled up in the air just avoided the warhammer sweeping down below, and then flew towards Robert with all his strength. Before Robert could react, Lind himself was extremely burly. Taking into account the weight of his armor and the power of his sprint, when his feet kicked on Robert's body, although Robert was not injured due to the protection of his armor, his body was kicked by a huge force. It flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Moreover, when he fell to the ground, his head also hit the ground due to the weight of the helmet, which caused the heavy blow to his head to relapse. He suddenly fell into a short-term dizziness and was unable to climb up immediately, stand up. On the other hand, Lind had already been prepared. When he landed, he rolled on the ground quickly, taking away the impact force when he landed, and stood up from the ground. Without hesitation, he rushed to King Robert, who was lying on the ground, and kicked Robert's hand that was holding the warhammer hard. The powerful force directly broke his arm. Then, when Robert screamed because of the pain in his arm, he sat down on Robert's body, pressed his arms with his feet, raised his hands and bowed left and right, and punched Robert hard on the head. Although Robert wanted to block it with his arms, one of his arms was broken by Linda's kick just now, and the other arm was directly pressed under Linda's feet. There was no way to stop him, and he could only passively bear Linda's blow. Boxing with iron gauntlets. Soon his handsome face became visibly swollen, blood flowed from the damaged areas, and he fell into a semi-conscious state. "That's enough. I think you've had enough of the Tyrell warriors." Just when Lind was about to knock Robert Baratheon completely unconscious, a long sword fell on him from one side, neck, and heard Jaime Lannister's voice coming from behind. Hearing this voice, Lind lowered his raised hand and turned to look at Jaime Lannister. While panting, he stood up from King Robert, and under the threat of the sword around his neck, King Robert away from the earth. In fact, although Lind was beating King Robert, he did not relax his vigilance about the surrounding environment. When Jaime Lannister rushed over and pointed his sword at him, he did not aim at various vital parts of his body, but it was more like drawing a sword in a threatening manner, so he judged that Jaime Lannister was not in danger, so he did not avoid it and allowed the opponent to put the sword on his neck. Now it seems that his judgment was not wrong. At the same time, Sir Barristan and other Kingsguards also rushed out to check on King Robert. Some others walked to Lind and wanted to arrest him, but were stopped by Jaime Lannister. Tay was stopped. The arena became silent at this moment. The surrounding audience had no idea that this group competition would end in such a situation. The king was beaten on the arena and the final champion was threatened. Everyone was waiting for the final result, especially the people of the Tyrell family are extremely interested. After all, Lind is from their family. What are you waiting for? Why haven't you arrested this guy who attacked the king? At this time, Queen Cersei came over angrily and shouted orders to the people around her. This order spread throughout the entire arena, and bursts of noise rang out inside and outside the arena, and some people even booed. Obviously, Queen Cersei's order was completely tarnishing this wonderful event in their opinion. Group competition. The gold robes around him heard the order and immediately stepped forward to capture Lind. Although Jaime Lannister wanted to stop him, he hesitated because the order was given by Cersei. Chapter 35 Energy bar full. Go away. What do you idiots want to do? At this moment, Robert Baratheon's roar came out, and then he saw him with a bruised nose and face covered in blood in front of Sir Barristan. With the help of others, he stood up, glared at the golden robes, and said, "Who let you break into the martial arts arena? You idiots, do you know what you have done? You have ruined this incomparable glory. In this competition, you have embarrassed me and all the participants, and you haven't put away the damn weapons in your hands." All the golden robes showed fear upon hearing this, put away their weapons and backed away from Lind. Jaime Lannister also took back the sword placed on Lind's neck, and then walked back to Queen Cersei's side. Cersei shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? He just wanted to kill you. Shut up, woman. This is a matter between warriors, you are not allowed to interfere." Robert pushed Ser Barristan away with force, stood firm, walked to Cersei, and said to her angrily, "You should go back to your dormitory now, take care of the child honestly, and don't cause trouble for me." As he said, he glared at Jaime Lannister beside him and said, "What are you waiting for? Kill. Your Majesty, take your sister back to the castle now and don't let her embarrass me here again." Robert Baratheon shouted so rudely at his siblings in front of so many people inside and outside the tournament, which made the two of them look extremely embarrassed, and Lord Tywin, who was watching from the sidelines, also had a gloomy look on his face. Incomparable, but he did not end up supporting his children. Instead, he whispered a few instructions to the people around him and asked that person to pass his words to the two siblings. After hearing Duke Tywin's message, James and Cersei looked at Duke Tywin and then at King Robert. Without saying anything, they left one after another with the Red Castle guards and golden robes. Tournament field. After the Lannister siblings left, Robert turned to look at Lind, who was picking up the two half-hand swords from the ground and putting them back into their sheaths. He asked in a deep voice, "What is your name, Tyrell warrior?" "Name, Lind the Bear Hunter." Before Lind could answer, the people around him from Highgarden shouted loudly. At the same time, people from other cities in the Reach who heard the song of the Bear Hunter also shouted in joy. "Bear Hunter Lind is name. Lind the Bear Hunter, it seems you are not an unknown person. I remember you. Lind the Bear Hunter, the man who defeated the king." Robert nodded, then walked to Lind and grabbed him. He grabbed Lind's arm, raised it high, and shouted loudly, "Cheer for our champion Lind. Fight the king, fight the king." Cheers echoed around the arena, gradually spreading throughout King's Landing. Although Lind won the team competition championship, the dignitaries of the Tyrell family were not happy about it. After Lind returned to the camp, he was taken to the camp before he could take off his armor. From the expressions on the faces of the people in the camp, it was not difficult for Lind to guess that they were not here to celebrate his victory in the group competition, but to question him. Before Duke Mace Tyrell could speak, a noble next to him spoke first and asked, "Do you know what you have done?" "Lind from White Village." The nobleman deliberately told Linda's origins to hint at Linda's low status. However, Lind did not show any panic or worry. Instead, he said extremely calmly, "Of course I know what I did. Don't you think so? Are you confused? Didn't I just win the team competition for the Tyrell family? You don't remember what happened just now? Is it possible that you are so forgetful?" PFF'd. Hearing Lind's words, Garland Tyrell couldn't help laughing, but he immediately realized that this was a rude move, so he suppressed his laughter and let his expression tighten. "Damn it, of course I know we won the group competition," the noble said angrily, "but you dare to attack the king." "Wrong, sir, I think you are mistaken. I did not attack the king, I just attacked a warrior participating in a group competition." Lind directly refuted the nobleman's accusation, and then said indignantly. Mace Tyrell asked, "Your Majesty Duke, I remember that you asked me to participate in the group competition and asked me to win as much as possible. However, I have won the victory now, won honor for the Tyrell family, and helped improve the situation. The Lear family has won the respect of all the nobles, and also the respect of King Robert. Am I wrong to do this?" Quote. Upon hearing Lind's question, Duke Mace Tyrell was unable to answer for a while. Although Lind's attack on King Robert almost caused disaster to the Tyrell family, Duke Tyrell could not say that Lind had done something wrong. Because as Lind said, he performed the tasks he assigned perfectly, and he should be Praised and rewarded, rather than questioned and blamed. If Duke Tyrell says he did something wrong, there will be others in the future. Whoever is willing to serve the Tyrell family, I am afraid that many of these vassals in the tent will have strange ideas by then. Although they will not be disloyal, they may not be able to do their best when working for the Tyrell family in the future. At this time, Duke Tyrell thought about how he was on his way back to the camp. He received congratulations from other nobles in the Seven Kingdoms one after another, and even the Stark family in the north sent people to hope that he could send people there. Discussing some matters with the leader of the team, Benjen Stark, was a level of attention he had never experienced this year. Obviously, the changes in the attitude of these new dynasty dignitaries towards him came from Lin's victory in the group competition. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Lin should not be questioned or blamed. This also made him confused as to why he suddenly made the decision to hold Lin accountable, and he did not know how to calm down the matter. Seeing that Duke Tyrell was in trouble, Garland took the initiative to explain to his father. Bear Hunter, of course you are not wrong. Your performance in this group competition was very good. In fact, the main reason why I called you here is to ask questions. What reward do you want? After all, you have established prestige and glory for the Tyrell family in the Seven Kingdoms. You must be rewarded for such a great contribution. As he said this, he looked at the person who jumped out to accuse. The nobleman of Lin said, Sir Izzy, I think you may have misunderstood my father's meaning. Yes, Sir Izzy must have misunderstood. Duke Tyrell quickly echoed Garland's remarks and said, now that the steps are in front of him, Lin will naturally not continue to make trouble, and salutes Duke Tyrell very respectfully, saying, it is an honor for me to serve the Tyrell family, and I don't want any rewards. If you dare to speak without authorization, I believe that the Tyrell family has its own standards for rewards for meritorious service, and I will completely follow the family's arrangements. Duke Mace Tyrell pretended to be majestic and said, don't worry, the Tyrell family will never be stingy with rewards for meritorious people. You can go back and rest now. I think, after such a melee, you should also be very happy, tired. After hearing this, Lin bowed and retreated, preparing to return to his tent. Wait, but when he was about to walk out of the tent, Garland stopped him. When he turned around and looked over in confusion, he pointed to the sword on his waist and said, I think these two you should return the sword to me. Lin smiled, took off the sword, held it in both hands, handed it back to Garland, and said, I was able to win this group competition in the end thanks to the pair of swords you lent me, Lord Garland. I thought I would return it to you after cleaning it up. Garland forcefully took the two swords and handed them to the servant beside him, then shook his head repeatedly and said, no. If you clean it up, you won't be able to show the value of these swords. You must know that this was a feat of nearly killing 100 people in a martial arts tournament. After today, these swords will definitely become legendary artifacts, and I will keep them well. After hearing Garland's words, the people in the tent couldn't help laughing, and the tense atmosphere immediately eased. At this time, Fertimo also added, don't clean up my armor later. Just take it off and have it delivered to me. Yes, sir. Lind responded with a smile. After walking out of the main tent of the camp, Lind walked towards his own tent. At this time, both the Tyrell warriors who came with him and those who stayed in King's Landing during the Battle of the Usurper were in the camp. People came forward to salute Lind one after another, and looked at Lind with eyes filled with awe. After all, Lind's strength has been deeply engraved in their minds through this tournament. Even though Lind is only a knight's attendant now, they are as respectful as if they were meeting those big shots. Lind persuaded all the people gathered outside his tent to retreat on the grounds that he was too tired and needed rest. Then he asked his assistant Raoul to help him remove all the armor. He did not clean it up according to Fortimo's request, but directly gave it to him. Fortimo sent it over. When Lind was the only one left in the tent, he did not rest immediately. Instead, he released Glory from the iron cage. Although he was only locked up for a while, Glory had become a little irritable and the iron bars of the cage were bitten. A series of cracks appeared. After being released, he even expressed anger at Lin Deguan's own actions and bit Linda's wrist. However, it didn't bite hard, it was more like holding it in its mouth to express its anger. Lind also comforted him for a while and fed him food for a while before he completely calmed down Glory. At this time, he was lying on the simple wooden bed, stroking Glory while allowing his body to fully relax and quickly recover from his tired state. Although in the previous competition field, he seemed to be able to kill those enemies with ease, in fact, he was exerting himself physically and mentally to the extreme. In the competition field, he didn't feel it when his mental power was highly concentrated. Now that he has returned to the camp and a relatively safe place, his whole body has relaxed. The mental exhaustion and fatigue caused by the high-speed running of his mind and body physical injuries also surfaced, and he could only lie in bed and recover slowly. Fortunately, the extreme fatigue and soreness did not last long. After his body and mind adapted to this adverse reaction, he returned to his normal state, but his movements may be much slower than usual. Although his body had recovered somewhat, he did not get up from the bed. At this moment, his attention was already devoted to the energy bar of the golden finger in his brain. Before participating in the team competition, Lin checked the progress of this energy bar. At that time, almost a quarter was not filled, but now the energy bar is full, which seems to mean that Lin can get from the golden finger gain new strength. However, he soon fell into confusion, because he found that after the energy bar was filled, there was no movement. The energy bar always remained the same, as if it was just a decoration, filled or not filled. There is no difference in Mandu. Even if you focus on the energy bar, the energy bar does not appear to be stimulated. This made Lin couldn't help but wonder if his golden finger could only be used once, that is when he fused the peacemaker with him. But he quickly rejected this speculation. He felt that his golden finger should not be that simple. After pondering for a moment, he thought of something, and his eyes fell on the box in the tent where the keel was stored. He remembered that he had accidentally discovered that the keel bone could make gold finger react to the energy bar, and then he made various attempts to see what kind of changes the keel bone could cause gold finger to have. But in the end, nothing was found. Apart from the hot breath pouring into the body from the keel, which made the golden fingers flash, there was no other reaction. Now he thought about it and wondered whether the activation conditions after the gold finger energy bar was filled were related to the reaction of those dragon bones. Thinking of this, he endured the pain in his body and dragged the box full of dragon bones to the bedside. Then he ordered his assistant Rahul to guard outside the tent and not let anyone disturb his rest. Then he opened the box and put his hand on it. On the keel. Just like the previous test, the keel conveyed a fiery breath, and when it spread to his whole body, the energy bar began to flicker and flicker. He concentrated on the flickering energy bar again, and the result was the same as before. There is no difference, the energy bar remains the same. Finding that things were not as simple as he thought, Lind was a little disappointed, but not frustrated. He still believed that the keel should be related to the activation of the energy bar, but his method might be wrong. Just when he was about to stop the test temporarily and let go of his hand from the keel, he suddenly discovered that the energy bar had changed unknowingly just now. These changes are not obvious. If you don't concentrate, you won't notice it at all. You can only see some faint shadows at both ends of the energy bar. And as time goes by, the shadows gradually become more obvious, and finally form two people. Film. One of the two figures is blurry, as if it is constantly changing its shape, but the other is extremely clear, that is, one person holding two swords. When the two figures were fully formed, Lin tried to focus on the two figures, and at the same time, there was some more information in his mind. It turns out that these two figures are the two choices given to him by Goldfinger. The vague figures represent unknown powers. They are to select a new candidate among other for honor heroes, so that he can obtain new character powers and master new powers. The weapon usage, while another figure holding two swords also gives him another Character who uses two swords, enhancing his ability to use two swords and taking his two-sword swordsmanship to a higher level. Chapter 36 Fusion of the second character. Having determined that dragon bones are the key condition for stimulating Goldfinger's energy bar, Lin couldn't help but feel lucky that he could obtain so many dragon bones from the faceless man Bovo. Otherwise, he would have found a way to sneak into the red keep and sneak into the cellar. Stealing the keel. Lin was not in a hurry to make a choice at this moment. He carefully analyzed the pros and cons of Goldfinger's two choices, and he found that the information provided by these two choices was so little that he could not make any choice. It's like gambling. For example, if he chooses a new hero and masters a new weapon, will his combat power really be improved? In his opinion, it is not necessarily true. After all, his current double swords combined with the extraordinary senses given by his body have given him inhuman combat power. Giving up the double swords and using new weapons will only increase his combat power to a limited extent, and even it may weaken his combat effectiveness. As for choosing to continue to improve his dual swords, he really couldn't think of any room for improvement in his dual swords use. Maybe the dual swordsmanship he finally acquired just overlapped with his fighting style, which was wasted on him. A chance to choose. After careful study, he was certain that the information he obtained from Goldfinger was definitely only part of it. There must be other contents hidden behind the two choices of the energy bar, and those contents were the power that Goldfinger could really give him. After thinking about it again and again, Lin felt like he was suffering from difficulty in making a choice, so he did not continue to think about it, but followed his instinct and decisively chose the figure holding two swords. Although it is very tempting to gain a new hero's combat experience and how to use new weapons, he still feels that it may be safer to continue developing in the direction of dual swords. Even if the final result is not satisfactory, he can do it again next time. Given the choice, there is still time for him to accumulate energy bars. Just after he made his choice, the energy in the energy bar was immediately injected into the figure holding the two swords, and the figure began to change rapidly. At the same time, he felt the hot breath pouring into his hands become more and faster. If the fiery aura was just a stream of water at the beginning, then now it is like a flash flood. At the same time, the dragon bones in the box were turned into ashes one by one in Linda's hands, as if the last remaining power in the dragon bones had been completely drained away. When about 2/3 of the keel in the box was missing, the selected figure holding the two swords no longer changed, and the image quickly became clear. I saw that this was a very tall knight, who seemed to be more than 2 meters tall. He was wearing an exquisite full-body heavy armor with mysterious runes all over his body, and a gorgeous helmet on his head. The most eye-catching thing on the helmet was the top. There is a dragon-shaped crown with wings spread. In addition, this knight also wore two swords, but these two swords are not like Linda's broad-bladed half-hand sword, nor are they knight swords. Judging from the length of the blade and the length of the hilt, they are more like two knight's swords. Lin simply couldn't imagine using a knight's sword to use two-sword swordsmanship. Even with his current strength, it was a bit difficult to wield a knight's sword with one hand, let alone wielding it with one hand at the same time, and he was heavily armored. Coupled with the knight's sword, completely abandoning the agile pace. Judging from the peacemaker's combat experience, this is simply asking for death. Feeling that he might have made the wrong choice, Lin looked at the knight's figure that was becoming clearer and clearer with some annoyance. Suddenly he felt that he had seen this knight somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. When the figure of the knight was completely clear, the entire image of the knight turned into a ray of light and merged into Lin's mind. A large amount of information also poured in, and Lin's consciousness was also passively pulled into it, outside. It seemed that Lin had fallen into a coma. At the same time, nearly 3/4 of the remaining keel bones in the box in Linda's hand were instantly turned into ashes. The fiery breath contained in the keel bones was integrated into Linda's body, and Linda's whole person seemed to became as hot as fire. Glory, which was lying on Linda's body, obviously didn't like the hot temperature, but it did not move away from Linda's body. Instead, it moved to Linda's head and hugged Linda's head, while Glory's body changed. It was extremely cold, like a piece of ice, which in disguise helped Lind weaken the side effects of the hot breath. About half an hour later, the hot aura in Linda's body began to subside. It disappeared completely within a few minutes, and Linda's body temperature returned to normal. Although Lind's height and body shape have not changed much, if you look closely, you can still see that the muscles on Lind's body have become much stronger, which makes him look thinner. After the fiery breath subsided, Lind also broke away from the new knowledge he had gained in his mind. After he regained consciousness, he did not open his eyes. He was still lying on the bed, but there was a look of surprise on his face, and his breathing was even more excited. The mood became much heavier. After calming down a little, he said to himself, "I didn't expect that the newly acquired character turned out to be him, the #1 master in Sol City." Before this, Lind had always thought that Goldfinger's characters were all in For Honor. But now he discovered that For Honor was only the basic character of Goldfinger, and there were also higher-level characters that existed in other games on his hard drive. Characters. For example, the character he got now is the double-sword red-eyed homeless knight from the game Elden's Ring, known as the #1 master in Sol City. Even though the memory of his past life has become increasingly blurred, Lind still remembers the experience of being tortured by the homeless knight in Sol City when he was playing the Elden Ring. Although the homeless knight with red eyes and double swords is just an ordinary knight, he has boss-like strength. Among the mortals who use double swords in the entire Elden Circle, he can definitely be regarded as the first. What's more important is that his swords are not only powerful in swordsmanship, but also enchanted. Coupled with his own ability to teleport and flash, he has become the strongest knight without a home. This time, Lind gained not only the combat experience of the characters but also various training experiences and occult knowledge of the characters. He also had complete forging drawings of the full body armor of the Lost Knight and the great sword of the Lost Knight. It can be said that he will all the memories of a lost knight except the memories of his life were instilled in him. There is no doubt that if the Peacemaker's swordsmanship is still at the level of a mortal, then the swordsmanship of the Lost Knight has truly reached the extraordinary level. What's more important is that Lind discovered that he can also rely on the training methods of the Lost Knight. Giving yourself the extraordinary power of a Lost Knight does not require any special physique. Through his memory, Lind learned that the extraordinary power used by the homeless knight mainly came from two sources. One was from the category of external force. This external force was the dragon runes on the homeless knight's body armor and weapons. Dragon runes are a unique rune power of the homeless knights. The homeless knights engrave different dragon runes on their armor and weapons, so that the dragon runes can absorb the surrounding energy at all times to enchant the armor and weapons. When performing corresponding sword skills, the runes can release the corresponding energy attached to weapons and armor, producing effects similar to hurricanes and freezing. The ultimate strength of the effect depends entirely on the enchantment time of the dragon rune. That is to say, the older and more complete the armor and weapons of the homeless knight are, the stronger the enchantment will be. In the memory of the homeless knight, there was once a time when the homeless knight wore an extremely ancient piece of armor and weapons, and performed a freezing sword technique that directly froze a plane, and even the dragon was frozen. However, the dragon rune is not without its flaws. This flaw is that the energy or magic power absorbed and stored by the dragon rune is not endless. Once it is used up, it needs to be slowly restored, just like a rechargeable battery. Compared to external forces such as dragon runes, the real power of the homeless knight is actually the dragon feast ritual. The real name of the homeless knights should actually be the dragon-worshipping knights. They were the first group of knights established because of their belief in dragons. Dragon images can be seen everywhere in their armor and weapons. Even the homeless knights. There are also dragon-like designs on the flag. Because they believed in dragons and longed to gain the power of dragons, they invented dragon runes. Later, they were not satisfied with the extraordinary power generated by the blessing of External forces. They also hoped to have the power of a dragon, so they came up with the Dragon Feast Ceremony. Through the Dragon Feast Ceremony, they can extract power from the remains of the dragon to strengthen themselves, and even more, they can inspire extraordinary powers. Similar to dragons. This is why the Homeless Knights are as famous as the Furnace Knights. However, as the Lost Knights were defeated and exiled to various places, some of the Lost Knights felt that their defeat was because they were not strong enough, so they made some modifications to the dragon feasting ceremony. The method of extracting power from the remains of the dragon was directly transformed into killing a dragon and then eating its heart to gain power. Among the memories obtained by Lind, there is content related to directly eating dragon hearts to perform dragon feasting rituals. Although this method can quickly increase the power of the Homeless Knight, it also contains huge hidden dangers, the biggest of which just going crazy and mutating. In fact, the dragon feast ritual itself has such side effects, but when they absorb the dragon remains, the side effects are not very effective. This may be because the power contained in the remains has been precipitated by time, and the violence contained in it is all the aura has been exhausted, and coupled with the strong will of the Lost Knight and the dragon rune necklace that specifically targets chaotic thoughts, there will naturally be no problem in absorbing it. But directly killing the dragon and eating its heart, the power gained in this way must be full of the dragon's violence and resentment. Perhaps the Homeless Knight can use his own will to resist the influence of the violent will once or twice, but if it happens more times, it will definitely he will miss. As long as he misses once, his body will be completely assimilated. This is how the original red-eyed Homeless Knight came about. Not to mention whether there are any side effects of the dragon feasting ritual that swallows the dragon's heart, or whether there are still living dragons in the current world of ice and fire. Even if there are dragons, and Lind can still find the lair where the dragon is, he runs to it. It's definitely not slaying a dragon. With his current strength, it's more like delivering food to a dragon. On the contrary, the normal dragon feasting ceremony was suitable for him. After all, there were a large number of dragon bones placed in the cellar of the Red Castle, and there were still many dragon bones in his box. Although the power that a normal dragon feasting ritual can enhance is far from comparable to that of swallowing the dragon's heart, it is enough for him to roam the world of ice and fire. You must know that the Peacemaker's two-sword swordsmanship has already made him so powerful that he is almost invincible in a duel, and the Homeless Knight's two-sword swordsmanship can increase his combat power several times, and the Homeless Knight's sword is even more powerful. Suitable for fighting on horseback, this undoubtedly makes him even more powerful in mounted combat. The Dragon Feast ritual can even give him more powerful inhuman power, which will undoubtedly allow him to stand more firmly in this world. Make the armor and weapons first. After Linda sorted out his thoughts, he immediately had an idea. If it is before a group competition, this matter may be a little difficult. After all, a piece of high-quality steel plate armor is already worth a lot of money in Westeros. Otherwise, Fertimo would not just borrow that plate armor for him to use, if he wanted to forge a full body-heavy armor like the Homeless Knight that was thicker than ordinary plate armor. The price would most likely be 10 or even 10 times that of plate armor. But now that he has won the team competition championship, he has a championship bonus of 20,000 gold dragons. 20,000 gold dragons should be enough to use to build heavy armor and weapons. As for forging materials, he naturally would not expect to use Valyrian steel. This is not a matter of price, but that there is not much Valyrian steel handed down now, and they are all made into swords. There is no idle Valyrian steel at all. Yagong is given to Lind for use. It is enough to use the materials of Garland's two swords. Although the steel is not as good as Valyrian steel, it is much stronger than ordinary steel. After he is engraved with dragon runes, this kind of steel will the strength of steel can undergo some unknown transformation and become harder under the influence of dragon rune energy. Linda's memories of the Homeless Knight include the story of the Homeless Knight cutting off the dragon's bones with his knight's great sword, and the material used by the Homeless knight to forge his armor and knight's great sword is ordinary iron ore. After finishing absorbing and sorting out the memory of the lost knight, Lind opened his eyes and prepared to stand up, but he immediately felt the ice on top of his head, heavy, as if an ice pack had been pressed against him. He reached out and grabbed the top of his head, and immediately caught the glory lying on top of his head. Then he grabbed it off, put it in front of his eyes, and said with a smile, "Why are you lying on top of my head?" Not sure if he understood Linda's words, Glory screamed at him a few times, and then he felt the cold fur on Glory's body in his hand began to return to normal. Although he couldn't understand what Glory said, judging from the fact that Glory's body became extremely cold and he took the initiative to lie on top of his head, something must have happened when he activated the golden finger just now. At this time, his eyes swept over the box containing the keel next to his feet, and the situation in the box made him stunned. Then he put down Glory, stood up from the bed, and carefully checked the situation inside the tent. The reason why he was so alert was because he found that there were a lot less dragon bones in the box. He remembered that when he activated the golden finger, there were still a lot of dragon bones left in the box, but now there were only a few fist-sized pieces left in the box. The keel, and the rest were all turned into ashes. This made him wonder if someone had sneaked into the tent and stolen some dragon bones while he was absorbing and sorting out the memories of the lost knights. But he quickly rejected this speculation, because if someone really broke into the tent, then Glory would definitely attack the intruder, not to mention that there were people guarding outside the tent. Since no one broke in, how come there were so few keel bones? Lind was confused and felt thirsty at the same time. He wanted to pick up the kettle on the table and pour a glass of water, but when he picked up the cup when he was doing it, he exerted a slight force on his palm, and the oak cup immediately shattered as if it were made of paper. Chapter 37 Dragon Rune Necklace. Looking at the broken cup, Lind looked at his hand again. He immediately realized something and followed him to use some testing methods to check the condition of his body very carefully. The results surprised him, because he found that while absorbing and sorting out the memories of the lost knight, he also completed a dragon feast ceremony under the influence of Golden Finger. Although this dragon feast ceremony did not bring him particularly extraordinary power, it did increase his strength a lot. He felt that if he were allowed to return to the competition arena now, even if he did not use any tricks, even if it's a head-on fight, you can still win the final victory. What's more important is that his body's strength now allows Lind to start using the dual swordsmanship of the Lost Knight without the need for high-intensity strength training, because he is strong enough to wield two knight's swords. In addition to strength, he also found that his bones and internal organs had become much stronger, which was equivalent to improving his overall physique to a higher level. This not only helped him have faster speed, stronger strength, and longer endurance, but also it can greatly improve his recovery speed after injury. The current physical strength made Lind couldn't help but think of a person, that is the Magic Mountain, and it is not the Magic Mountain in the normal state, but the Magic Mountain made into a living dead. Although it cannot be as immortal as the corpse version of the Magic Mountain, at least the physical quality shouldn't be much worse. This was only the effect of the Dragon Feast ritual, which made Lind begin to look forward to the second Dragon Feast ritual bringing more changes to him. It's just that the next Dragon Feast ceremony cannot be held in a short time, because if the power brought by this Dragon Feast ceremony is not thoroughly digested and the side effects contained in it are not solved, then using the Dragon Feast ritual again will only cause some unforeseen consequences, expected changes, and those changes are usually not good ones. While he was excited about the improvement in his physical fitness, Lind also had some headaches about the side effects of the Dragon Feast ritual. Now he has felt this side effect, because when he thinks about opponents and enemies, he can't help but have some violent emotions. This violent emotion combined with the memory of the Peacemaker battle has caused a negative impact on Lind's spirit. The huge impact has become a problem that he urgently needs to solve now. As for the solution, it is also very simple. There is a solution in the training method of the Lost Knight. You only need an obsidian called dragon crystal and make it into the corresponding dragon rune necklace. If you wear it for a long time, you can little by little it alleviates the side effects and eventually eliminates them completely, but it is ineffective in the face of a completely out of control situation. Thinking of the effect of the dragon crystal rune necklace, Lind couldn't help but want to make one immediately, so he called Raoul in, who was guarding outside the tent, and asked, "Did anything happen when I was resting just now?" Raoul shook his head and said, "No, everything is normal. However, Mr. Garland sent someone to look for you, but when he heard that you were resting, he did not enter the tent. He just asked me to convey that you do not need to perform these tasks in the past few days. For any task, you can take a good rest and stroll around King's Landing. In addition, the championship bonuses have been sent to you. The Duke has exchanged them for gold tickets from the Rose Trading Company. They are now placed with Lord Garland. You can go there at any time. Pick." Lind was not surprised that the bonus would be exchanged for gold tickets from Rose Trading Company, although there would be some losses during the exchange process. Compared with the trouble of having to look after 20,000 gold dragons at any time, this loss was nothing. Insignificant. He was not in a hurry to withdraw the huge sum of money. It was obviously better to leave it with Garland and let Garland keep it for him than to carry the huge sum of money with him and pay attention to its safety at all times. "Do you know where I can buy obsidian?" Lind then asked. "Obsidian?" Raoul was stunned, and then asked doubtfully, "What is that?" Lind explained using a more popular name, "It's dragon crystal." "Huh, that thing seems to be sold in places that sell gems, and it seems to be available in blacksmith shops." Raoul was not very clear and answered vaguely. Lind shook his head and said, "What I need is a complete large piece of obsidian, not fragments." Raoul thought for a while and said, "I remember that Scar-Eyed Mitt of the Shield team seemed to have a dragon crystal dagger, and he always showed it off." Scar-Eyed Mitt. Lind thought about it for a moment, and soon remembered that this man seemed to have been his sparring partner, and he had good sword and shield skills. It took him a lot of effort to break through his shield defense. Thinking of this, he ordered, "Go and ask Scar-Eye if he is willing to sell the dagger." "Okay, sir." After hearing this, Raoul immediately walked out of the tent and ran toward the shield team's camp at a trot. After a while, Raoul returned to the tent and brought someone with him. This person was Scar-Eyed Mitt. "Great Bear Hunter, I am willing to dedicate my dragon crystal dagger to you as a gift." Before Raoul could speak, Scar-Eyed Mitt took out the obsidian dagger from his waist, held it in both hands, and offered it to Lind Road. Lind did not take the dagger, but looked at Scar-Eyed Mitt and said, "What do you want?" Scar-Eyed Mitt showed a look of reverence on his face and said, "I sincerely admire you. And am willing to." Lind interrupted the other party and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have that much time to bother you. Tell your true thoughts. If it is reasonable, I will consider it." Scar-Eyed Mitt was silent for a moment and said, "I want to join the cavalry." Lind was stunned and said, "My cavalry team is full." "No, I'm talking about the new cavalry." Scar-Eyed Mitt gently opened the tent curtain with a cautious look, looked outside through the gap, and saw no one outside, lowered his voice, and said, "I have a friend who serves in the Duke's guard. He told me that after your lord left, the Duke and the others were discussing your placement. Lord Roger and Maester Morith felt that you should be brought back to Highgarden for training. You can serve as the captain of the Duke's guard in the future. However, Lord Fortimer thinks you should be placed in a more important position, such as being responsible for suppressing bandits in the River Bend." As he said that, he looked at Lind and said cautiously, "My lord, do you have any misunderstanding with Lord Fotimo? If so, it's best to go to Lord Fotimo to reconcile now, so as not to delay this good news." Chance. Lind looked at Scar-Eyed Mitt and said nothing. In the eyes of ordinary people, staying in High Court and becoming the captain of the Duke's Guard, a close associate of the Duke, is definitely the best choice, at least compared to sleeping outside and risking one's life to collect the money. Bandits are much stronger. However, they did not know that in Linda's heart, Fotimo's proposal was what he wanted. Because if he was really allowed to lead the team to suppress the bandits, he would inevitably be given relatively independent military power. As an Easterner, he knew very well about military power. What does it mean, especially for a person from a lower class background like him? And more importantly, if he is suppressing bandits, his scope of activities will be the vast mountains and hilly areas from Kuchao to Yulin. This will undoubtedly give him a lot of places to operate. If he is lucky, say maybe he can get a piece of territory in advance. However, before that he needed to get Fortimo's proposal approved. So after thinking for a moment, Lin said with a serious face, not enough. The value of a single dragon crystal dagger is not enough to be a member of the Duke's Guard. More is needed. Scar-eyed Mitty was stunned. He did not expect that Lind would give him such a response. In his opinion, Lind should either reject him or agree, but he never expected that Lind would bargain. Now that they have bargained, things have to be discussed. Scar-eyed Mid also considered increasing the price, but after thinking about it, he found that he didn't seem to have many valuable things on hand. If you don't have anything else of value, it doesn't matter. I'll make you a proposal. If you do well, then this spot will be given to you. Seeing Scar-eyed Mit's embarrassed look, Lind suggested, as you can imagine, I will definitely go to Highgarden to be trained by Lord Roger. If the cavalry team is expanded, I will definitely have a lot of places on hand. But I cannot choose all of these places, because the adults in High Court will definitely need some places by then. But even so, I can still squeeze out 10 places. I can give you one of the places, but you have to help me with the remaining 9 places. When sold, the higher the price, the better. Hearing Linda's words, Scar-eyed Mid and Raoul both showed surprised expressions. They obviously did not expect that Lind would make such a proposal. Although accepting bribes is a common thing, as long as people with a little power in their hands will more or less make some money from it, it is the first time that they have seen Lind blatantly sell the quota of the cavalry. Raoul quickly sensed something was wrong and wanted to persuade Lind, but was stopped by Linda's wink. Scar-eyed Mid thought about it seriously and found that it was not harmful to him, so he agreed without hesitation. After Scar-eyed Mid left, Raoul didn't understand why Lind did this. In his opinion, Lind had just received a championship bonus, and the Tyrell family would also give some monetary rewards. After all, Lind had received the championship can be regarded as bringing glory to the Tyrell family. There is no need for Lind to be greedy for the money from selling his quota. With confusion, Raoul reminded him with a puzzled look on his face, "My lord, I'm afraid there's something wrong with what you're doing. If the Duke and other cronies around you know about it, don't worry, I know exactly what will happen." Lind gestured to Raoul, and then told him to go to the tanner and blacksmith in the camp to get some tools for engraving and polishing. Raoul looked at Linda's expression of having everything under control, and realized that Lind must be planning something. He just didn't see it through, so he didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he followed Linda's instructions and used various tools. Find it. After finding the tools, Lind began to cut the obsidian dagger in his hand into appropriate pieces in the tent according to the pattern of the obsidian dragon rune necklace in his memory, and then carefully polished it. While making the obsidian dragon rune necklace, Lind discovered that the memory of the lost night given to him by Goldfinger was very different from the memory of the lost night when he first gained the Peacemaker combat experience. When he first gained the Peacemaker's combat experience, he still needed a long period of training before he could fully integrate all the combat experience and be able to fight like the Peacemaker. But this time after he merged the memories of the lost night, it was as if the owner of these memories completely overlapped with him. All combat experience and movement habits were integrated into his body and spirit. In other words, as long as his physical fitness, if the requirements are met, then he will be able to display all the swordsmanship and combat skills of the lost knight without the need for special training. The reason why he discovered this situation was entirely because when he made the obsidian dragon rune necklace, it went very smoothly. It was so smooth that he seemed to have made hundreds or thousands of the same necklace. In fact, this was his first time. The First time I carve something is also the first time I make a necklace. It only took him 10 minutes to polish the obsidian into the shape of the necklace pendant. In his memory, and then picked up a carving knife and skillfully carved dragon runes on the necklace. As the hardest stone, it is very difficult to engrave patterns or patterns on obsidian. Even a jewelry master who specializes in engraving will need to spend a lot of effort to engrave patterns on it. But Lind was completely different. He could easily find some fragile parts of the obsidian surface. Starting from those fragile parts, he could carve dragon runes on the obsidian surface as easily as carving on the surface of soil. As the carving knife moved, he soon carved the dragon runes completely on the obsidian surface, but something strange happened next. When he took back the carving knife and was about to see the effect of the obsidian pendant, he felt a burst of cold air coming from the obsidian, and then the surface cracked quickly and broke into pieces of different sizes. Wrong engraving. Seeing this change, Lind couldn't help but frown, and then carefully recalled the process of inscribing the dragon rune just now, and found that he had inscribed it perfectly, without any mistakes. So, he picked up another piece of obsidian and started carving again. This time he slowed down a lot and was more careful, trying to make every rune line in the perfect position. In the end, it took him twice as long to finish it. Complete the obsidian engraving. As a result, just like the first obsidian dragon rune pendant, this pendant also emitted a burst of cold air the moment the carving knife was moved away, and then completely shattered. Lind, who did not believe in evil, picked up the last piece of obsidian and continued to engrave. The end result was the same. The obsidian was completely shattered under the influence of the mysterious cold air. Is it because the world is different that the results are different? Lind muttered in his heart. He carefully recalled every detail about the obsidian dragon rune necklace, from the necklace itself to the production process, and he found the problem. Can only obsidian sprayed by dragon flames be able to withstand the power of dragon runes? Lind said to himself with a look of surprise on his face. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at the location of the dragon cave in King's Landing City. It seemed that there was obsidian sprayed by dragon flames there. Chapter 38 Littlefinger's attention. On the second day of the team competition, the highlight of the tournament was the knights jousting. If it were before, this would definitely be the competition that everyone paid attention to. But after watching such a wonderful group competition yesterday, watching the knights jousting now, it seems so bland. Not to mention ordinary people, even King Robert, who has always been keen on tournaments, did not come to the scene to watch. Of course, King Robert's absence may also be related to the fact that he was beaten yesterday and his face was bruised and swollen, and the swelling has not subsided yet. Because of this, although the number of people participating in the knight joust is the largest in history, with more than 800 knights competing here for the final championship, the atmosphere in the entire jousting ground seems very deserted, and most of them belong to some knights. Relatives, friends and peers are watching. Such an atmosphere caused the participants to lose their fighting spirit and even become careless. As a result, various accidents occurred frequently on the competition field, and many originally outstanding knights lost due to various inexplicable reasons. However, such a bad competition attracted many viewers who had already lost interest. However, what these viewers came here to see was not the exciting showdown of every knight confrontation, but to see why those superior knights were so outrageous. He made a mistake and fell to the ground in a panic. Compared to the deserted competition ground, the taverns inside and outside King's Landing were extremely lively. Those who exited in time and did not participate in the group competition yesterday were thankful that they had escaped disaster. At the same time, they were also discussing yesterday's group competition. It's just that the direction of the discussion has changed from the various exciting battle scenes in the initial competition to a discussion of the actual combat power of the bear hunter Lind. In yesterday's competition, Linda's performance was so outstanding that he far surpassed anyone else in the competition, and he almost completed the feat of killing 100 people, which made countless people obsessed with him. Especially after learning about Linda's origins, countless low-level warriors gradually regarded Lind as an object of worship, just as some knights of the Seven Kingdoms worshipped Arthur Dane, the Sword of Dawn. However, no matter how great a person is, there is no shortage of opponents and detractors, let alone Lind. There were many people who were jealous of Linda's fame, as well as relatives and friends of those who died at the hands of Lind on the fighting field. They all sneered at Linda's character, because in their opinion, those killed by Lind were most of those warriors were killed by Lind after being attacked from behind while fighting other people. Therefore, even though Lind was very powerful, he was extremely despicable. However, those Lind admirers have a different view on this, because in their view, yesterday's competition field was just like a battlefield. The most important thing is to use all means to kill the enemy. As for whether it is despicable or not, it is not so important. Important, because only those who survive in the end have the right to be talked about. Whether they are despicable or not. People on both sides quarreled fiercely over this, and even ended up fighting. Of course, there were also many people who were drunk and wanted to find a reason to fight. For this reason, the Golden Robes in King's Landing City are 10 times busier than usual. From morning to night, they can be seen in groups at any time in large and small taverns in King's Landing City, arresting those who make trouble. Throw it into the dungeon. In this regard, although the Golden Robes were full of complaints, they were already happy in their hearts, because everyone who was caught had to pay a fine, and although most of the fines had to be turned over, some small changes had to be handed over. They can scrape it off and keep it for themselves, which undoubtedly gives them an extra income. As for the residents of King's Landing, they were even more happy and had no complaints at all. In their eyes, the melee between those in the tavern was much more interesting than the duel between knights. Therefore, many people in King's Landing could be seen doing nothing around the taverns. The civilians watched the melee in the tavern with great interest, and from time to time they made some shouts with a strong sense of encouragement to add to the fun. However, not all taverns are so lively. Some high-end taverns on Silk Street appear to be much calmer. Although the guests there are also discussing the matter of Bear Hunter Lind, most of them don't think there is anything special about Bear Hunter Lind. Even if his combat power is amazing, in their eyes it is nothing special. He's just a high-level thug. At best, he's just another magic mountain. What they really envy is the Tyrell family, because Lind is a member of the Tyrell family. Last night, news came out in the Red Keep. King Robert not only did not resent being beaten by Lind, but actually admired Lind very much. He believed that he was not afraid of his status as king and dared to take action on the fighting field. He was a true warrior, so he was prepared to give Lind other rewards in addition to the championship bonus. Because of this, he also has a different view of the Tyrell family. It seems that he no longer cares about what the Tyrell family did in the Usurper War a year ago. This also means that business activities with the Southern Territory, it's time to return to normal. This is the real reason why they gather in these high-end taverns. In the box on the top floor of Todd's Pumpkin, Littlefinger, who had not returned to Seagull Town, signed several deals with several big merchants from the Reach. He carefully received the deal contract with a smile on his face and handed it over to the little one next to him, in the box. Judging from the thickness of the contracts in the box, it is obvious that these big businessmen are not the first transactions he has completed. Unlike others who have stopped discussing the resumption of commercial activities in the South, Littlefinger has foreseen what will inevitably happen in the future. In his opinion, King Robert's resentment towards the Tyrell family actually lies in this year has been spent in the process of neglecting the Duke of Tyrell. It is only a matter of time to reconcile with the Tyrell family and complete the conquest of the South. The appearance of the Bear Hunter Lind just gave King Robert the final chance. Good steps. So while everyone was still waiting and watching, Littlefinger negotiated a dozen large contracts related to the Southern Territory at the lowest price. As long as the business in the Southern Territory returns to normal, the large contracts in his hands can bring him more than a dozen Wan Jinlong's huge wealth will undoubtedly help him fulfill his long-cherished wish to enter the power center of the Seven Kingdoms faster. Sir, the things have been delivered. When Littlefinger was looking through the list of the next merchant to meet, his men entered the room and reported, he is very satisfied with the gift, especially Valerie. Those antiques from the sub-period. Littlefinger reached out and touched the dragon bone dagger he had left behind on his waist, and said, "Are you just satisfied with those antiques? The dragon egg ones?" The man hesitated for a moment and said, "He said the dragon egg was fake. It was a beautiful piece of art and very good." Fake. Littlefinger was stunned, but didn't say anything. In his opinion, there are so many fakes related to dragons and Valyria, and it's normal for his own people to buy fake ones. It's important. What is clear is that his purpose has been achieved. The subordinate continued to narrate, "The Lord said that as long as you make some outstanding achievements in Seagull Town, he is confident that Duke John Arryn will transfer you to King's Landing." Littlefinger had a confident smile on his face after hearing this. It was a very simple thing for him to achieve results in Seagull Town, but how to convey his results to John Arryn's ears was the most difficult thing. The reason why he did not choose to let the woman Lisa Tully speak for him was to avoid the suspicion of John Arryn, who was naturally suspicious. Lisa Tully was his most important chess piece. If it was not necessary, it won't be used. Now that he has found the right person to help him spread the word and build momentum, the next thing will be a matter of course. Maybe he will be able to live in King's Landing for a long time without waiting until next year. Thinking of this, he could not suppress the expression of joy on his face, and he picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured himself a glass of fine wine from Chingting Island to celebrate his brilliant future in advance. Just as he drank the wine in his glass, he suddenly heard the tavern hall downstairs suddenly become quiet, and a melodious and majestic singing came to his ears. This was the first time he heard this heart-stirring song, and he couldn't help but ask the men around him, "What is the name of this song?" Hearing this, his subordinates replied, "It's called the Bear Hunter's Song. It's the most popular song in the tavern these 2 days. Almost every bard is singing this song, but the ones who sing it best are those from the river. The Bard of the Bay." Littlefinger listened and asked, "The Bear Hunter's Song? Is the person in the song the Bear Hunter Lind?" "Yes." The subordinate nodded and said, "The song talks about the Bear Hunter Lind avenging his father. He went into the forest alone to hunt mountain bears. Later, he was taken seriously by Joel Klein of the Klein family. He participated in the bandit suppression operation in the Red Lake Forest area of the southern border not long ago. However, this is an old song. Now a bard has written what happened in the competition field yesterday into the song and compiled it into a new song. I believe that song will be popular in King's Landing for a long time. Lind the Bear Hunter." Littlefinger chewed Lind's name while listening to the melodious singing coming from downstairs, with a thoughtful look on his face. The name he heard most in the past 2 days was the name of the Bear Hunter Lind, and his impression of Lind was no more than that of a powerful warrior. Now that he heard the song of the Bear Hunter, he vaguely felt that Lind was somewhat similar to him. Similarity made him a little curious about Lind. At the same time, in the Tyrell family's camp, Lind received an invitation. This invitation invited him to attend the banquet held at the Red Keep tonight. The Tyrell family also received an invitation, except that the invitation was for the entire Tyrell family, and this invitation was only for Lind personally. It was obvious that at the moment when the invitation was sent out, King Robert already admired Lind to the same level as Tyrell. Holmes' same height. "No, your movements are too stiff. It looks like a moving scarecrow. You should do this." In order not to embarrass Lind at the banquet, Duke Tyrell specially sent an etiquette teacher to teach Lind some court etiquette. Originally, the etiquette teacher thought that it would be difficult to teach people like Lind, who came from a lower-class background, so he only prepared a few basic etiquettes. But what he didn't expect was that Lind learned very quickly. In addition to the language deficiencies, at least he had already mastered etiquette. No worse than ordinary nobles. In the tent, Garland and Fortimo, who were preparing to come here to watch Linda's jokes, were also a little surprised at Linda's performance. However, when they thought of Linda's miraculous performances in the past, they felt that Linda's current learning ability was not Nothing to be surprised about. Well, very good. You have done a good job in these etiquette actions. Now I will teach you how to talk to the palace nobles. After repeatedly watching Lind perform some extremely standard etiquette actions, the etiquette officer was satisfied. He nodded, and then planned to exceed the task assigned by Duke Tyrell and let Lind learn more noble etiquette. Forget it. I don't think any of the adults in the Red Castle would be willing to use an aristocratic accent when talking to him. Fortimo interrupted the etiquette officer's enthusiasm, and then looked at Lind said, "You don't need to learn those complicated etiquette. The sword in your hand is your etiquette, and nothing else is important." Linda deeply agreed with Fortimo's words, so he rejected the etiquette officer's kindness. After the etiquette officer left, several more tailors came in and helped Lind get his measurements. Although they could not make a finished noble costume in less than half a day, they improved the finished noble costume to the size of Linda's body. It can still be done. After the tailor finished measuring Linda's body, Fortimo ordered them to leave, and then asked Raoul to leave as well and guard outside. When there were only 3 of him, Garland and Lind in the tent, the expression on his face became serious, and he asked Lind, "I heard some rumors in the camp today that you are selling cavalry. Team quota, what's going on?" Quote. Garland also looked at Lind seriously at this time. Lind nodded and admitted, "Yes, it's true." Before Fortimo could speak, Garland asked with great concern, "Why? You should not be short of money, you shouldn't do it just for this." "No, Lord Garland, I am very short of money." Lind interrupted Garland and said. Garland exclaimed with a puzzled look on his face, "Lack of money? How is this possible? Your bonus is with me and can be taken away at any time. It is a full 20,000 gold dragons. I paid it according to the full amount of Rose Trading Company gold tickets. Exchange. Without deducting a copper penny. I wanted to build a suit of armor and new weapons, but I didn't have enough money." Lind explained. "What? 20,000 gold dragons are not enough to make a set of armor and weapons. Are you going to use gold to make armor and weapons?" Garland looked at Lind in shock, but when he saw Linda's calm expression, he with an incredible look on his face. He guessed, "You don't really want to use gold to make armor and weapons, do you?" Fortimo on the side also looked at Lind with doubts. Lind nodded and said, "It's not wrong to say it's made of gold, because I want to use Valyrian steel to make my armor and weapons. Their value may be more than gold. 20,000 gold dragons. It's really not enough." Chapter 39. The plan is accomplished. Hearing Linda's heroic words, Garland and Fortimo were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They stared at Lind blankly, as if they were looking at some rare animal. The treasure of Valyrian steel is self-evident. There are only a handful of weapons made of Valyrian steel in the entire continent of Westeros, such as the ice of the Stark family, the broken heart of the Tully family, etc. Wait. But these were weapons, and armor made of Valyrian steel had never been heard of, which made both Garland and Fortimo think that Lind was completely delusional. Lind also knew very well what associations his words would have with Garland and Fortimer, and he was helpless about it. If he wants to fully use all the extraordinary strength and swordsmanship of the homeless knight, he must use weapons and armor made of Valyrian steel, because just like ordinary obsidian cannot withstand the power contained in the dragon rune, ordinary obsidian cannot withstand the power contained in the dragon rune. The steel cannot be engraved with dragon runes either. Yesterday, he tried to make an obsidian dragon rune necklace and found that ordinary obsidian could not withstand the power of the dragon rune. According to the details in the Memory of the Lost Knight, Raoul took some silver deer and bought them from the dragon's lair in King's Landing. He picked up some obsidian that had been sprayed by dragon flames. As a result, except for a few obsidian stones that were not sprayed by dragon flames and fell apart after being engraved with dragon runes, the other obsidian stones that were sprayed by dragon flames were all successfully engraved with dragon runes without exception. And after he put on the necklace, he felt the same effect as when the homeless knight put on the necklace in his memory. The violent emotions in his mind were relieved by the cool breath conveyed by the necklace, which made his spirit become extraordinarily sober. It's a pity that these necklaces are consumables. Wearing them for a long time will gradually weaken the power of the necklace, so it needs to be replaced with new necklaces. From time to time. Fortunately, the amount of dragon flame obsidian in the dragon's cave is very large, enough for him to use it to completely solve this dragon attack. The day when the side effects of the ritual occurred. In addition, after discovering that ordinary obsidian could not withstand the power of the dragon rune, Lin couldn't help but wonder whether ordinary steel, like obsidian, could not withstand the power of the dragon rune. So, he found some steel plates to test, and the results were as he expected. After the dragon rune seal was engraved on it, the steel plates immediately shattered. Not only did they shatter, but the fragments of the steel plates were as easy as dirt. Just pinch it and it turns into powder. Obviously, the power of the dragon rune not only tore the steel, but also destroyed the molecular structure inside the steel, turning these steel fragments into another fragile material. For this reason, Lind carefully recalled the process of making armor, and soon he discovered a misunderstanding caused by a misunderstanding. Although in memory the material used by the Lost Knight to forge armor and weapons is ordinary iron ore, the ordinary iron ore of the Lost Knight is completely different from the ordinary iron ore in the world of ice and fire. The world of the Lost Knight is a world where humans and gods live together. That world is full of magic and divine power, and the iron ore in that world is also produced by endless magic. The iron ore itself has magic power and is made into after steel. Magic power still exists, which means that the ordinary steel used by the homeless knights actually contains magic power. In the entire world of ice and fire, apart from a few steels made of meteorites, the only steel with magic power is Valia steel. This is why Lind abandoned ordinary steel and used Valyrian steel to make his own armor and knight's sword. However, the reason why he used this to explain why he sold his cavalry spot was just as an excuse to cover up his true purpose of doing so. Are you crazy? You want to use Valyrian steel to make armor and weapons? Fortimo recovered from the shock first and couldn't help shouting. Lind smiled and did not continue to explain, and he couldn't explain it. Garland also recovered. He was not incomprehensible to Linda's decision like Fortimo. Instead, he seemed to be serving as a reference for Lind. He analyzed. 20,000 golden dragons want to make Valyrian steel. There are indeed too few armors and weapons, but just making a Valyrian steel weapon may be enough. The question is, where is the Valyrian steel now, and who can make weapons with Valyrian steel? All known craftsmanship of Valyrian steel sank to the bottom of the sea with Valyria. Lind smiled bitterly. Garland completely hit on the difficulty of this matter. He had no clue. Now, he knew that there was a blacksmith in King's Landing who knew Valyrian steel craftsmanship. More than 10 years later, Duke Tywin asked this blacksmith to smelt the Stark family's ice and reforge it into 2 Valyrian steel swords. Widow's Wail and Oathkeeper's sword, but he couldn't remember the name of the blacksmith, and there were dozens of blacksmith shops in King's Landing, and he didn't know which blacksmith shop he worked at. What's more important is that the blacksmith is still a young man. Whether he has mastered the craft of Valyrian steel is still unknown, so finding the blacksmith may not be useful. As for Valyrian steel, he also has a clue. He remembers that there is a city in the Essos continent that has complete Valyrian steel crafting technology. Maybe there are enough Valyrians in that city to make armor. Yagong, but he couldn't remember the specific city. Fotimo obviously didn't take Lind's decision as seriously as Garland did. He just thought it was an arrogant decision made by Lind after winning the team competition championship. Lind should wake up after a while. What he is more concerned about now is Linda's decision to sell his spot in the cavalry team, which obviously had a very bad impact on Lind. So in order to make Lind realize the seriousness of his wrong decision, he told him directly. The fact that you sold cavalry spots to those guard soldiers has been known to the Duke. Some people think that you are like this. Your behavior is very bad and you must be severely punished. Linder wasn't surprised, he was concerned that things would turn out the way he wanted. Garland on the side did not show any worried look, but smiled and said, Lord Fortimo, you don't have to be so serious. Father will not punish Lind. After all, Lind has done something. For us Tyrell, the family has made great contributions. That's because King Robert's invitation letter was sent, and the Duke did not punish him. Fortimo glanced at Garland and said seriously to Lind, "What you did went too far. If not, punishing you will not help the Tyrell family manage their subordinate armies." This time Garland did not refute Fortimo's words, but gave Lind a wry smile. "Originally, Bachelor Morath and Lord Roger wanted to bring you to High Court for training. Although the Duke did not agree at the time, he did not object either, and it seems that he is very likely to agree." Fortimo sighed and said, "But now this matter is basically impossible. The Duke will not allow a person who privately sells the qualifications of the cavalry to control the Duke's guard, not even the High Court guard. Let you enter, and you will most likely be sent out to do some drudgery. Actually, you don't have to worry. Even if it's a hard job, as long as you do well, you can still have a chance to be transferred back to Highgarden." Garland immediately comforted Lind to prevent him from being hit. However, Garland didn't know that this was the result that Lind wanted to see. In fact, ever since he asked Scar Eye to spread the news yesterday that he was selling his spot in the cavalry, he had been using this self-defeating behavior to get Duke Tyrell around him. His cronies found excuses to veto his decision to go to the High Court. While going to Highgarden seemed like a promising prospect for him, that was definitely not what Lind wanted. Lind's reputation has risen too quickly. From a country boy, he has become a high-profile figure in a short period of time. Even the king has firmly remembered him. This reputation has aroused the attention of a group of powerful people around Duke Tyrell, envy. Maybe these powerful people have nothing to do with him now, but once they return to High Court, which is their home court, they have plenty of ways to make themselves suffer. After all, the power games played by the powerful are not what Lind is good at. With his current position, being too close to the center of power will only make him fall into an extremely passive state, just like being burned if he is close to a flame, so stay away from the center of power and accumulate strength is what he needs to do most now. Only when he has enough strength will he not be shaken by some conspiracies and tricks. Lord Garland, do you know how the Duke will handle this matter? Lind tried to get some useful information from Garland. However, Garland didn't know either and shook his head. However, Fortimo seemed to know something. After thinking about it, he said, "The cavalry will definitely expand, and your identity as captain of the cavalry will not change. However, you'd better choose someone in advance, no matter whether the person you choose is. When I give you money, you must meet one requirement, that is, you can fight immediately, without any additional training." After saying that, he paused and added, "In addition, you'd better know about Tengshi Junhei in advance. The surrounding environment. Tengshi Town." Lind and Garland both had expressions of surprise on their faces, but their surprises had completely different meanings. Lind was surprised because he had never heard of the name of this town, while Garland was surprised. It was because he was surprised to know the situation in this town. As if he felt that he had revealed too much, after Fortimo finished speaking, he and Garland left the tent on the pretext of not disturbing Linda's preparations for tonight's banquet. After the two left, Lind immediately turned around and dragged out the box containing Bachelor Holly's books, and then found the book containing information about Tengshi Town from among the many books. After quickly reading it, he had no idea about this book. The town, which had never heard of it, felt a tinge of yearning. Although Tengshi Town is not well known now, Tengshi Town has left a mark in the history of Westeros, because it participated in the whole process that affected the situation of the entire Westeros continent and affected the entire Westeros continent. During the great event of the Dance of the Blood Dragons, the rise and fall of the Glean dynasty. During the Dance of the Blood Dragons, two major battles took place in Tengshi Town. The Green Party and the Black Party gathered tens of thousands of people to fight in this area. 2 dragons, a prince, and countless nobles and soldiers died. Here, the entire town was burned to the ground by dragon flames and turned into ruins, which remains unchanged to this day. It is said that the souls of the dead people and dragons still remain around Tengshi Town. constantly making shrill screams, telling everything that happened in that crazy war. In addition, although Tengshi town is now in ruins, it still has an owner. It is the territory of the Badlayan family, and the Badlayan family is one of the poorest noble families in the reach. Apart from the noble name, the family is no longer much different from ordinary farmers. Therefore, even though Tengshi town has an extremely advantageous geographical location, it is located on the upper reaches of the Mandar River and can be reached by boat directly to the High Court, which is much faster than walking on land. However, it has not been rebuilt after so many years and is still in ruins. What Furtamos said just now should be a hint that Duke Tyrell intends to rebuild Tengshi town. As for the original lords of Tengshi town, the Bodley family may move them to other places through territory replacement, or perhaps it was other forms of cooperation that allowed House Tyrell to control the lands in and around Tumblestone. No matter which method is used, for Lind, what he cares about is his position in this matter. If there are no accidents, he should lead a team of cavalry to sit in Tengshi town, while supervising the reconstruction of the town, while clearing out the bandits nearby. They restored trade between the southern and northern regions. Because Tengshi town is very close to King's Landing City, only 6 leagues away. Calculated in kilometers, it should be more than 300 kilometers away. It is right on the edge of the Royal Forest and only 2 or 3 leagues away from Rose Avenue. Although the road connecting Rose Avenue has been abandoned for so many years, if it is cleaned and repaired, it will still be a good road. After all, when this road was built, it was built in full compliance with the specifications of Rose Avenue. Once the road is clear, it is very likely that the caravans from the north will transport the goods directly to Tengshi town, and then go south along the Mande River from Tengshi town to Gayoting, which can greatly save manpower and material resources, and even reduces transportation time and dangers that may be encountered during transportation. As a result, the rebuilt Tengshi town will inevitably become one of the most important commercial and military towns in the reach. This is an opportunity for Lind, but it may be very difficult to become the lord of Tengshi town. Lind has no idea how to do it specifically. He can only wait for the situation to change in the future and slowly look for opportunities. However, the most important thing for him now is to be a knight, and I don't know if I am too miserable whether I am a rare Bael Asern. On the competition field yesterday, although he expressed his to Lind as although he appreciated it, he did not directly canonize Lind as a knight, which made Lind a little disappointed. But he was not depressed because there were still many opportunities for him, such as the subsequent Iron Islands rebellion, which was a good opportunity for him. However, now that he had received the invitation letter to the banquet from the Red Fort, Lind vaguely felt that at this banquet, he might be able to cross this important threshold of his identity. Chapter 40 Red Castle Banquet. The banquet at the Red Keep was supposed to wait until the formal end of the tourney, but King Robert held it in advance. Some people laughed and said that King Robert was beaten so hard yesterday that he was confused and mistook yesterday's group tourney for a banquet, the final contest of the tourney. Although the nobles expressed their disdain for this inappropriately timed banquet, they all dressed up to attend, for fear that they would lose to others in terms of manners. This banquet is not just a banquet, but more of a banquet where the court nobles of the Red Castle and the lords of the 7 kingdoms interact with each other and exchange knowledge. Therefore, this banquet was not as noisy as the previous banquet celebrating the birth of the prince, and there were no performances such as circuses to add to the fun. After everyone came to the banquet, they found the people they wanted to make friends with, and then formed small groups. People gathered together and talked, which made the whole banquet very deserted. As the host of this banquet, King Robert was not at the banquet. Only Queen Circe sat on her throne, surrounded by a circle of ladies from various noble families. There were several court jesters among these people, and they didn't know what they were talking about, but they could always hear some laughter from those women, and this laughter echoed in the hall, causing many people to move towards that direction. Look over. Lind was a little uncomfortable with such banquets. He was not a person who liked to attend banquets or gatherings in his previous life, and now his personality was even more withdrawn. Attending such banquets made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable, especially those who were large and small. The nobles always looked at him with a strange look, as if they were looking at a piece of merchandise, which was extremely rude and made him have the urge to kill all these nobles. So in order to avoid being annoyed by these guys, after he followed Duke Tyrell and others to the Red Castle Hall, he walked away alone, picked up a wooden plate with some food, and walked to an empty room. Sit down in the corner and enjoy your food quietly. However, even so, some nobles would still take the initiative to talk to Lind. Although this is a good opportunity to make friends with powerful people, Lind knows very well that his current status cannot be taken seriously by these powerful people. Even if some nobles come to talk to him, most of them are using a curiosity-seeking mentality. Come and get in touch with him. After all, he is a martial arts champion who almost killed 100 people. Often these nobles would ask some excessively personal questions without considering Linda's feelings at all. It seemed to them that being able to take the initiative to talk to Lind was the greatest gift to him. Lind should be more humble. Just answer their questions honestly. However, Lind completely ignored these nobles. He was always immersed in the food, as if these nobles did not exist, putting them in an embarrassing dilemma. After a few times, those nobles with a curious mind they no longer run to humiliate themselves. However, Lind still could not enjoy the food with peace of mind, because after sending away the curious nobles, some other nobles also came to him, but these nobles did not want to make friends with Lind, nor did they came to ask some personal questions about Lind out of curiosity. The only reason they came to contact Lind was hatred. I am Sir Philly of Flowstone Town. My brother Bammet Philly died in your hands yesterday. A middle-aged man with obvious northern features walked up to Lind, his eyes filled with hatred. He looked at Lind and said, "He died because of your despicable sneak attack. He was fighting with others at the time, but you despicably came from behind. Sir Philly, what do you want to do by telling me this now? To prove that your brother died heroically, or to prove that I am despicable?" Lind put the barbecue in his hand back on the wooden plate and wiped it. Wiping his hands, he slightly raised his head to look at the middle-aged nobleman who was full of hatred, and said calmly, "Instead of talking here with your mouth, you might as well do something more practical, such as challenging me loudly, and then in the challenge kill me to avenge your brother." As he said that, he looked at the other nobles who were approaching for the same reason, and said, "You are the same, you can challenge me directly here, I can duel with all of you at the same time, so many people are besieging me alone, I think you have a good chance of avenging your relatives and friends." Linda's direct and almost impolite words made the northern noble in front of him not sure how to answer. His face also became extremely gloomy. In addition to hatred, there was also a hint of fear in his eyes, and the other people around him who were harboring suspicions. The knights and nobles who had the same thoughts also showed the same expression. Although the duel conditions proposed by Lind were very tempting and seemed to really give them an advantage, each of them knew very well that based on Linda's performance in yesterday's competition field, even if all of them besieged Lind, in the end I'm afraid they were the ones who died. For a moment, the atmosphere here became a little awkward. The nobles who came to challenge the enemy were suspended in midair by Linda's words. They could neither advance nor retreat. The surrounding dignitaries were obviously aware of the commotion here, but they had no intention of intervening. Instead, they seemed to be watching the fun and waiting for subsequent reactions. "What are you doing? This is the king's banquet. It's not a banquet in a small place where you can do whatever you want." At this moment, a slightly lazy voice came from not far away, and then he saw a man in gorgeous armor. Jaime Lannister came over with a flagon in one hand and the hilt of his sword in the other. If it were normal, Jaime Lannister's words might make them dissatisfied, but now they are more grateful, because Jaime Lannister's appearance just relieved the tense atmosphere around them and allowed them to find a way to step down steps. As a result, I saw these nobles glare at Lind one by one, and then turn around and leave. Each of them showed arrogant expressions, as if they had taken the initiative to challenge Lind, but Lind did not accept the challenge because he was timid. A bunch of insects. James looked at the backs of these nobles with disdain, then turned to look at Lind, and said bluntly, "Lind the bear hunter, you remind me of a person who." Lind could feel that James in front of him had no ill intentions, so his tone became calmer and he asked, "Arthur Dane, Sword of Dawn." Jamie replied. Lind was silent for a moment and asked, "Is it Arthur Dane who died during the siege?" When James heard this, he couldn't help but show a look of displeasure on his face, and said, in a deep voice, "You are really a guy that no one likes." James admired Arthur Dane extremely, and although Lind's question was stating the facts, it also had a sense of looking down on Arthur Dane. The hidden meaning in his words was nothing more than saying that Arthur Dane died in the siege, but I, Lind the bear hunter, survived the siege, which naturally caused Jaime's displeasure. Lind looked at James calmly and said, "Arthur Dane is a hero, I admire him very much, but his death is not worth it. It is not worth dying for someone like the Mad King." When James heard this, the displeasure on his face faded away, and he looked at Lind with a more intimate look. Apparently, the disdain for the Mad King in Lind's words gave him a sense of recognition. "Would you like a sip?" James asked, passing the wine bottle in his hand towards Lind. Lind shook his head and said, "I don't drink." "Then you will lose a lot of fun." James curled his lips and said, "I also suggest you drink less." Lind said bluntly, "Drink too much, and your hands will tremble uncontrollably. If a swordsman can't even control the hand holding the sword, then he is not far from death." Quote. Hearing Linda's words, James couldn't help but be stunned, then looked at Lind and said, "Someone has told me what you said." Lind thought for a while and asked, "Arthur Dane?" "Yeah." James nodded, then smiled to himself and said, "It's a pity that Arthur Dane, who didn't drink much, died, but Jaime Lannister, who liked to drink, survived. It's really ironic." Quote. Choice determines fate. Lind said with a touch of emotion, "He chose death by himself." "No, he died of a sneak attack, a shameless sneak attack." James lifted the wine bottle and took a big sip into his mouth. Then he turned to look at the people in the north in the hall and gritted his teeth. Lind did not refute James's words, but he did not agree with James's views, because in his opinion, there was no meanness or despicability in the battle of life and death. Survival and victory were the most important things. And through these words, he could also see that Jaime Lannister still has some chivalry spirit at the moment, but these chivalry spirits may gradually fade and hide in the next 10 years, otherwise, he would not do what he did. When it comes to throwing Bran off the tower, at least now, he can't do it so decisively, and he will definitely hesitate. "Bear Hunter, you are a very special person." After James drank more than half of the wine in the bottle, he burped a little rudely, and then said something incoherent. Lind was stunned, looked at Jaime Lannister with some confusion, and said, "Should I take this as a compliment, Lord Jaime?" James said seriously, "No, you can regard this as a prophecy, because every special person is bound to encounter various twists and turns in life, and your twists and turns have just begun." Lind felt that there was something in James's words, and it sounded like he was hinting at something. However, James did not continue talking, took the wine bottle, turned and walked away. Lind didn't follow up to ask, he didn't think James would answer him, and he couldn't figure out what the twists and turns in James's mouth were, but he felt that this might not be a bad thing for him. After all, people's statuses are different. Views are also different. People of James's status may view certain things as twists and turns, but it may be different for him. James came and chatted with him for a few words, but it did not change his situation at the banquet. On the contrary, because of the indifferent attitude he showed when talking to James, people could not help but guess that he and James, the regicide, were acquaintances. One was a regicide, and the other was a king fighter. They were a perfect match. In addition, Linda's sneak attacks in the competition field made some nobles who were already a little disgusted with Lind feel even more contemptuous. The strange sights around him did not have any impact on Lind. The Tyrell family seemed to have noticed that Lind was excluded from the banquet, and they could not do anything However, Garland, Fortimo, and Bachelor Morris found an excuse to talk to Lind, hoping to help Lind ease some of the awkward atmosphere. However, they soon discovered that Lind did not seem to be affected by the surrounding environment. His thoughts were all on the exquisite food at the banquet, so they felt relieved and went to other noble groups to complete their respective tasks. Quest 2. Befriend the new nobles of the Baratheon dynasty. Just when Lind finished the last piece of barbecue on the plate and was about to get some more food, a plate full of food was brought over and placed in front of him. Lind looked up at the person in front of him and saw a fat bald man with a smile on his face. He was wearing a silk robe and a pair of soft leather boots, which allowed him to move around silently. In addition, his hands are always placed in his sleeves so that no one can see what he is holding. In the Red Keep, only Varys, the intelligence chief of the Iron Throne, looks and dresses like this, and this person is also one of the people Lind least wants to see. If Littlefinger is the top conspirator of the Seven Kingdoms, then Varys is the master of conspiracy in the Seven Kingdoms. All the intelligence of the Seven Kingdoms is in the hands of this intelligence chief. No one knows what this person is thinking, and no one knows what he can do with so much information. The only thing that is certain is that he will never have descendants. Although Wallace is also on Lind's list of dangerous people, compared to Littlefinger, who has no possibility of cooperation, Lind feels that Wallace is among the kind of people who can talk and cooperate, but there is a prerequisite for this. That is, there will be no conflict between oneself and his goals. However, at this moment, Wallace actually took the initiative to contact him, which was completely beyond Linda's expectation and caught him off guard. Although he was extremely surprised, Linda's face did not show it. He picked up the wooden plate that Wallace put in front of him, picked up the food inside and ate it, while thanking him and saying, "Thank you very much, Wallace." Lord Rhys. Varys was not surprised that he was recognized by Lind. After all, his image in the Red Keep was so unique that it was difficult to admit his mistake. He walked up to Lind, and regardless of the dirty ground, he sat cross-legged on the ground in a vulgar manner like Lind. He also took out a piece of food from the plate, and while eating, he said, "Master Lind, you are a kind-hearted person. You are incompatible with this hall, and this is not the place for you to stay." Kindness. Lind put down the food in his hand, looked at Wallace, and said with a smile, "Lord Wallace, are you mistaken? Nearly 100 people died in my hands yesterday." "I'm not mistaken." Wallace shook his head and said, "The kindness I'm talking about refers to the poor little girl you saved outside the Lion's Gate." Chapter 41 Canonization of Knights. Lind was not surprised that Varys would know that he had saved the girl. After all, the entire city of King's Landing was full of Varys's little birds. Let alone him, even Lord Tywin was wearing whatever underwear he was wearing tonight. He is probably very clear about it. So Lind did not show any surprise, but nodded and said calmly, "It turns out to be her. She is indeed very pitiful. Fortunately, she survived." Wallace was a little surprised by Lind's calm mood. He looked startled, then sighed and said, "It's really good to survive, but you shouldn't let her leave with the master of the Faceless Man. She will become the Faceless Man. She will definitely cause a lot of trouble in the future. Let her continue to be a farmer's girl. It will be good for her and others." Quote. Lind looked at Varys and said in a deep voice, "Lord Varys, are you sure it is a good idea to be a farmer's girl? Can she really be a farmer's girl peacefully for the rest of her life? If Lord Tywin knew that she was still alive, what do you think will happen to her?" Hearing Lind's words, Varys couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. He never thought that Lind would know the identity of the little girl. You must know that Duke Tywin regarded the little girl as a shame and used everything to the method blocked all news, including the Lannister family guard soldiers who participated that night, who were transferred to the mines in the West overnight, and would never come out again in this life. He also accidentally learned about the existence of this girl from the little devil Tyrion, and he was also sure that apart from those involved, only he and the monk who held the wedding for the little devil knew about this girl among the non-Lannister people. However, the monk had been dealt with by Lord Tywin, so he thought that he was the only one who knew the secret. So when he heard Linda's words and realized that Linda also knew the identity of the girl, he was extremely surprised. You are more special than I expected. Wallace did not ask why Lind knew about this, but looked at Lind with a scrutinizing gaze again, and then murmured. Lind frowned slightly and asked, what you said is the same as what Lord James said. You said that I am a special person, but I don't quite understand it. Lord Varys, can you explain it for me? Wallace swallowed the food in his hand, then stood up and said, don't worry, you will know what's going on later. Just as Wallace finished speaking, the music at the banquet suddenly stopped, and the music turned into the song of the bear hunter. Everyone present who knew the origin of this song was stunned, and then looked at it in unison. Lind sitting in the corner. Then everyone's attention shifted to the entrance to the corridor leading to Maegor's tower on the side of the hall. King Robert, with a bandaged hand and a bruised nose and face, led a group of Kingsguards into the hall, walked straight to his throne and sat down. Seeing this, everyone wanted to step forward to salute him, but he raised his hand to stop them. He opened his swollen eyes with force and glanced back and forth among the crowd in the hall, as if looking for something. He didn't know whether it was because his vision was obstructed by swelling, or because the candles in the hall were not bright enough. He glanced back and forth several times, but still couldn't find his target, so he shouted loudly towards Duke Tyrell, Your Majesty. Duke Tyrell, where is the boy who beat me in the arena yesterday? That boy named Bear Hunter Lind. Didn't he come to the banquet? I remember that I sent him an invitation. Duke Tyrell quickly replied, Your Majesty, he is here. It's just his first time attending such a banquet and he's not used to it. At this time, Lind, who heard the shout, had also walked out of the shadow corner of the hall and came under the light of the candle-hanging lamp. So you are here. Robert also saw Lind at this moment. He followed him and looked at the corner where Lind came out. When he saw the wooden plate filled with food on the ground, he smiled and said, Look, you are really not used to this kind of banquet, and I am not used to it either. Rather than being pretentious and talking nonsense to people here, I prefer eating meat and drinking with people in the military camp. Quote, at this time, John Arryn, hand of the king at the banquet, stood up and said, Your Majesty, attending the banquet can help you better understand the thoughts of your vassals and formulate appropriate national policies. It is a must. I know this is necessary, so why am I here? Robert obviously didn't hear John Arryn nagging for the first time, so he interrupted him slightly impatiently, and then he looked at Lind again, waved to Lind, and said, Come here, Bear Hunter Lind. Lind seemed to vaguely guess something at this moment, a hint of joy flashed on his face. But he quickly returned to normal, walked to the open space in the hall, and stood in front of Robert. Robert rubbed the lump on his face, glared at Lind, and said, In all these years, I have never been beaten like this. My head is still dizzy, so they said I did such a thing. The decision was made because my mind was not clear yet, but I am the king, and the king has no scruples, so I don't need to follow any bullshit rules. Robert muttered a bunch of words, then stood up from the throne, raised his hand to stop Lord Arryn, who was about to say something, and said to Lind, Kneel down, Lind of White Village. Lind, who had a premonition of what was about to happen, took a step forward and knelt on one knee in front of Robert. The nobles present also realized what was going to happen and couldn't help but frown. Even Duke Tyrell's face was full of surprise. Only a few of them smiled, seeming to be happy. For Lind, King Robert stretched out his hand to grab his waist but didn't catch anything. Only then did he remember that he didn't have a sword, so he shouted to the people around him. Where is the sword? Damn it, bring me a sword. Quote, hearing Robert's cry, Jaime Lannister, who was standing next to Queen Cersei, stepped forward, took off his sword, and handed it over. However, Robert frowned and said with a look of disgust, No, Kingslayer, your sword is not worthy of being used on him. After saying that, he turned to Barristan and said, Barristan, give me your sword. Robert's merciless approach undoubtedly slammed Jaime's face to the ground. Even though Jaime had become accustomed to the strange looks from people around him over the past year, he still felt angry because of this humiliation. However, he did not show his emotions on his face, but looked as if nothing had happened. He hung the sword on his waist again, returned behind the queen, and placed his hand on the chair seemingly inadvertently, but from his perspective judging from the fingers that were clasped on the chair and turned white from exerting force, he felt extremely uneasy. Inside, Lord Tywin, who was standing in the crowd, also showed no emotion. He was as cold and hard as a piece of steel, making it impossible to see any of his inner thoughts. Lord Barristan, who heard the king's order, felt aggrieved for James, but he had no intention of disobeying the king's order. He took off his sword and walked to the king's side, holding it in both hands. Robert took out Barristan's sword, walked up to Lind, put the sword on Lind's right shoulder and said, "Lind of White Village, in the name of a warrior I ask you to be brave." After saying this, he moved the long sword from his right shoulder to his left shoulder. "In the name of our Heavenly Father I demand justice from you." The long sword returned to the right shoulder. "In the name of Our Lady I ask you to protect the weak and the innocent." The long sword moved to the left shoulder again. "In the name of maidens I ask you to protect all women." The oath of the 7 gods came out of King Robert's mouth. Even the nobles who were dissatisfied just now restrained their emotions and the expressions on their faces became solemn and solemn. As the last sentence of the oath was finished, King Robert removed the sword from Lind's shoulder and said, "Lind the Bear Hunter, you are now a knight of the 7 kingdoms. I hope you like my reward." "Yes, I like it very much, Your Majesty." Lind stood up from the ground, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Becoming a knight is undoubtedly a crucial step for Lind, because it means that he has the qualifications to compete for the rights of the 7 kingdoms. Otherwise, he will always be just a thug. In addition, at the age of 15, he only participated in one tournament and was canonized as a knight, and he was also canonized by the king. This kind of thing has never happened in the history of Westeros, which is undoubtedly confirmed. Considering the special words James and Varys said before, it seems that this matter should have been discussed intensely in the conference room of the Red Keep. Lind also had to admit that although he guessed that based on Robert's character, if he performed outstandingly in the competition, he would most likely be canonized as a knight by Robert, but he was not too sure about this guess, and even when Robert left the tournament yesterday and did not directly confer him a title, he thought his guess might be wrong and began to consider accumulating military merit to obtain knighthood. However, now that Robert canonized him as a knight at the banquet, he felt like he had regained something, and the joy in his heart was naturally even stronger. At this time, the surrounding nobles also came to congratulate Lind one after another. Whether it was sincerely or ceremonially, they had to show their proper demeanor. "I didn't expect you to become a knight so quickly. It has only been a few months since you became my attendant." Fortimo also walked up to Lind, patted Lind on the shoulder, and said sincerely, "Becoming a knight is just a matter of months. It's just the first step. You still have a lot to learn in the future. I hope you don't forget your original intention." Lind did not change his attitude towards Fortimo because of his change in status. He still responded as a knight's attendant. "I would like to listen to your teachings, Lord Fortimo." Fortimo nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he still had something to say, but he felt that the occasion here was not appropriate, so he did not say it and would tell Lind after he returned to the camp. Garland also walked up to Lind, congratulated him, and was about to lead Lind to see Duke Tyrell. At this time, Robert stopped Lind, who was about to leave, and asked, "Lind the Bear Hunter, are you willing to become a Kingsguard?" Although Robert's voice was not loud, everyone in the hall could hear it. Everyone fell silent instantly, and their eyes were focused on Lind. Lind was also surprised by Robert's question. Although he had never considered becoming a Kingsguard in his mind, he had to admit that for most knights, becoming a Kingsguard was their lifetime goal. Glory. The Kingsguard is not just a simple guard for the king, he also represents the center of power of the 7 kingdoms. After becoming a Kingsguard, you not only have the opportunity to influence the politics of the 7 kingdoms, but at some times, you can even represent the king himself, and more importantly the only thing is that the Kingsguard has the opportunity to become the hand of the king or even the regent, so a knight becoming the Kingsguard can be said to be a step to the top. If Lind was a knight from a noble family, he would not cause too much commotion if he became the Kingsguard. But the problem is that Lind is just an ordinary hunter and his status is even lower than that of a farmer. It would be difficult for a person with such status to become a knight. They are already breaking the rules of rights in Westeros. Letting such people become the Kingsguard is simply throwing the rules of rights constructed by the nobles on the ground and trampling on them. Jon Arryn was well aware of the negative impact this matter would have, and wanted to persuade Robert, but was stopped by Robert, and Robert repeated his inquiry to Lind. "Sorry, Your Majesty, please forgive me for not being able to follow your kindness. The identity of the Kingsguard is too heavy for me." Lind felt the invisible pressure from around him. He quickly made a decision before anyone else could speak. Responded, "And the Red Fort is not suitable for me. I prefer the freedom outside." "Is there freedom outside?" Robert's swollen face also showed an obvious look of disappointment. At the same time, he sighed and whispered, "I am not the same." After saying that, he turned around and left the hall as if he had lost all interest in the banquet. The surrounding nobles also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and looked at Lind with much more kindness, especially Duke Jon Arryn. Apparently they believed that Lind gave up becoming the Kingsguard because he knew that there was order and hierarchy and no arrogance of breaking the rules. However, in fact, Lind had never considered becoming the Kingsguard at all. In his eyes, the Kingsguard, which was regarded as an honor by countless knights, was just a shackles and a cage in his eyes. The fact that Lind was canonized as a knight was just a small incident and did not have much impact on the banquet. The banquet soon returned to normal. However, compared to when everyone turned a blind eye to him just now, some minor nobles and knights are now willing to contact and talk with him. It is obvious that these people have gradually accepted his change in identity. Duke Tyrell's attitude towards Lind has also changed somewhat, but not too much. After all, Lind's identity has only changed from a knight's squire to a knight, and the gap between the two identities is still very large. But I don't know if Duke Tyrell misunderstood. He seemed to regard Lind's rejection of King Robert's invitation as Lind's loyalty to the Tyrell family, so during the conversation with Lind, he also promised to Lind reused it and hinted that Lind did not have to worry about the negative consequences of selling cavalry quota without authorization. Chapter 42 The Best Blacksmith Shop in King's Landing. The fact that Lind was canonized as a knight spread throughout King's Landing the next day, and many people felt extremely envious and jealous of Lind's good luck. You must know that many warriors are still looking for opportunities to become knights, with no hope at all. Now, a boy of only 15 years old was canonized as a knight just a few months after becoming a knight's attendant, and he was still a knight. Canonized by the king, this made them wonder if Lind was the illegitimate son of a great nobleman, and not just the son of an Orion as stated in the Bear Hunter's song. Not only the ordinary warriors were jealous of Lind's change in identity, but also the free knights and mercenary knights who participated in the tournament were extremely envious of Lind, because after becoming a knight, Lind had a loyal lord and became as a personal knight of the Tyrell family. This means that Lind not only has a fixed salary, but also means that Lind will have the opportunity to become a wealthy knight or even a small lord in the future. However, after they learned that Lind had actually rejected King Robert's invitation to become a member of the Kingsguard, their envy and jealousy towards Lind disappeared. And instead they laughed at Lind's stupidity. Apparently they thought that Lind, this man from a rural background, did not know the significance of the Kingsguard and missed this opportunity to rise to the top in one step. However, even so, Lind is still the envy of countless people, and can even be said to have become the idol of the lower-class civilians. His experience can be called a legend, and those bards have rewritten the content of the Bear Hunter's song one after another. He compiled it, extended the story to the canonization in the Red Keep, and then sang it repeatedly in the tavern, making a lot of money. The name of bear hunter Lind and the legendary stories in the songs also began to spread to other parts of the Seven Kingdoms, with the merchants coming and going from King's Landing, and there were even traces of spreading to the continent of Essos on the other side of the narrow sea. However, as the person involved, Lind seemed very calm. The change of identity did not change his living habits. He still took his cavalry to the outskirts of Jun for training the next day. He was still training Glory's hunting ability and obedience. After returning to the camp, I was still learning various knowledge from the new bachelor arranged by Duke Tyrell, and my schedule was full. In the afternoon, the heraldic officials from King's Landing came to the Tyrell family's camp, found Lind, and asked about Linda's family heraldry style and family name. Lind had already thought about these things, so after the heraldry official asked, he immediately gave the answer. His coat of arms is very simple, with a red background. The main pattern is a sword stuck in the ground. The only special thing is that the top of the sword hilt is the Chinese character Li, which was his last name in his previous life, and the knight's last name he thought of was Terra. The heraldry officials did not expect that things would go so smoothly. According to past experience, a new knight would need to think for several days before deciding on his heraldry style and surname. Moreover, the vast majority of knights did not choose their own surnames, but adopted an extinct surname. The surname of a noble family seems to want to use this to make their family look like they have a long history. After recording the coat of arms and surname, the heraldry official was about to leave, but Lind stopped him and asked, "Isn't it necessary to record the family motto?" The heraldry officer looked at Lind and left without saying anything, and his eyes looked like he was looking at an idiot. Although the heraldry official did not answer, Lind also knew that he seemed to have made a joke, and he also understood that there would probably be many more such jokes in the future, and he would not change until he was truly accustomed to the aristocratic behavior of this world. The knight's spear duel continues today. Compared with yesterday's deserted scene, the number of spectators today has increased and has almost returned to normal levels. Not only are the open spaces on the hillsides around the competition venue full of people, but there are also some people climbed into the trees in order to have a clear view of the duel. In the arena, the reason why the number of spectators has become so large is because the excitement generated by the group competition has settled down after a day, and everyone needs new excitement, and the knight's spear duel has become the best substitute. In addition, compared to yesterday's night duel, today's night duel is obviously much higher quality and more intense, because those knights with average level have been eliminated yesterday, and those who can still stand on the competition field today knights can be regarded as the elite among knights, so the knight's spear duel is more exciting. For example, the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister had a spear duel in the morning. His opponent was a mysterious knight from across the narrow sea. The two fought back and forth 7 times, using up 3 spears. Finally, Jaime a close call ended. This knightly contest was so exciting that the surrounding spectators even forgot about the regicide's notoriety and cheered after his victory. Fertimo's night duel was also held in the morning. His opponent was a knight from the Malbrand family in the west. The battle was not as intense and exciting as the Kingslayer. The strength of the two was very different. Knock your opponent off his horse. However, in the afternoon competition, Fertimo was not very lucky. He encountered the fearless Barristan. After 2 rounds, he was stabbed in the chest by a spear and fell off his horse. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured. Among the knights from the Tyrell family who participated in the competition, only one person is left to advance to the quarterfinals tomorrow. This person is John Bulway from the Bulway family in Black Crown City. He is the 3rd son of Earl Bulway. Now serves as 3rd steward to Roger Redwine at the High Court. The reason why John Bulway was able to become the top 8 was not because of how strong he was, but because he was so lucky. John Bulway's strength is only slightly stronger than the average knight. If there were no accidents, he should have been eliminated yesterday. But what is interesting is that the opponents he encountered along the way were either due to problems with his equipment, or accidents, defeated, or voluntarily withdrew due to previous injuries. As a result, John Bulway became one of the top 8 in the knight competition without any danger, and he also had an outsider, called Lucky Bulway. However, for the Tyrell family, only one person was promoted to the top 8, and he was promoted in this tricky way, which made them feel a little shameful, especially Mace Tyrell's face after losing from Fortimer. After that, it remained gloomy, making everyone around him feel that the atmosphere was depressing. Fortunately, this depressing atmosphere did not last long, as Duke Tyrell was invited by Lord John Arryn to hold a meeting in the Red Keep, his gloomy expression completely dissipated when he returned, and his smile was always on his face. Afterwards, Duke Tyrell also summoned his vassals and held a meeting in the camp, seemingly discussing something important. Although Lind was also curious about what Duke Tyrell and the others were discussing, the tent was surrounded by Duke guards and he could not get close, and he had more important things to do. Lind asked Raoul to go to King's Landing to find out where the best blacksmith shop was. In the evening, Raoul found out the relevant information, and then took Lind to King's Landing. The two of them came directly to the Steel Street under the Visenya Hills. Because the martial arts tournament damaged the weapons and equipment of many warriors and knights, the blacksmith shops in this area of Steel Street became prosperous, and the hot furnaces were full of fire. It has not been extinguished for several days in a row, and the noisy sound of blacksmithing envelopes the area. Even people who live here can't stand the noisy noise, so they choose to live in a nearby town for a while, and then come back after the storm has passed. Raoul led Lind to a blacksmith shop that was much larger than other blacksmith shops. This blacksmith shop was made of wood and rocks, with a layer of white lime, ebony and weirwood on the surface. The main gate looks thick and strong, and its 3-story height allows people to overlook the entire Steel Street. But after entering the blacksmith shop, Lind frowned, because compared to the bustling working scenes in other blacksmith shops, the blacksmith shop in front of him was deserted, and even the fire of the furnace was not lit. "Is this the best blacksmith shop in King's Landing that you heard about?" Lind asked. Raoul looked embarrassed, and then shouted angrily into the store, "Is there anyone there? Is there anyone in the store? There is a customer." Lind looked around and was quickly attracted by a row of knight swords hanging on the wall. After Raoul shouted a few times, he saw an old man walking out from the back of the store with the help of a servant. The old man looked at Lind and Raoul and said angrily, "We are closed. If you want to make something, go to other stores." "Are you Clint Mott, the best blacksmith in King's Landing?" Raoul looked at the old man with some confusion and asked. "I was once the best blacksmith, but now." The old man laughed self-deprecatingly. "Do you think I can still hold a hammer now?" Raoul's face immediately darkened, and he cursed in a low voice the guy who provided him with the information. "Can you let me take it out and try it?" Lind on the side suddenly pointed to several knight swords hanging on the wall and asked the old man. The old man was stunned, nodded, and said, "You try it. I can give you a discount if you want. Anyway, these weapons will be cleared out recently." Lind reached out and took down the 2 knight swords he was interested in, then walked to the large open space next to the house specially used for sword testing, and started swinging them according to the sword skills of the lost knights. Just as he thought, the memories he merged were not only on the spiritual level, but also on the physical level. The 2 knight swords did not feel unfamiliar at all when used. The swords moved smoothly, as if they had been used countless times. Same year, when Lind tested his homeless knight swordsmanship and knight's great sword, everyone in the room was stunned. Raoul had been Lind's sparring partner before, and had seen Lind perform double swordsmanship countless times. But at that time, Lind was using half-hand swords, and the double swordsmanship he performed was still within the understandable range. Even he could do it. It can be seen that what really makes the swordsmanship show its power is Lind's pace and grasp of weaknesses. However, the double swordsmanship now used by Lind has gone beyond the limits of normal humans. The 2 knights' swords are as easy to swing as daggers. When the swords are dancing, they even create a wind pressure around them, and this the wind Pressure brought with it a hint of sharpness, making him feel as if his face had been cut by a knife even if he was outside the damage range of the long sword. His exposed skin ached, and even some of the hair on his head they all broke apart after the wind pressure caused by the sword's force blew over them. It is no exaggeration to say that he feels that the double sword swordsmanship used by Lind now is 10 times more powerful than before, and he also believes that if Lind had used this double swordsmanship in the competition field a few days ago, then Lind could directly use head-to-head combat to kill all those participants on the spot. Raoul, who was very familiar with Lind, was so surprised. The owner of the blacksmith shop and his servants were even more stunned and completely speechless. As the forger of the knight's great sword, Clint Mott knew very well how heavy a knight's great sword was. Even extremely powerful knights would not be able to use it with one hand, but Lind was now holding a knight's great sword in each hand, and then he can perform exquisite sword skills that he has never seen before as easily as he is holding two straws, especially when he can hold two such heavy knight swords, leap into the air, and make various cutting movements. This kind of physical fitness and the powerful swordsmanship he displayed were completely beyond his common sense over the years. He even had the illusion that there was a powerful monster living in Linda's body. After Lind briefly performed the basic sword skills of the Lost Knight, he stopped. It was not because he didn't want to use other sword skills, but because other sword skills needed to be combined with the extraordinary power given by the Dragon Rune and Dragon Feast ritual. Use it, otherwise it is just an extension of basic swordsmanship. After stopping, Lind looked at the knight's sword in his hand with satisfaction. Although the two knight's swords were not Valyrian steel swords, the material and weight of the two swords were pretty good, making them suitable for use as weapons. A temporary replacement sword. In addition, he also re-understood the changes that the Dragon Feast ceremony had brought to him. If it were before, his physical strength and physical fitness would not have been enough for him to swing the knight's sword so easily, but now after he has used a complete set of basic swordsmanship, he still does not feel tired, and he is not even out of breath. It can be seen that his physical quality has changed towards an inhuman state, and this change has not stopped until the effect of the Dragon Feast ritual completely disappears. His body will continue to slowly change and strengthen. To what extent can it finally be strengthened? He didn't know. Maybe he could have the power to slay dragons like some of the lost knights in his memory. Who are you? At this time, Clint Mott, who had recovered from the shock, couldn't help asking. Before Lind could answer, Raoul took the initiative to introduce him like a qualified attendant. This is the champion of the group competition, the knight personally conferred by His Majesty the King, the bear hunter Lind Terra. Upon hearing Raoul's introduction, Clint Mott and his servants couldn't help but take a breath and looked at Lind in stunned silence. In addition to being filled with shock, their eyes also contained an emotion of awe. Chapter 43 Dragon Cave Ruins. As for the legendary figure who has been mentioned the most in King's Landing in the past 2 days, Clint Mott has heard about it even though he cannot go out due to physical reasons. It's just that he thinks the rumors about bear hunters are a bit exaggerated. After all, the idea of one person killing hundreds of people in a martial arts competition sounds like a fairy tale, which is hard to believe. However, now that he saw Lind holding a knight's sword and using the sword, he gradually became convinced that the man in front of him could indeed kill 100 people, or even kill 1,000 people. Moreover, Linda's strange power it also made him think of a person. That person was Rego Clegane. Lind ignored the looks of several people, pointed at the two knight swords, and said, "I want these two swords, and I will give them a pair of better scabbards and 2 sets of sword belts. One set is a belt, used for this pair of knight's swords, and the other set is made into a sling, used for my 2 broad-bladed hand and half swords." The servant in the blacksmith shop had not come back to his senses for a while, but old Clint reached out and patted his servant on the back and said, "What are you doing standing still? Why don't you just follow Lord Linda's instructions? Scabbard and sword for the belt. Go to Perot of the Golden Tooth, he has the best leather goods. After hearing this, the servant first helped old Colin sit down on a chair nearby, then called a few people, took off the knight's sword, carried him out of the blacksmith shop, and walked toward the street where the leather shop was. Lind temporarily solved the problem of temporary weapons, and then remembered another purpose of coming here, so he asked old Clint, since you were the best blacksmith in King's Landing, then you must know about Valyrian steel. Old Clem replied, of course, even if you are not the best blacksmith in King's Landing, you will know about Valyrian steel. So do you know where to get Valyrian steel? Lind asked very directly. Old Krillin was stunned and asked, my lord, do you know how many swords made of Valyrian steel there are in the 7 kingdoms? I don't know, probably not many. Lind replied, yes, there are indeed not many, sir. Old Clin nodded and said solemnly, there are only a few swords made of Valyrian steel over the years, and every great noble hopes to get one. A weapon made of Valyrian steel. Your main family, the Tyrell family, has been hoping to get a Valyrian steel sword for many years, but they have not gotten it yet. Now you ask me, where you can get a Valyrian steel sword. Steel, what do you think I should answer? My dear sir. Lind did not respond, and he felt vaguely that it was too difficult to possess Valyrian steel weapons and armor at the same time. Old Clint continued, and even if you find Valyrian steel, how can you reforge it? You must know that smelting and forging Valyrian steel is a very advanced craft. It is said that in Valyria after the demise, this craft was lost. It is difficult to find people who know this craft, even on the continent of Essos on the other side of the narrow sea, let alone the continent of Westeros, so whether you want to use it's almost impossible to forge weapons from Valyrian steel or make armor. Is there nothing we can do? Lind asked unwillingly. Old Clint thought for a while and then said, if you simply want to get Valyrian steel, you may be able to find it in the academy, and there may be someone in the academy who knows how to forge Valyrian steel, because some the maester of the citadel will forge a Valyrian steel link upon completion of his studies. When Lind heard this, he couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Although he had also thought about going to the academy, he went to the academy more to learn the knowledge of this world rather than to get Valyrian steel there. He could imagine that the citadel must regard Valyrian steel and its smelting and forging processes as the most secret and precious knowledge. If he touches these secret knowledge, he will only offend the citadel. In that case, he will not be able to do anything in the 7 kingdoms. It's really hard to move forward. In the entire continent of Westeros, there are 2 major forces that cannot be offended the most. One is the Church of the 7 Gods, which controls faith, and the other is the School City, which controls knowledge. Especially the School City, they can use those who become noble advisors. Bachelors subtly influence their employers' decisions, and this silent influence is the most fatal. Lind thought about the information about Valyrian steel in his memory, and said solemnly, I know that in the free city-state of Essos, there is a city that has mastered the process of recasting Valyrian steel. That there may be enough Valyrian steel in the city, but I can't remember the name of that city. You are talking about Cahal, the city of mages. Old Clint took the initiative to name the city, and added, my son Tob Mott is learning blacksmithing skills in that city. This year he should come back to inherit my blacksmith shop. He may have learned how to reforge Valyrian steel. If you can find enough Valyrian steel by then, he may be able to help you reforge him into the weapon or armor you want. When Lind heard this, the already fuzzy memories in his mind immediately became much clearer. He remembered a post he had seen in the forum discussing various cities in the free city-state in his previous life, and Qohor was mentioned in it. However, there is not much content related to Qohor. I just know that the people there are called Little Valyrian people. It is very likely that there are a large number of Valyrian survivors, so that city also has a lot of Valyrian people. Knowledge, the technology to reforge Valyrian steel should be one of them. However, the knowledge of making Valyrian steel does not exist in that city, because if they really master the knowledge of making Valyrian steel, then they must also have various products made of Valyrian steel among their exported goods. With this item, Valyrian steel, weapons in Westeros would not be so rare. In addition, he also realized that Tob Mott, the son of Old Krillin in front of him, was most likely the King's Landing blacksmith who helped Duke Tywin resmelt ice into 2 Valyrian steel swords more than 10 years later. This is undoubtedly good news for him. Although he didn't find any clues to get Valyrian steel, it would be nice to at least know someone who could help him forge Valyrian steel weapons and armor. Since he couldn't get any other useful information here, Lind had no intention of staying here any longer. After he paid the money for 2 swords, scabbards and other accessories, he asked Old Clint to send someone to your family's camp outside the city. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lind did not return to the camp immediately. Instead, he led Raoul to wander around King's Landing. It had been several days since he arrived in King's Landing, but he had never taken a serious look at the city. Although King's Landing is known as a city made of urine and feces, the population has dropped sharply due to the looting and massacre by the Western Army a year ago. In the past year, Lord John Arryn has spared no effort to rebuild King's Landing. The environment has improved a lot. At least a few main streets and some alleys in big urban areas are relatively clean, and there isn't much odor in the surrounding air. It's much better than the slums outside the city. However, as a large number of people pour into King's Landing, the environment in the city will gradually return to its original appearance, just like Flea Bottom is now returning to its original appearance. After walking around several main streets in the city, the sky became completely dark. Lind had no sense of novelty about the city anymore, so he decided to go to Dragon Cave to have a look and get a batch that would last for a long time. Dragon Flame Obsidian, and then return to camp. However, when he had just entered Silent Sister Street and walked some distance towards the dragon's lair, a little girl suddenly rushed out from a small alley nearby, came to Lind, saluted to Lind and said, "Sir, there is someone who wants to see you." Lind looked at the girl and found that she was the little girl who had led him to the tavern before. But now that he heard the little girl's words, Lind immediately thought of Varys. After a slight hesitation, Lind turned around and told Raoul to go back to the camp first, and then he asked the little girl to lead the way. The little girl did not lead Lind into the alley next to her, but continued walking along Silent Sister Street, in the direction of the dragon's lair that Lind had planned to go to before. The two moved quickly one behind the other, and soon they reached Rainey's Hills and stood in front of the ruins of a huge dome building. Lind looked up at the building in front of him, his expression became serious, and there was a hint of scruple in his eyes. Perhaps it was the effect of the dragon feast ceremony. Not only did his body change, but his extraordinary senses also experienced some changes. This change was not an effect of strengthening the senses, but more like giving the senses some extraordinary power. For example, the current Dragon Cave ruins are just ruins in other eyes. There are some civilians building houses around the ruins, and some prostitutes got into the ruins to play, without any awareness of the danger hidden in the ruins. In Linda's eyes, the ruins were surrounded by countless black shadows. These black shadows were like balls of mud that were constantly changing their shapes. Painful faces loomed in the black shadows, and some dragons could also be seen. Dark shadows shuttled among them, and one could even hear the dragons making shrill cries. Lind had read information about the Dragon Cave from the books left by Maester Hawley. It was once an important temple of the Church of the Seven Gods, and was later burned to ashes by King Maegor I riding Balerion, the Black Death. All the people in the temple were burned to death, and later Maegor I transformed it into a dragon lair, specially used to raise the young dragons of the Targaryen family. In Dance of the Blood Dragons, the dragon lair was destroyed by a group of hungry civilians. All the dragons left in the dragon lair were killed. It is said that there were as many as 5. Most of the civilians who besieged the dragon lair were also in the dragon lair. He was burned to death in the flames and was completely buried underground as the dragon's cave dome collapsed. Later, the ruins of the dragon's lair were used as corpse pits during the Great Plague. All the deceased who could not be buried in time were thrown into the dragon's lair, and even Some patients who had not yet expired were also thrown into the dragon's lair. Because there were so many corpses, even the dragon's cave was almost filled. In order to deal with these corpses, the king's hand at that time had them burned with wildfires. The flames ignited by the wildfires burned into the sky for several days before they were completely burned. When it was extinguished, the flames soaring into the sky could be seen outside King's Landing. It is no exaggeration to say that the dragon's cave in front of him is a huge mass grave. Believers, civilians, soldiers, and even dragons are buried here. The black shadows that Lind sees now should be the people and people who died here. The soul of the dragon is mixed with the energy of resentment. The reason why this kind of resentful soul energy is formed may be related to the magic power of the dragon itself. This kind of resentful soul energy will not affect civilians. Only people like Lind who were transformed by the dragon feast ritual and are particularly sensitive to special energy can feel it arrive. Just when Lind was shocked by the sight before him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of hunger, as if the special energy formed by these innocent souls in front of him was a delicious meal. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" the little girl asked suspiciously when she saw some changes in Linda's expression. Lind did not speak, but just motioned to the little girl to wait for a while, and then carefully searched her body for where this inexplicable feeling of hunger came from. He soon discovered that this feeling of hunger did not seem to originate from himself, but directly acted on his spiritual will. The source was not here, but in the Tyrell family camp. Outside King's Landing, the glory of being caged radiates. Because at this time he and Glory seemed to have some kind of spiritual connection, so that when he saw this black shadow, Glory could also feel it. Shape changer. Lind immediately thought of a type of people with special abilities in this world, but he quickly denied the possibility that he was a shape changer. He felt that this might be the same as the glory that passed through him that day. It has something to do with the body absorbing the remaining dragon soul in the cracked dragon egg. Perhaps due to the influence of strong hunger, Glory bit into the iron cage that locked it at all costs, and its bite force seemed to have become extremely strong, far exceeding the bite force of a shadow lynx cub. Soon the iron cage was bitten open, and Guangrong, who escaped from the iron cage, turned into a black shadow and got out of the tent. Without anyone else in the camp noticing, he quickly rushed out of the camp and headed towards where Lind was, galloping in the direction. Lind did not try to break this connection, but maintained this mental connection, and then used part of his mind to signal to the confused little bird in front of him to continue leading the way. The little girl looked at Lind and found that his expression had improved a lot, so with doubts in her heart, she entered the interior of the dragon's cave through a damaged part of the ruins of the dragon's cave. The two then walked through the narrow dragon cave, gradually descending, and should have gone deep into the hilly underground. Finally, after passing through a narrow passage filled with bones, they came to a relatively empty cave. From the remaining traces in the crypt, it is not difficult to tell that this place was originally part of an underground warehouse. Some religious symbols of the Church of the Seven Gods can also be seen on some stones. It seems that this place should be part of the burned temple. The Temple of Remembrance was built by one Targaryen and destroyed by another Targaryen. What a wonderful fate. Do you think I am right, my lord? Varys's voice came from the shadows in a corner, and then he saw himself walking into the firelight. Seeing Wallace, the little girl leaned towards him and saluted, then turned around and left the same way, leaving only Lind and Wallace in the underground ruins. Chapter 44 Confrontation with Varys. Would you like a drink, sir? A small table was placed in the basement, with some wine and food prepared on the table. He picked up an exquisite wine bottle and asked Lind. Lind shook his head and said, Lord Varys, you should know that I don't drink. Wallace said in his unique feminine tone, yes, I forgot. That's good. Not drinking is a good habit. Many conspiracies and deaths are accompanied by alcohol. Lord Varys, you called me here just to tell me that drinking is harmful, right? Lind wasn't used to Varys's way of speaking, so he asked very directly, what do you want to do when you come to me? Why don't you tell me what you want to do? Varys smiled and said, I have some little birds who often tell me some interesting things. I heard that you want to build a set of Valyrian steel full-body armor and a pair of knights' swords. Is it true? Quote, it's true. The 2 swords I'm using now are no longer suitable. Lind patted the broad, bladed half-hand sword on his waist, and then asked, Lord Varys has news about Valyrian steel. Do you want to tell me? Yes. Wallace gave an answer that surprised Lind. Lind was a little unbelievable and confirmed, do I need to build a set of Valyrian steel full-body armor and 2 knight swords? Varys smiled and said, don't worry, as far as I know, there is a lot of Valyrian steel there. Enough to make a suit of armor and 2 knights' swords. Lind was silent for a moment, then asked warily, what price do I need to pay? Wallace whispered, it's very simple. When I need your help, you can help me. Upon hearing Wallace's request, Lind did not immediately agree, because although Wallace's request sounded simple, the scope of its effect was too large. If he agreed rashly, he would probably suffer a big loss unknowingly. So after thinking about it for a while, Lind said seriously, your request is too vague. I need to know more specific conditions. Not only was Wallace not displeased when he saw Lind being so cautious, but he nodded with satisfaction, because in his opinion, such a cautious attitude showed that Lind valued his commitment and was much less likely to break the contract. Please don't worry, sir. There may be very few places where I need your help, and it may even never appear. Wallace explained, but felt that the explanation was a bit vague and would not be of much use. He added, since sir, you need some specific conditions, so, let's do this. I will help you without harming your interests and without putting me in danger. What do you think? Lind was silent for a moment, seeming to be considering what Wallace said. After a while, he asked with doubts, why does Mr. Wallace help me like this? I have said before, sir, you are a very special person. Wallace looked at Lind and said, I have seen many strange people when I was on the continent of Essos, but compared with you, those people or it all seems normal. Am I really as special as you say? Lind asked with some confusion. It's very special, more special than you think. No one in the 7 kingdoms has ever become a knight from an ordinary person in just half a year, and no one has ever been able to kill nearly 100 people in a group competition. No one dared to beat the king to a black face in front of everyone. I was not there to watch the battle, but I thought it would be exciting. Wallace picked up the food on the table and asked Lind, eat some. Thank you, I happen to be a little hungry. Lind took the food and ate it generously. Without being polite, seeing that Lind did not refuse, but rather enjoyed the food generously without worrying about whether there was poison in the food, Wallace was a little surprised, but he soon returned to normal. Lord Lind, I have investigated your experience. Wallace paused, perhaps worried that Lind would misunderstand, and then explained, of course this is not my intention to investigate, but a routine matter. After all, His Majesty the King wants to canonize you, our Prime Minister must know your origins. Lind chewed the food leisurely and asked, now it seems that my origin has passed the inspection of Duke Island. Wallace smiled and said, no, it was me who made the Duke think that there is no problem with your origin. Lind was stunned, turned to look at Wallace, and asked, Lord Wallace, what do you mean by this? Varys replied, I have always had a hobby of collecting intelligence information on famous figures in the 7 kingdoms. This hobby has turned into a job this year. Our Prime Minister is not worried about the remnants of the Targaryen family and is worried about these remnants. He will change his appearance and continue to cause trouble, so every person with some fame in the 7 kingdoms will be investigated and recorded this year. And you, Lord Bear Hunter, who is such a famous legendary figure in the Reach, are naturally also on the investigation list. Quote, what did you find out? Lind asked curiously. Very interesting stuff. Wallace looked at Lind with deep meaning and said, before you hunted that mountain bear, you were just an ordinary hunter. But after you were injured by the dying mountain bear and fell into coma, but you seem to have become another person, not only possessing amazing swordsmanship, but also your speech and behavior are different from before. Quote, Lind looked at Wallace with a slight surprise. He was not surprised that some doubts about him were found out. Even if he did some covering up, it was not enough to cover up those doubts. After all, those doubts were too obvious. Can't afford to think about it carefully. But he is not afraid of those doubts being exposed. When a person's reputation is big enough or even legendary enough, people will naturally whitewash the doubts about him and become part of the legend. As legends arise, doubts will be mixed into them and eventually disappear. However, what Lind didn't expect was that Wallace would pay attention to him so early and discover some big doubts about him. Wallace said eloquently, "Although your father's friends have made some disguises, those disguises are too simple. They can be used to deceive those knights, but it is difficult to escape the eyes of people like me." Lind put down the food in his hand, looked at Wallace with interest, and asked, "Why do you think I have changed like this?" Wallace poured himself a glass of wine, moistened his throat, and said, "At first I thought you might have been replaced, but judging from the intelligence collected, this guess must be wrong. After all, if you were replaced, it's impossible for your father's life and death friend not to know." Lind asked, "Can't it be the Faceless Man? I remember that the Faceless Man can also imitate anyone perfectly." Wallace replied, "I did have this suspicion, but after meeting you in person, this speculation was completely gone. So you talked to me at the banquet just to confirm whether I was the Faceless One?" Wallace smiled and did not answer, but continued, "I have carefully read all the information collected, and I found that Lord Lind, your changes are not only in your words, deeds, and superb swordsmanship, but also in your body. Very incredible changes. I have grown a lot. Taller and stronger in a few months. This is obviously contrary to common sense, and I have seen a situation like yours once before. Quote, have you ever seen me in this situation? Linda's face showed confusion and curiosity. And asked, I'm a little curious, can you tell me? Of course, many people know about this person's changes, but they don't feel it is too abnormal. Varys said with a trace of emotion in his eyes, that person is the last king of the Targaryen dynasty, crazy. King Aerys II Targaryen. Is it him? Lind was a little surprised. The Mad King was not crazy from the beginning. When I first met him, he was the smartest and most charming person I have ever met. Even an outstanding person like Lord Tywin was impressed by him, willing to work for him. When mentioning the Mad King, Varys' tone was slightly nostalgic, but he quickly calmed down and said, however, after the chaos in Dusk Valley Town, he seemed to have changed. Just like people, not only their words and deeds change, but their bodies also change in a short period of time. Wallace paused and did not continue. Instead, he raised his glass and took a sip of wine to calm down a little. Some people say that he was tortured crazy by Count Dennis during the half-year he was imprisoned in Duskendale Town, but I know it's not that simple. Varys said at this moment, as if he was venting secrets that had been squeezed for many years, I saw the shadow of another person in him, and that person was constantly controlling His Majesty. Asking His Majesty to burn everything with fire. After hearing Varys's narration, Lind couldn't help but have a picture of the Mad King being controlled, and the black figure controlling the Mad King in the picture was a three-eyed crow. Lind was not surprised by what Wallace said, because there were many posts on the Past Life forum analyzing the reasons why the Mad King went crazy, and being possessed by the three-eyed crow was the most popular of all posts. Now with Varys's description, the inference in that post seems to be correct. Linda's current situation seems to be similar to that of the Mad King. The possible difference is that the Mad King has two consciousnesses competing for control of the body, thus influencing each other and going crazy, while he is completely integrated into the body, even if he is given the power by Golden Finger. The influence of different warriors' memories is clear in priority and not as serious as the Mad King's to the point of being uncontrollable. Are you suspecting that I am also possessed by something? Thinking of this, Lind asked. Tentatively. Of course not. Wallace missed the correct answer perfectly and continued, if you are really like the Mad King, then instead of having a calm conversation with me now, you will Directly draw your sword and chop off my head. Quote. Lind deliberately put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and said, "Can't I chop off your head later?" Wallace was not afraid at all, but looked at Lind calmly. "Okay. You guessed it right, I will indeed not harm you." Lind removed his hand from the hilt of the sword. Although he said he would not hurt Wallace, in fact he did kill him just now. After all, Wallace has touched upon his biggest secret. Although he has denied himself, in retrospect, Wallace may not be doubtful again. However, with Varys's personality, it is impossible for him to come to meet with Lind without making any preparations. Maybe if he kills him now, the next moment false information about him being a remnant of the Long family will be placed in Duke Aaron's house. On the table. "Lord Varys, do you think the 7 gods exist?" Lind asked an incomprehensible question. Somewhat abruptly. Varys looked at Lind in confusion, wondering why he suddenly asked such an unfounded question, but he still answered, "If I have time, I will go to Baylor Cathedral to sit for a while." Lind understood the meaning of Wallace's words and pointedly said, "That means you don't believe in the existence of the 7 gods." Wallace just looked at Lind with a smile, neither denying nor admitting. "I didn't believe it before, but I do now." Wallace was stunned and asked, "Why do you believe it now?" Lind said in shock, "Because I am the best proof of the existence of the 7 gods." Faced with Linda's words, Wallace didn't react at all and just stared at Lind calmly. "You don't believe it," Lind said. "Should I believe it?" Wallace looked at Lind with a strange look and said, "Lord Lind, do you know who your words just reminded me of? Prince Rhaegar. He was also so confident back then. Claiming to be born in the land of smoke and salt, he is the incarnation of Azor. Ahai. I know you won't believe it, but what I said is the truth." Lind ignored Wallace's mocking gaze and said seriously, "The information you got only said that I was seriously injured and fell into coma after hunting a mountain bear. But in fact, I was not just seriously injured and fell into a coma. I actually died that night after my father rescued me from the mountains." When Wallace heard Linda's words, he couldn't help but put away his strange gaze, and the expression on his face became much more serious. Lind seemed to be reminiscing, and said slowly, "I still remember that after I died, I entered a dark world, suspended in the air, with no time, and I couldn't feel anything. I don't know how long I stayed there. Time, until a beam of light appeared in that dark world. That beam of light took me away from that world, and then what?" Wallace seemed to be interested in Linda's words and couldn't help but ask. Lind also became a little excited and said, "Then I returned to this world, but not on the ground, but in the air, very high in the air, where I can overlook the entire world." As he spoke, Lind suddenly squatted down and quickly drew a topographic map of Westeros and part of Essos on the dust on the ground with his fingers. When Vasily saw the terrain map drawn by Lind, he was completely stunned, and his face was full of shock. Chapter 45 True Lies. Maps have always been the most important military information for any lord and king. They cannot be easily shown to others. Only the academic city can collect these map information and draw them into a map through the bachelor advisors assigned to each lord. A complete map of Westeros. This map has always been regarded as top secret by the school. Except for the doctor of the school, other ordinary bachelors have no access to this map. At the beginning of the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, the Academy submitted a map of Westeros when it surrendered. However, that map was not a complete map. I don't know if it was intentional by the Academy. There were many spots on the map. There are errors everywhere. For this reason, several generations of Targaryen kings revised the map, and finally the map was completely revised and sealed in the royal library. During the turmoil in King's Landing a year ago, Varys moved some important information stored in the royal library to his lair in the secret passage beneath the Red Keep in order to prevent it from being destroyed, and the map was among them. And when he saw the map that Lind was drawing now, he actually found that this map was more accurate and detailed than the map he had on hand. Even some islands that were not marked on that map, such as the Shield Islands, it is also drawn on this map. The more important point is that in addition to the map of Westeros, there is even a map of Essos. Although Varys has never seen a map of the Essos continent, he can still judge the authenticity and accuracy of the map through his geographical understanding of the Essos continent. So the map of Westeros and Essos before him was something he had never seen before, or even heard of. However, this map appeared in front of him, and it was drawn casually by a 15-year-old boy who had never left the Reach. At this moment, Wallace somewhat believed what Lind had just said. Only by standing in the sky could he overlook the two continents and draw such a detailed picture. After looking at this map for a long time, Wallace tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart, turned to Lind and asked curiously, what happened next? Realizing that Wallace already believed his words, Lind continued to narrate his carefully crafted lie, saying, later, the light took me flying all the way to the north. We flew over the northern border, over the Great Wall, and entered that eternally frozen place. As he spoke, he paused, with a clear look of fear on his face, and said, then I saw an army of zombies composed of White Walkers and corpses, millions of resurrected corpses. Under the leadership of the White Walkers, they stood densely on the endless ice field, waiting for the opportunity to go south. Quote, Wallace wanted to sneer at Linda's words at this moment, but the shock to him from the previous map was too strong, and the look of fear on Linda's face also very intuitively showed his emotions at the time. He began to believe Lind in his heart. Words, even if these words sound extremely absurd. Lind took a deep breath, as if to calm down the fear in his heart, and then continued. After that, I flew back to Bai Village. I saw myself lying on the bed, turned into a corpse. And then I was sent back to the corpse by the white light, came back to life. But I found that I was not only resurrected, but also gave me various knowledge during the resurrection, including the swordsmanship I mastered. My body also underwent amazing changes and became a tall and strong warrior. Although the white light did not reveal to me who he was, I could feel that he should be a warrior among the 7 gods. After listening to Linda's narration, Wallace couldn't help but take a deep breath and tried to look calm, but his eyes had completely exposed his complicated heart. After a while, Varys asked doubtfully, do you think the warrior resurrected you because they wanted you to deal with the White Walker army outside the Great Wall? I don't know. If God's thoughts can be guessed, then God is no longer God. Lind shook his head and said seriously, I can only do it according to my own ideas, little by little. Climb up, gain power, and build an army until one day comes. Wallace looked at Lind with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lind could see that Wallace already believed what he said, but this belief was not deep enough, so he decided to add a little more information at the end. So, he looked at Varys and said, actually, among the knowledge given to me by the 7 gods, the knowledge related to combat only accounts for a very small part. In fact, there are other pieces of knowledge that exist in a sealed state in my mind. Usually these knowledge is in a sealed state and can only be unlocked when meeting specific people. Wallace was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he seemed to realize something. A trace of panic flashed across his face, and he asked Lind tentatively, is there also knowledge related to me? Lind briefly named 3 names and said, Aegon Targaryen, Jon Connington, and Illyrio Mopatis. Wallace's face changed suddenly, and he even took a few steps back out of panic. He hit the wall before stopping. His eyes when he looked at Lind were full of panic and fear. These 3 names represent the biggest secret in his heart. It is absolutely impossible for anyone else to know this secret, because once it is exposed, he will definitely die. But now Lind said these 3 names easily. There is no doubt that Lind also knows the secret in his heart. Now thinking about Linda's origin and what Lind said before, he has completely I believe Linda's absurd words, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why a young man who had stayed in a small village for the past 15 years suddenly mastered so much knowledge that was absolutely impossible to possess. Lord Varys, you don't have to worry. In fact, if you didn't come to me, I wouldn't have revealed these things at all. Lind knew that the heat was almost over, so he comforted the other party and said with deep meaning, you may not know the impact that what you do will have on this world. You are the most important chess piece on God's chessboard, and it is with your impetus that the wheel of fate begins to spin. These mysterious words came out of Lind's mouth, giving Wallace a sense of mission that he had never had before. If anyone else had said these words, Wallace would have only regarded them as a joke. But it was Lind who said these words, and it was someone whom he had regarded as an apostle of the seven gods. His credibility was naturally self-evident. He had to admit that this meeting with Lind gave him too much shock, giving him the illusion that it was unreal and that he was dreaming. Originally, he just wanted to establish a relationship with an upstart with a mystery so that he could use it in the future, but he never expected that things would start to spiral out of control like they are now, involving gods and the end of the world. The legend also involves his biggest secret. At this moment, his mind was completely confused and he didn't know what to say. Lind did not continue speaking. Instead, as if giving Wallace time to calm down, he sat quietly and finished the remaining food. But in fact, his spirit has been transferred to Glory. At this moment, Glory has arrived at the dragon's lair. After avoiding the poor people and prostitutes outside the dragon's lair, it got into the ruins through a gap. Along the gaps and the passage ran towards Lind, and the moment it entered the ruins, the resentful soul energy shrouded in the ruins began to spontaneously pour into Glory's body. Lind could clearly feel the reaction of the resentful soul energy after it entered Glory's body at this moment, and just like the remnant soul power in the dragon egg was injected into Glory's body through him, the resentful soul energy injected into Glory's body at this moment also passed through the two bodies. The spiritual connection of the person came into his body. Among the resentful soul energy, the part belonging to the dragon was integrated into his body under the residual effect of the dragon feast ceremony, while the remaining part belonging to the human body was expelled from the body, which made his body thicker. A cold aura, combined with the surrounding environment, made his whole person look a bit eerie. Although Wallace was in a state of confusion at the moment, his observation skills were not affected at all, and he quickly noticed the abnormal changes in Lind. "What's wrong with you, Lord Lind?" Wallace did not step forward to check Linda's condition, but looked at Lind warily. Because Lind had changed so much at this moment, not only his temperament had changed, but even his face had completely lost all color, and he was as pale as a dead person. This made him think of the afterlife mentioned by Lind. Resurrection, thinking of the legendary White Walkers. For this reason, he couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart, and the hand in his sleeve couldn't help but grab the dagger hidden inside. As soon as Wallace's questioning voice fell, Lind's expression gradually began to return to normal, and the sinister aura about him began to dissipate. After a while, when Lind's face completely recovered, he took a few deep breaths, as if to calm down his emotions. Then his eyes were full of awe, and he made a seven-god prayer gesture while saying, "I just revealed something that I shouldn't have done. What I revealed was punished by the seven gods, and at that moment he made me return to the state of death." He said with lingering fear, "I never want to experience that feeling again." The scene just now was seen by Wallace with his own eyes, and the reason for this change was definitely not the so-called magic he had seen before. It must have involved a higher level of power. He already believed Linda's words. And now Linda's performance makes him more and more convinced that Lind really resurrected after death with the help of the seven gods. "Do you need me to do anything?" Wallace asked in a deep voice. "No need," Lind shook his head and said, "Lord Varys, just pretend that I never said what I said before. You still do what you want to do, and I do what I should do. Everything can be done as usual." He said seriously, "Lord Varys, I agree to the conditions you proposed before. As long as it does not affect my interests or put me in danger, I can help you do something." After hearing Linda's words, Wallace secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't really want to help Lind do anything. He just asked casually. Now Linda's refusal just gave him a step forward. "You can download it." Then, Varys thought about it and said, "In that case, I will help you prepare the Valyrian steel. I will send it to you whenever you need it." Lind was stunned when he heard this, and asked, "Wait a minute, Lord Varys, didn't you only provide the storage location of Valyrian steel?" Varys, whose mood gradually returned to normal, smiled and said, "Actually, the Valyrian steel storage location I mentioned is not far away, it's underground in the Red Keep." Lind was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to be so close to Valyrian steel. Varys continued, "The Targaryens have been using various methods to collect Valyrian steel. Over the past few hundred years, they have collected a lot of Valyrian steel. It's just because they don't understand Valyrian steel. The Valyrian steel was not used for the recasting process of Lelian steel and could only be stored in the secret vault. Before King's Landing was breached, the Mad King moved these things to the underground secret passage under the Red Keep. It is still stored there. There is enough Valyrian steel for you to build a suit of full-body armor and 2 knights' swords." As he spoke, he paused and continued, "Although Lord Lind is powerful enough, it is probably impossible for you to enter the Red Keep and find the Valyrian steel belt underground. But I am different, with my identity and understanding of the underground secret passages, it is not difficult to take out those things in the tunnel and send them away from the Red Fort." Quote, seeing what Wallace said, Lind didn't show any pretense and agreed to Wallace's proposal. But Varys looked embarrassed again and said, "However, I can only transport Valyrian steel out, and only blacksmiths who know special craftsmanship can make these Valyrian steel into armor and weapons. To this day, only the blacksmiths of Qohor have mastered the craft of recasting." Lind said, "You don't have to worry about the craftsman. I know someone who has also mastered this craft." "Who?" Varys was a little surprised, because coming from the continent of Essos, he knew very well how strict Qohor's control over this craft knowledge was, and anyone who dared to test this technology would be severely punished. "The heir to the largest blacksmith shop on Steel Street." Lind answered without hiding anything. Wallace thought for a while and confirmed, "It's Clinmot's son who went out to study." "Yes." Lind nodded and said, "The place where he learned his art was in Qohor. Now he has returned from his studies and should be on his way back." After saying that, he paused and said, "When the time comes, Lord Varys, you can give him the Valyrian steel to reforge. And let him build the armor and knight's sword according to my design." "Did you design it?" Wallace looked at Lind in surprise. "Yes, I designed it." Lind nodded and said, "To be precise, it was designed by God. I just drew it." Chapter 46 The Duke's Decision. Perhaps because he already believed in the claims about the 7 gods, Varys didn't feel anything strange when he heard Lind mentioning things about gods. Afterwards, the two discussed how to meet and communicate in the future, and Wallace prepared to leave. However, when he reached the place where he had just entered, he suddenly stopped and his body tensed up, as if he had been frightened. Then, a shadow lynx with white fur and black patterns was seen slowly walking out of the shadows, and while walking, it let out a low growl towards Varys, and would pounce on Varys at any time. "Glory!" Lind scolded Shadow Lynx. The originally extremely aggressive Shadow Lynx immediately became much docile and no longer regarded Varys as a target. However, when it walked past Varys, it still bared its teeth threateningly. Glory walked directly to Linda's feet, rubbed his neck against Linda's calf for a few times. Then raised his head vigorously, stuck out his tongue and licked Linda's hand, then put his head on Linda's hand, signaling to Lind that to rubbed its head. Lind rubbed Glory's head, causing it to purr happily. Then Lind ignored Wallace's presence and checked Glory's current physical condition. Perhaps due to the absorption of the energy of the resentful souls in the dragon's lair, Glory's body was more than twice as big as before. When he straightened up, it was almost flush with his knees. He could no longer put it in his cloth pocket. Its fur has also become very shiny, the white ones are whiter, the black ones are darker. And the patterns have become more angular, especially the patterns on the head vaguely showing an irregular skull shape, which makes it look like it seems even more evil. "Is it the shadow lynx you got in the royal forest?" After the danger was resolved, Wallace also breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Glory curiously, asking, "Is it really the female shadow lynx that sent you to me?" For you. No. Lin shook his head and said, it was given to me by a son of the forest. The child of the forest. Wallace was stunned after hearing this, and seemed to have thought of something, and said, I have heard of her. She often appears in the villages around the royal forest, and will give some medicine to patients. There are many people treat her as a deity and perform sacrifices. God. Lind was also a little surprised, but when he thought about the magical ability displayed by the son of the forest, Sparks, it was not unbelievable that the farmers and peasant women in the villages around the forest regarded him as a god. Wallace looked at Glory, then at Lind, and said leisurely, did you know? The albino shadow, Lynx in Asia, is regarded as the messenger of the night lion. It will always accompany the night lion and the son of the daughter of light. By the way, he paused and said, by the way, sir, I don't like magic, nor do I like gods. Please don't tell me these things next time. After saying that, without looking at Linda's reaction, he turned around and walked into the passage from which he came. After hearing this, Lind couldn't help but frown. He took Wallace's taboo to heart, then grabbed the back of Glory's neck, raised it in front of him, and looked into its dark eyes. He muttered something, human emperor. The tourney to celebrate the birth of the heir to the Baratheon dynasty ended successfully. And the final winner was somewhat beyond people's expectations. Neither Jaime Lannister the Kingslayer nor Barristan the Fearless, but a foreign knight from across the narrow sea from the Alliance of Free Cities. This knight's name was very convoluted, with a large number of pronunciations that could not be pronounced in common language, so the translator had to simplify his name into two pronunciations, namely the two pronunciations at the front of his name, called Balin. However, the Bahrain knight disappeared after the game, and along with him disappeared his 50,000 gold dragon prize money. Many people think that this Bahrain knight must be in trouble, but they don't know who was lucky enough to get the 50,000 golden dragons in the end. After the tournament, warriors, knights and mercenaries from all over the country left one after another. However, the departure of these people did not mean the end of the chaos, but more like the spread of the chaos. Because only a small number of these warriors gathered in King's Landing were employed by caravans traveling from various places and could leave with the caravans. Most of the others could only leave at their own expense. During their time in King's Landing, he spent so much time and alcohol that he had already spent the last copper on his body, and his trouser pockets were cleaner than their faces. In this case, except for a very small number of knights who value honor, other mercenaries, warriors and wandering knights have played the role of bandits. Although they dare not rob King's Landing and its sphere of influence, when they are far away from King's Landing. When the time came, they became unrestrained. Because of this, nobles from all over the country who originally came to King's Landing to participate in the martial arts tournament all received letters asking for help from their respective territories, forcing them to leave King's Landing early and rush to their respective territories to eliminate the bandits. The Tyrell family also received reports of a large number of bandits in the Reach, but they did not panic. After all, the bandits in the Reach have never subsided in the past year. Now, there are just a few more, and they are increasing. From the Duke of Lear's perspective, this is not a bad thing, because with the emergence of new bandits, bandits will inevitably fight each other for territory, which will actually make various regions more stable. However, this does not mean that they will just leave these bandits alone. Now they have planned to focus on eliminating these bandits, because just yesterday they had negotiated some business deals with King's Landing, the West, the Riverlands, the Valley and the North. Contracts. These business contracts can make the nobles of the Reach a lot of money, and can also restore the business to normal in the Reach, but the prerequisite is that the bandits and the remnants of the Long family in the Reach can completely disappear. The bandits south of Kuchao were easier for them to deal with. After all, the lords of each territory could cooperate with each other to eliminate them. However, the bandits in the mountainous and hilly areas north of Kuchao and up to Yulin were very difficult to deal with. There are a large number of caves and dense forests where people can hide in this area. No one knows how many people are hiding in this area. Even if a large army is sent to encircle and suppress them, they can hide in the royal forest and come out after others leave. Moreover, there are many savage tribes here, and the encirclement and suppression troops may have already started fighting with the savage tribes before fighting the thieves. At the meeting, Maester Morith proposed to form 3 troops. 2 of the 3 troops were composed of the Tyrell family and other lords of the Reach. They were mainly cavalry, and numbered about 500 people. They were responsible for traveling back and forth, patrol the Rose Avenue, and establish outposts at several key points on the Rose Avenue. Some soldiers are stationed for a long time, specifically responsible for the safety of caravans coming and going on the Rose Avenue, and also provide some safe places for the caravans to rest at night. In addition, a capable knight was responsible for forming the other troops. The Tyrell family and various lords only contributed part of the military expenses, and the remaining military expenses were raised by the knights themselves. This team of troops is stationed north of Kuchao and is responsible for clearing out bandits until the bandits are completely wiped out. After listening to the proposal of Maester Morris, some nobles questioned, would anyone be willing to do this kind of job that requires money, effort, and risks to one's life? Of course someone is willing to do it, because the knight who completes the mission of clearing up will be heavily rewarded. Duke Tyrell took over the words of Maester Morris and said, I will give out a manor and village as a reward to make him a worthy person. Produced knight. After hearing what Duke Tyrell said, many nobles in the tent realized that the Duke and others had obviously discussed it in advance, so they all agreed with the proposal. At the same time, when they heard the conditions offered by Duke Tyrell, they all couldn't help but take a deep breath, and they couldn't help but feel excited on their faces. You know, except for a few people who own territories in the tent, most of the others are just court nobles in Highgarden. Although they also have a little power, compared to the real lords, they are still far behind, just like civilians. The same gap as the cavaliers. Although a manor and a village are not very valuable things, and they may even need to invest a lot of money to operate them after owning them, but after all, they are territories. Territories that can be passed down, and territories they dream of. However, after being excited, they quickly calmed down. No one dared to step forward and take over the task because they all knew how dangerous the task was. These court nobles have more or less access to some information. They know that Kuchao once tried to send troops to wipe out the bandits in that area. They sent more than 500 people. In the end, only more than 100 people escaped back to Kuchao and King's Landing City. Storm's End also sent thousands of people, but not a single hair was found. They just killed a few wild deer and returned to the army. If the High Court can give full support, send troops, send people, and provide sufficient military expenses, then they may have the opportunity to clean up some bandits and cooperate with the other 2 patrol cavalry on the Rose Avenue to make the trade road smooth, and then unblock it. It is possible to complete the task. But now the Duke has made it clear that he will only provide part of the military expenses. And even the manpower must be prepared by himself. This will undoubtedly make this task more difficult. If they take over, they will only die. His eyes swept over the palace nobles who bowed their heads in silence. A hint of anger appeared on Duke Tyrell's face. Then he ordered the attendants beside him, go and gather all the knights in the camp. I hope that some of them can satisfy me. As he said this, he turned to look at Fortimo and asked, what about you, Sir Fotimo, if you don't give it a try? It will just give the Klein family an extra piece of land. Your Excellency, not being greedy is a rare quality in me. Fotimo said with a smile. In fact, he also wanted to take on this task, but he knew very well how dangerous this task was. If he failed, what would happen to them? This is undoubtedly a fatal blow to Klein of the first lineage. He can only choose the safest method to preserve the family's strength instead of rash expansion. Moreover, for him, even if he does not take on this task, it will still benefit the Klein family. Because Lind is more suitable for this task than him, and Linda's relationship with him is enough to ensure that Lind becomes the after having a knight, the Klein family can get a foreign aid. While discussing the suppression of bandits in the Duke's camp, Lind on the other side of The camp drew the last piece of the homeless knight's full-body armor, rolled it up, put it into a hollow wooden shaft, and handed it to the Wallace faction outside the tent. Let the little bird come and send it to Varys. Yesterday, during his meeting with Varys, he tried every means to form a partnership with Varys. This was one of the biggest gains for him in coming to King's Landing. Because Varys is here, he can at least understand the situation in King's Landing. What's more, he can also understand the situation in the Seven Kingdoms. And the most important thing is that Varys can help him obtain the information under the Red Keep at any time. Dragon bones, so that he doesn't have to worry about not having enough dragon bones to consume in the dragon feasting ceremony. Although he influenced Wallace's judgment through some true and false words, Wallace will definitely doubt his words after he calms down, so he needs to use other methods to stabilize and deepen the relationship between the two. When Lind was thinking about how to deepen his relationship with Wallace, he felt Glory rubbing against his feet, raising his head to lick his palms from time to time. Lind touched Glory's head and led it out of the tent. At this time, people outside the tent looked at Lind in horror, or to be more precise, at Glory. The reason why they were so frightened about Glory was entirely because Glory's current state was so weird. Glory's size had more than doubled the night before yesterday, and today, its size had doubled again. Although it was smaller than it's still a long way from an adult shadow lynx, but it's almost the size of a small pony. They had never heard of any beast that could grow so much in a short period of time, so during the day, there were rumors that someone saw a monster with white fur and black stripes appearing near the dragon's lair the night before. With so many people buried in the past, there must have been countless resentful souls. Coupled with the legend about the albino shadow lynx, many people in the camp speculated that the reason why Glory changed like this was because it swallowed the resentful souls in the dragon's lair. So I am more afraid of Glory. After hearing these rumors from Raoul, Lind couldn't help but admire these people's imagination, which allowed them to discover the truth. He didn't explain this to Glory, but just let it go. It wouldn't hurt to add some mystery to him now. What he is most concerned about now is what kind of changes have occurred in Glory's body. He has been conducting many tests since returning to the camp the night before yesterday. During the test, he found that Glory's strength and speed had been greatly improved. Although Glory's size was still far behind that of an adult shadow lynx, it was no longer a problem to deal with an adult warrior like Raoul head-on. In addition, Glory has also become a lot smarter. He can understand some of Linda's orders and is more obedient. He will not bite people indiscriminately without Linda's orders, but people who approach rashly will still bite him, threatened by it. The most important change is that Lind can from time to time give orders to Glory through a spiritual connection from a distance, and can even possess Glory like a shapeshifter and use Glory's eyes to observe the surrounding situation. The only regret is that this kind of change like the Shaper's state is uncontrollable. Although he had discovered so many changes in Glory, Lind still felt that there were still changes in Glory that had not been discovered, so he decided to take Glory into the surrounding woods to continue testing. Lord Lind, wait a minute. Just as Lind was about to leave the camp, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Lind turned around and saw that it was Duke Tyrell's attendant. What's the matter? Lind asked. The attendant respectfully saluted Lind and said, Your Majesty, the Duke, wants you to go to the main camp. Lind nodded and was about to leave, but stopped again and asked, Is it just me? No, my lord, there are other knights throughout the camp, replied the squire. Chapter 47 Pay and Benefit. After hearing the attendant's words, Lind had a guess in his mind about Duke Tyrell's summons, so he immediately walked towards the main camp. Soon Lind arrived near the main camp. At this time, the Duke's guards were guarding the surrounding area. When they saw Lind approaching, they all saluted to Lind in unison. Then stopped Lind and pointed at the people who were following Lind. Glory beside him said in awe, Master Lind, your pet cannot. Lind looked at the two people blocking the road and said, It is more dangerous if I leave it outside. Only by following me can you restrain it. Can't you just use a rope, suggested another. Lind said seriously, Don't forget that it could even bite through the iron cage the night before yesterday. What kind of rope do you think can tie it? This. The two guard members didn't know what to do for a moment. Let him pass. Sir Roger was leading a knight over at this time. He seemed to have heard the conversation just now, and shouted to the two members of the guard who were blocking Lin's way, "If it's because of this little guy, keep our bear hunters out of the tent. And blame the Duke, and you will be in trouble." Upon hearing this, the Duke's guards looked at each other and immediately moved out of the way. Lind walked up to Sir Roger, saluted him, and said, "Sir Roger." Lind, "No, it should be Sir Tara." Sir Roger called Linda's name very formally, then looked at the glory at Linda's feet and said, "You should find an iron chain to tie it up. Stay here to avoid getting into trouble and it will be too late to regret." Lind explained, "Don't worry, sir, Glory won't bite anyone casually anymore." Sir Roger said seriously, "I heard some rumors about it. Those things that go against common sense will make people feel scared. It makes many people in the camp feel uneasy. Many people are worried that they will be attacked by it in their sleep. Suck away the soul. Your Excellency, you won't believe such ridiculous rumors, right?" Lind said. "The thing is not whether I believe it or not, but—" Sir Roger was about to say something, but he stopped abruptly, shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's useless to say all this, you should be here anyway. He won't be with us for long." Lind vaguely guessed something, but still wanted to confirm it and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" Sir Roger waved his hand and said, "You will know later, come with me." After saying that, he led Lind and another knight toward the main camp tent. When the three of them entered the main camp tent, it was already full of people. Most of them were knights in the camp, and there were also a few young nobles. Lind was taller than everyone present. The moment he entered the camp, everyone's eyes couldn't help but shift and fell on him, and the person blocking him was also on him. Under the pressure of Glory, they involuntarily gave up a way, allowing Sir Roger and him to easily reach the front line. When Duke Tyrell saw Lind bringing Glory over, he couldn't help but frown, but he didn't say anything. He looked at the others and asked, "Is everyone here?" Sir Roger responded, "Brynden, Gary and Pym ran away to drink somewhere. Maybe they are in the tavern and brothel on Silk Street. Do you need to find them?" "No need." Duke Tyrell shook his head, nodded to Maester Morith, and said, "Let's begin." "Maester." "Yes, sir." Bachelor Morris came out and informed everyone present about what had been discussed previously. For a while, various deep breaths were heard in the tent, and the air in the tent seemed to be much thinner. Even the mature court nobles would be moved by the conditions offered by Duke Tyrell. Many of the knights present were young and naturally couldn't restrain their emotions. Even some old knights knew that they had the opportunity to become wealthy knights. There are also signs of emotional loss. On the contrary, Lind seemed very calm. It was not that he was not moved by this condition. The main reason was that this condition was somewhat different from what he had in mind. Because of Fertimo's reminder, he thought that Tengshi town would be offered by the Duke of Tyrell. Now it seems that he guessed wrongly about the conditions. Duke Tyrell may not have any idea of rebuilding Tengshi town at all. He just wants to keep the Rose Avenue open. The other is that Duke Tyrell has no intention of sending troops or spending enough military expenditures. He just wants a knight to prepare his own army and military expenditures and deal with the bandits. If he succeeds, he will be able to gain a clean territory. If he fails, it will not matter what will be lost. This is simply a waste of money. There is no doubt that the patrol cavalry responsible for the security of Rose Avenue is the focus of Duke Tyrell's plan. The only thing worthy of praise is that the reward he offered for completing the task is quite generous, because becoming a wealthy knight may be the lifelong pursuit of most knights. To a certain extent, wealthy knights are already qualified to be called small lords. "Sir, I hope to take up this important position." While everyone was still thinking, a middle-aged knight couldn't wait to stand up and said, "Sir Russell, I admire your courage." Duke Tyrell did not show any happy expression and said solemnly, "However, you cannot do things with courage alone. Tell me now, what are you going to do?" Recruit enough soldiers, collect enough military expenses, and then wipe out the bandits north of Kuchao. The middle-aged knight froze on the spot, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Obviously, about half of the knights standing in the tent are hired knights, who receive a fixed salary every week, and apart from part of their salary being used to support their families and maintain a decent life, there is very little left over, let alone hiring a team of warriors cannot afford even one attendant. As for the other knights, although they are all the second and third sons of a certain lord, they may be able to spend some money on hand, but it is obviously impossible to spend a large sum of money to hire warriors, unless their lord father is willing, funding. The knights in the tent immediately realized their predicament, and it was like a basin of cold water was poured on their hearts. Their enthusiasm dissipated, they all fell silent, and the warm atmosphere in the tent quickly cooled. At this time, someone thought of something and couldn't help but look at Lind. Moreover, the other knights in the tent also realized something one after another due to the actions of their companions, and all of them invariably focused their attention on Lind. Lind has a championship bonus of 20,000 gold dragons. It should be enough to hire enough warriors and form an army. Although it is very likely that he will need to invest in the follow-up, as long as he has achieved results in the early stage, he may be able to get it through other methods in the later stage, military expenditures, and ultimately complete the mission. However, although they were all interested in the 20,000 gold dragons that Lind had on hand, none of them had the courage to speak to Lind because they knew very well that their relationship with Lind was very ordinary, and it was impossible to borrow money if they opened their mouths, let alone Lind is also a knight now, so he is also qualified to take on this task. Sir, this matter is very important. Can you give us time to think about it? Lind did not immediately express his willingness to take on this task. He thought about it carefully and asked, "Of course, anyone who is interested can come to me before leaving to return to Highgarden tomorrow." Bachelor Morith nodded and said, "Of course, I hope that when you come to me, you already have a plan to suppress the bandits in your mind. Plan instead of just running in without thinking about anything." After hearing what Bachelor Morris said, the knights did not stay any longer and left the tent in groups. When Lind was about to leave, he was stopped by Fotimo. Then Fotimo led him to his tent and asked very directly, "What do you think?" Lind was stunned for a moment and said, "This is somewhat different from what I expected, and this task will take a long time to complete, and it will also require a lot of investment in golden dragons. I have to think clearly." Fotimo nodded, seemingly satisfied with Linda's caution, and asked, "Do you still remember Tengshi Town I told you? I saw the records about Tengshi Town from Bachelor Holly's book." Lind paused and asked doubtfully, "You reminded me to pay attention to Tengshi Town before. Is it that the Duke plans to rebuild Tengshi Town?" "Yes," Fotimo admitted. Scholar Morith's original proposal was indeed to use Tengshi Town as the core base to suppress bandits. Later, it could be used as a trading center in the southern and northern regions. Why wasn't this plan implemented? Lind couldn't help but ask. Fotimo sighed and said, "Because the Fudeli family in Tengshi Town did not agree to the territory exchange proposal proposed by the Duke and was willing to cling to the ruins." Lind asked again, "Your Excellency, the Duke, has never thought of using other means." "I think the Tyrell family's means are not something that a declining family can resist. The bachelors have taught you well, but you must remember to use what you learn with caution. Some things may seem convenient, but they actually contain poison." Fotimo gave Lind a deep look. Explained, "Small families may use intrigues and tricks to gain benefits. But for big families, using this method will only bring disrepute into disrepute. Once the reputation is ruined, it will be difficult to re-establish it. In addition, Tang, the geographical location of Stone Town, is very special. Not only are we keeping an eye on it, but the Western Territory, the King's Territory, and the Stormlands are also keeping an eye on it. Any small move will be magnified infinitely, so the Duke is willing to shelve this best proposal and will not rush it. Take action against Tengshi Town." Linda was puzzled. "Since you have shelved the Tengshi Town proposal, why are you mentioning it to me now. Although the Duke has shelved Tengshi Town's proposal, it does not mean that others must comply. Fortimo said seriously, as if he was explaining something important. The current lord of Tengshi Town is not Countess Melia Fertili, 19 years old this year. Has a strong personality and is extremely martial. There are rumors that she is the illegitimate daughter of the former Kingsguard Prince Luan. The former Countess of Tengshi Town was Prince Luan's mistress, because Luan after Prince Wen died in the battle, his followers gave all his armor and weapons to Countess Nymeria. Lind was stunned for a long time after listening to Fotimo's words. He didn't quite understand why Fotimo suddenly and inexplicably introduced the Lord of Tengshi Town. Seeing Linda's confused look, Fotimo sighed and said, "This countess is still single." At this moment, Lind had understood the meaning of Fotimo's words, and looked at Fotimo in great surprise, because he had never expected that someone like Fotimo could be a matchmaker. "Is this the way you thought of marriage?" Lind couldn't help but ask. No, it was the remedy that Bachelor Morais thought of, but the Duke did not agree to it. Fortimo looked a little embarrassed and said, "But Bachelor Morais wants to marry Lord Garland and the Countess so that Tang can be rebuilt in the future. Stone Town can be used as Lord Garland's territory." Lord Garland. Lind was a little surprised. Although Garland looked very mature and talked as if he was talking to an adult, he was still only a 10-year-old child after all. He and the Countess, the age difference is almost 10 years. However, after thinking about it, he felt that this was nothing. After all, the world of ice and fire is a medieval world. In the marriage of nobles, age has never been an obstacle. Think about it, even Duke Aron married a man who is old enough to be his granddaughter. Lisa Tully, the 10-year gap is naturally nothing. Why does the Duke disagree? Lind was a little confused. In his opinion, this proposal should be beneficial to the Tyrell family. This is simply a hugely profitable business. No matter how confused the inflatable fish is, he should not be able to figure it out. Because the Countess has the blood of Dune. Fortimo explained. Lind also had a look of surprise on his face. Dornay and the Reach can be said to be feuding. Since the time of the Gardeners, there have been constant wars on the border between Dornay and the Reach. After the Targaryen dynasty, things got a little better, but various minor conflicts have still not occurred in the past hundreds of years, subsided. The land in the Reach is fertile and the life is prosperous, while the land in Dornay is mostly desert, extremely barren, but has a strong temperament. Therefore, bandit groups composed of Dornish people often come to the Reach to rob, and the Reach is close to Dornay. Most of the local residents had relatives or friends who died at the hands of the Dornishmen. Perhaps the entire population of the Reach does not hate the Dornish 100%, but at least half of them regard the Dornish as enemies, and the remaining half have no favorable impression of the Dornish. It is fine for an ordinary noble to marry a Dornish wife, but if the leading family of the Reach is mixed with Dornish blood, the situation will be different. The lords of the Reach, who were originally dissatisfied with the Tyrell family, said this might be used to cause trouble, so Duke Mace Tyrell should be worried about this and did not agree to the marriage proposal, even though the Countess was only half of Dornish blood. Fortimo added, "Although this proposal is not suitable for the Tyrell family, it is very suitable for you. This is also an opportunity for you. Do you think a Countess would like me?" Although Lind was very happy that Fortimo could think of him at this time, he still felt that Fortimo was a bit whimsical and couldn't help laughing. "Others may not, but you may not," Fortimo said with deep meaning. Chapter 48. Forming a cavalry team. When Lind left Fortimo's tent, his head was still dizzy. Even his original plan to test Glory's ability was cancelled. After returning to his tent, he lay on the bed with one hand unconscious. He was stroking the Glory beside the bed, with one hand behind his head, and his mind was thinking about what Fortimo just said. The reason why Fortimo thought that the Countess would fall in love with him was entirely because the Countess had once set out a courtship condition. This condition was that only the person who defeated her was qualified to pursue her. However, the Countess's strength is recognized as strong since she was 16 years old. She has participated in various martial arts competitions as a mysterious knight more than once, and has won many championships. Those failures are also due to encountered powerful opponents such as Arthur Dane, the Sword of Dawn, and the fearless Barristan. When the Countess initially set out the conditions, many knights went to challenge them. But without exception they all ended in failure. Moreover, after these knights failed, the Countess would take off an accessory from them and hang it on the sky. At the gate of Stone Town, over time no knight dared to challenge her anymore. After all, if you challenge the Countess, even if you win, you will only get the qualification to pursue her. If you fail, your face will be disgraced and your reputation will be greatly reduced. Therefore, those knights will know how to choose after a little consideration. And the more important point is that at first, the Countess still showed her hands to the challengers, but later, maybe she felt a little annoyed, so she stopped holding hands. Almost every challenger died in her hands, and more than a dozen of them died. The deterrent effect of the famous knight's death was enough to scare many people. However, in Fertimo's view, although the Countess was powerful, she was still much worse than Lind, so challenging the Countess should not be a problem for Lind. In addition, Fertimo also mentioned that the Countess may be related to the bandits, composed of the remnants of the Long family entrenched north of Bitter Bridge, because Tangxi town has less than 20 guards and no city walls to protect it. It has never been attacked by bandits in recent years, so if the Countess can be captured, it will be much easier to complete the mission of Duke Tyrell. Although Lind has never thought about marriage, he has to say that Fertimo's proposal still makes him feel excited. After all, if he really follows Fertimo's proposal, then his ultimate gain will be more than just a promising man. He is not a knight, but a lord who actually governs a party. What's more, he can take advantage of Tangxi town's special geographical location to control the vast area north of Kuchao, east of Tangxi Mountains in the west of Yulin, and south of Haishui River, turning it into a large and important territory, Lord. But all this is based on the fact that he does not have a golden finger. Now that he has a golden finger, he does not need to obtain rights and status through marriage so early. He is only 15 years old and has enough time to obtain what he wants. Wants something. However, this does not mean that he does not value the Countess. In fact, he feels that the Countess Nymeria Fudley is the key to whether he can complete the task at the minimum cost. Just when Lind was thinking about how to make good use of the Countess, Garland opened the curtain and walked in from the outside. Without any nonsense, he asked Lind, "Master Lind, are you paying for military expenses and money? Do your hands have a headache?" "Yes, Lord Garland," Lind admitted as he sat up. "My father's reward has not been given to you after you won the tournament. Now is the time," Garland said as he handed him a piece of parchment. Lind unfolded it and looked at it, and found that in addition to the reward of 3,000 golden dragons, the most important thing written on the paper was his official appointment as the captain of the cavalry. In this letter of appointment, Duke Tyrell increased the number of the 10-man cavalry team to 100, and the commissions of these 100 people will be fully handled by the Tyrell family in the next 2 years. As for his duties as the captain of the cavalry team, he also a lot has been added, such as being able to replenish cavalry nearby, being able to independently decide on attack targets, etc. It almost gives him the right to start a war. However, these so-called rewards are not unlimited. If he wants to get these rewards, he must take over the task of suppressing bandits in the area north of Kuchao, and the rights of the captain of the cavalry are also limited to the north of Kuchao, the area south of the Blackwater River. Once he leaves that area, he is just an ordinary cavalry captain. Although there are many restrictions, I have to say that such conditions are already very good for him. 3,000 gold dragons alone are far beyond the rewards that other lords would give. After all, not every lord can be like King Robert, who will give out tens of thousands of gold dragons as a championship bonus. And most of the lords will not even give any rewards to their own family's martial arts champions. In their view, you have already received honors and bonuses in the martial arts contest. Why do you want to get rewards from me? As for the captain of the cavalry team, His duties and rights are even more unthinkable. In this comparison, the Tyrell family can be said to be extremely kind. If I take over this task of suppressing bandits, what kind of support will my family give me? Having already reached this point, Lind was going too far if he continued to hold back, so he asked. Tax-free rights. Garland was obviously prepared and said, before you complete the task of suppressing bandits, you can supplement military expenditures through trade. During this period, you have tax-free rights. I believe this is enough to fill the gap in military expenditures. Quote, Lind smiled and said, if I can never complete the suppression of bandits, will I always have tax exemption rights? Of course it's impossible. Garland shook his head and said, if you do not complete the mission within 5 years, the mission will be automatically cancelled, you will be transferred back to High Court to join the Duke's Guard, and the captain of the cavalry will also be relieved of his duties. Quote, within 5 years. That's enough, Lind said with great confidence, and then asked, curiously, is this bandit suppression mission specially prepared for me? No, it was prepared for Lord Fotimo, but Lord Fotimo refused. He thought you were more suitable. Garland explained. Later, we analyzed it and felt that you are more suitable. After all, there are no other nobles behind you. The shadow of the Lord. Perhaps he felt that this was not appropriate to say in front of Lind, so he immediately changed the subject and said, the knights just summoned were just for show, lest anyone think that we are after you accept the mission. The Tyrells are partial. Although Garland had already revealed all the hidden conditions, Lind still did not agree immediately, but thought about it very calmly. Garland did not urge Lind. Instead, he stood aside and looked at Glory, who was lying beside the bed. He wanted to reach out and touch Glory's fur, but he was also a little worried and scared. After a while, Lind seemed to have thought it over clearly and said, Lord Garland, please help me reply to the Duke. I have taken over the task of suppressing bandits. Hearing Linda's words, Garland also had a smile on his face, and did not stay here any longer. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, when he reached the entrance of the tent, he suddenly turned back and said to Lind, Buddha Lord Timo must have mentioned Nymeria Fudley to you, right? I think this should be a good opportunity for you. Upon hearing this, Lind raised his eyebrows, looked at Garland, and said in a deep voice, is it because you are worried about marrying this countess? How is that possible? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Garland's face, then he quickly denied it and said seriously, I just really think you and her are a good match. After saying that, without giving Lind a chance to question, he opened the door curtain and ran out. With Lind agreeing to Garland, there is no longer any suspense about who will be responsible for the task of suppressing bandits. Many people are laughing at Lind for being dazzled by the title of martial arts champion. They are waiting to see the 20,000 gold dragons that Lind has on hand. It's all in vain. Duke Tyrell did not announce the rewards and tax exemptions given by Garland that day. Instead, he wrote a secret order and gave it to Lind. The only thing he announced was the decision to expand the cavalry to 100 men. In fact, it is public news that the cavalry will be expanded, but it has not been officially announced. Therefore, the nobles and knights in the camp are not surprised, and they also believe that even if the cavalry is expanded by 100 people, the difficulty of the task of suppressing bandits will not be any changes. Because he had already received a hint from Fotimo, Lind had already selected the candidates for the expanded cavalry. The Scar-Eyed Midi and those who had paid money were all recruited by Lind and formed into a team, led by Scar-Eyed Mid. Although this was far from the cavalry they wanted to become, they did not dare to question Lind for deceiving them, but honestly followed Linda's arrangements. As for the remaining people, Lind all chose scouts, archers and hunters who knew how to ride horses. Everyone was puzzled by Linda's choice, because in their opinion, Lind should choose those free riders or mercenary cavalry who were proficient in riding skills and good at various weapons. In this regard, they all believed that Lind was a random candidate for the cavalry team, because he did not learn relevant military knowledge. Therefore, there were fewer and fewer people in the camp who were optimistic that Lind could complete the task of suppressing bandits. Everyone was waiting to see. After Lind failed, he fled back to Gayoting in embarrassment. Fortimo also found him overnight because of this incident and taught him some military knowledge. Although he studied seriously, he did not use it in forming a cavalry team. Instead, he still formed it according to his own method. Cavalry. On the contrary, Garland trusted him very much and believed that he must have his own ideas to form the cavalry in this way. He also dissuaded Duke Tyrell and told him not to interfere in this matter, and told the Duke to wait until the results were obtained. Although the conditions for the cavalry provided by Lind were very low, they were not full, and were still short of 20 dozen, because not all scouts, archers, and hunters knew how to ride a horse, and most of them had never ridden a horse in their lives. Even if you ride a horse, you can only let it move slowly. Once it starts galloping, its body will sway left and right, and eventually it will fall off the horse. For this reason, Lind had to recruit suitable candidates from the outside world. Duke Tyrell did not say anything about this. It seemed that he followed Garland's advice. At this time, there were still many mercenaries and free riders who had not left King's Landing. After they learned that the bear hunter Lind was recruiting cavalry, they rushed to the Tyrell family's camp and soon gathered more than 1,000 people. There are many celebrities among the more than 1,000 people, such as Bryn Hewen, the archer champion in this martial arts competition. Naturally, Lind would not refuse an archer of Bryn Hewen's level joining the cavalry, but he was curious. Bryn Hewen had just won the archery championship, so he shouldn't be short of money, and he and Hewen Master Hayu from Jondi is also a good friend. Going to the Riverland should have more prospects. Why would you choose an ordinary cavalry team like him? Bryn Rivers did not give a specific explanation. He just said that he had done something not very honorable and was exiled by Duke Tully. If Lind had not recruited cavalry, he might have left Westeros by boat. On the mainland, go and settle in the city of the Free Cities. Alliance on the opposite side. Although Bryn Rivers did not explain the situation, from the fact that he had to leave the continent of Westeros, it is not difficult to see that the dishonorable thing he committed may be serious, and he joined Lind's cavalry more. The purpose is to use the name of the Tyrell family to protect themselves. Although Bryn Hewen joined for a purpose, it didn't matter to Lind, as long as he was easy to use. Perhaps it was because too many people came to join the Tyrell cavalry. These people had surrounded the Tyrell camp, making Duke Tyrell worried that things would get out of control. So, without informing Lind, he directly announced that the number of cavalry would be increased by another 100 people, but secretly he also asked Garland to find Lind and tell Lind about the additional 100 people. The family will only provide half of the salary, and Lind will be responsible for the other half. Lind would naturally not refuse this. For him now, the more staff the better within the scope of funds. Although the cavalry has expanded to 200 people, it does not mean that Lind recruited only 200 people. In fact, Lind also recruited Mus, a bankrupt businessman from across the narrow sea, as the financial officer of the cavalry. In addition, such as grooms, more than 20 cobblers and other logistics personnel were also recruited. By the time the Tyrell family officially set off back to Highgarden, his staff had not been fully replenished, so he could only stop and slowly replenish it on the way. Because no one was optimistic that Lind could complete the task of suppressing bandits. Even though the knights of the Tyrell family admired Lind's personal strength, no one was willing to take the initiative to join his cavalry. When Lind left King's Landing with the Tyrell family's large team, he asked Moose, the newly recruited financial officer, to stay in King's Landing and find a horse dealer who could provide a large number of war horses to purchase an additional 300 war horses. In addition, Varys also gave Lind a gift before he left King's Landing. This gift was a topographic map of the Tengshi town area, and the drawing also marked the hiding places and members of several large bandit groups. Quantity and other information. The importance of this map to Lind is self-evident. Without this map, he might have spent several months collecting local intelligence, but now that these few months have been saved, he can do it faster. Complete the cleanup mission. I don't know if it was Varys's bad taste, but he also marked Tengshi town on this drawing. And there was a name Nymeria Fudley underneath. Chapter 49 Marching in the Rain. Big raindrops pattered on Lin's cloak, and then they gathered together and flowed down the outside of his body along the leather of the cloak, dripping onto the grass below. Lin wiped the rain off his face, raised his head slightly, looked at the dark sky, then turned to look at the listless team around him, and couldn't help but sigh. From the moment he escorted the Tyrell family to Bitterbridge, Lin discovered that his luck seemed to have become very bad. For nearly half a month, the rain did not stop. It is precisely because the rainwater gathered into small rivers that the entire hills and mountains north of Kuchao were divided into pieces. Roads that could normally be passed on sunny days had to take detours because they turned into small rivers. As a result, the marching time was suddenly doubled. What's even worse is that the locally recruited guide was unable to sit firmly on his horse due to the sudden rise in water when crossing the river, and fell into the river. Because it was raining heavily at the time, everyone was covering their heads and did not notice the surrounding situation. When I realized that the person was missing, I turned back to look for him, but I only found a body washed to the water's edge. Without his guide, Lind had to send the scout team out to explore the road, while the others could only stay where they were and wait for the scout to come back from exploring the road. Fortunately, Lind adhered to the golden rule of his ancestors that the army should not be moved and food and grass should go first. When he left King's Landing, he purchased a large amount of food that could be fed by humans and horses, so he did not have to worry about food. Now the only thing Lind has to worry about is illness. The long period of rain has caused more than a dozen people in the team to fall ill. One of them did not survive and died on his horse last night. Before encountering the bandits, there were casualties. This undoubtedly had a big impact on the morale of the team. Fortunately, the prestige established by Lind with his strong strength could still be used at this time to support the limited morale. Otherwise, at this moment, this cavalry team may have dispersed. "John, can your good luck stop the rain?" Lind asked the steward beside him. "Sorry, sir, my good luck can only cause people to break their belts, make them incontinent, or cause toothaches." The steward took off the hood of his cloak, wiped the rain from his face, looked at the sky, and said, "The weather, that is God's domain, I can't control my luck." If anyone has attended the tourney in King's Landing, they will definitely be familiar with Lind's steward. He is John Bulway, known as Good Luck John. As Roger Redwyn's steward, he was supposed to return to Highgarden with the Duke's team, but when he was at Bitterbridge Castle, he gave up returning to Highgarden to live a prosperous life, and instead chose to join Lind's team, and took the initiative to become Linda's affairs officer. Lind smiled and asked, "Do you regret it now?" "I regret that I drank the last bottle of wine last night and had to drink the horse piss tonight." As the captain of the guards, Raoul rode a horse and came to John Bulway and said, "Lord John, I'm sorry, you didn't even drink horse urine tonight, because the last pot of horse urine has been stained by Scar Eyes. The kid drank it all secretly." Hearing Raoul's words, John Bulway couldn't help but curse and said, "Damn it, I know it's not a good thing to let rats take care of food." After that, he said to Lind, "Sir, you care about that guy with scarred eyes?" Lind turned to look at John, and asked Raoul loudly, "Raoul, did the captain of my 2nd Cavalry steal the food of the logistics team?" Raoul said loudly, "No, he is very strict with his mouth. He also sewed up the mouths of his men, so they can't eat secretly." "No, he ate it secretly." A voice shouted from the cavalry not far away, "I saw him ate it secretly last night." Scar-eyed Mitch shouted angrily, "Shut up, horseshoe. Next time you peek, I'll dig out your eyes." The people around him suddenly burst into laughter, and their originally low morale recovered a little. After leaving King's Landing, Lind began to divide the cavalry in an orderly manner. The cavalry consisted of 50 hunters and scouts to form the 1st Cavalry. It was led by Bryn Rivers and 20 recruits. 10 people including the mercenary knight and Scar-eyed Mitt formed the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, with Scar-eyed Mitt as the captain. The rest were all assigned to the guards, commanded by Lind himself, with Raoul as his adjutant, and the officer structure of the cavalry was initially formed. In addition to the 2nd Cavalry, the 1st Cavalry and the Guards, which are mainly composed of archers, scouts and hunters, have been practicing their riding and archery abilities continuously since leaving King's Landing. In order to increase the rate of fire and make it easier to fire their bows immediately, Lind also improved bows and arrows, changing the long bows commonly used by archers into short bows. In the world of ice and fire, there does not seem to be an army that focuses on cavalry and archery. Whether it is the army of the 7 kingdoms or the chaos of the Dothraki Sea on the grassland, their fighting methods are cavalry attacks and hand-to-hand combat. Although the method of mounted archery has various shortcomings, it is a method that can preserve troops to the greatest extent during battle. From a relatively safe distance, move quickly and continuously shoot arrows. Once you cause large casualties to the enemy and destroy the enemy's formation, you can launch a charge and win the final victory. Even if it cannot kill the enemy on a large scale, it can still harass the enemy and make the enemy exhausted. It can even retreat in time to preserve its strength when the battle situation is unfavorable. For Lind, if he could not find troops that could be replenished at any time, every force he had on hand was very important and he could not afford to lose it. At this time, a flag bearer of the 1st Cavalry held Linda's flag and quickly passed through the cavalry queue in front, and was blocked by the cavalry in front. Raoul saw this scene and said loudly, "Sir, someone from the 1st Cavalry's scout team has returned. Let him come over," Lind ordered. As the order was issued and the cavalry in front was released, the flag bearer rode up to Lind. He wanted to dismount and salute Lind, but was stopped by Lind. Lind asked, "Stop getting into those boring etiquettes now and tell me, what did the explorers find?" The flag bearer quickly replied, "We found a bandit camp in front." Lord Bryn speculated that it should be the camp of the Bloodshoes Brotherhood. Bloodshoe Brotherhood. Lind was stunned and said in surprise, "How did we end up in the Blackwater River?" According to the information provided by Wallace, the Bloodshoe Brotherhood is one of the largest bandits entrenched in the area north of Bitter Bridge, but they are not the main target that Lind needs to deal with this time, because the Bloodshoe Brotherhood robs the target was not the merchants on Rose Avenue, but the caravans on the Golden Avenue, the main trade route in the west. Their camp was also in the upper reaches of the Blackwater River in the northwest, which was why he was surprised. Because if that was really the Bloodshoes Brotherhood, then they should have crossed the Mander River before, otherwise, they would not have appeared within the territory of the Bloodshoes Brotherhood. "Are you sure it's the Bloodshoes Brotherhood?" John Bulway also saw the map provided by Varys. He was also surprised and asked towards the flag bearer of the 1st Cavalry. "Yes, we saw the Bloodshoes flag in the camp." The flag bearer answered the question very seriously, and then added, "Lord Hewen said that the camp might be the defeated army of the Bloodshoes Brotherhood. What does the collapse of the army mean?" Lind asked. "Sorry, sir, I don't know." The flag bearer shook his head. Lind thought for a while and ordered to John Bulway and Raoul, "The whole army is on standby and let Scar I take care of our logistics team. I'm going to go to the front to check the situation." "My lord, that is too dangerous. As the commander-in-chief, you should not." John Bulway advised. "Danger. You value those bloody shoes too much." Lind smiled and ordered the flag bearer, "Lead the way." Upon hearing the order, the flagman immediately pulled the reins, turned the horse's head, and led the way. Lind also followed on horseback. When he followed up, a black shadow followed closely beside Lind. His speed was no slower than the speed of a war horse. This black shadow is glory, and the incarnation of the black shadow is one of the abilities that glory has after absorbing the energy of the dragon's lair resentment. This ability seems a bit useless, that is, the fur can change between black and white at will. However, in Linda's opinion, if this ability is used well, it can be very effective, especially in detection. The two men and the beast walked very fast. After climbing over several hills and turning around a small lake where water gathered, they saw the 1st Cavalry hidden in a low-lying area, and the 1st Cavalry also saw it. them. When Bryn Huon saw Lind following the flag bearer, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he came up to meet him and asked, "Sir, why are you here?" Lind shook off the water on his body and said, "Don't talk nonsense, take me to see the Blood Shoes Brotherhood's camp." After hearing Lind's words, Bryn Huon took over the responsibility of leading the rider and led Lind around the low-lying area where the 1st Cavalry was stationed. They stopped at the foot of another hillside, and then the two dismounted. Climbing the hillside, when we were almost at the top, we lowered ourselves. There were already 2 scouts lying on the hillside in a secret place, staring at the camp at the bottom of the hillside. They saw Lind and Bryn Huon walking over, and wanted to salute the two, but were stopped by Lind, blocked. Lind came to where the two of them were, which was a cracked rock. Crouching behind the rock, he could clearly see the situation down the hillside, but the people down the hillside could not see the situation on the rock side. I saw a simple camp made of stones and wood at the foot of the hillside. Several bonfires were set up in the camp. Through the light of the bonfires, Lind could easily see the situation inside the camp clearly. The rain was so heavy that I could only clearly see the flag of Blood Shoes. Bryn Huon came to Linda's side and whispered, "Maybe you have to get closer to see clearly what's going on inside the camp." "No, there's no need to get closer. I've already seen clearly the situation in the camp." Lind had now clearly seen the situation in the camp down the mountain. Just as Bryn Huon guessed, this was indeed a group of defeated troops, and there were many wounded people in the camp. And there are no old, weak, women or children, they are all warriors. Since you can't see clearly what's going on inside the camp, how do you know they are the defeated army of the Blood Shoes Brotherhood? Lind asked Bryn Rivers. Bryn Rivers replied, "Before coming to King's Landing to participate in the tourney, I heard that Lord Tywin was preparing to deal with the bandits on the Golden Road, and the Blood Shoes Brotherhood was the focus. Calculating the time, the Blood Shoes Brotherhood should also have was wiped out." Lind asked, "Duke Tywin, the Blood Shoes Brotherhood was wiped out so easily? I remember the intelligence said that they had more than 900 people, and they also had heavy armored infantry." Bryn Rivers shrugged and said, "The Blood Shoes Brotherhood is indeed very strong, but Duke Tywin is very rich, and golden dragons can often do many incredible things." As he said, he looked at the camp and asked, "What should we do now?" Lind looked up at the sky and asked an unrelated question, "How long do you think this rain will continue to rain?" Bryn Huon also looked at the sky and said, "It may rain for a few more days. This is the rainy season after all. We need a place to hide from the rain." Lind pointed to the simple camp below and said, "Isn't that already available? It gets dark very quickly on a rainy day, and it was already completely dark just in the evening, and the noisy raindrops covered up all the sounds." Bigfoot was the captain of the Blood Shoes Brotherhood. A dozen days ago, he had 100 men, staying in a warm house, lying on a soft bed covered with velvet, with 2 plump prostitutes lying next to him. But now, all his people are dead. Like a dog, he was driven from the south of the Blackwater River to the east of the Mander River by the Western Army. All his people died on the road. Not only him, but also several others. Almost all of the brothers' captain's men were also dead. Then the guy they regarded as a brother, relying on the fact that his people were still alive, took away all the wealth they brought with them when they fled, and gave away their lives. Like giving bones to dogs. He hated that guy very much, but he couldn't show any hatred, otherwise he would be hanged on the camp gate like the other 2 captains for any reason. But he is not worried about that guy being able to sit securely in his position, because fear has already made that guy crazy, just like a mad king. He doesn't need to do much at all, he just needs to wait. Sooner or later, that guy will die on his own in the madness. What belongs to him will naturally return to his arms by then. A smile appeared on the face of Bigfoot standing at the gate of the camp. The scene of regaining everything had already appeared in his mind. He could even feel the cold feeling of those golden cuties in his hands. Just a sudden appearance of a black shadow shattered all his illusions. The severe pain in his throat and the spurting blood instantly made him lose all his strength. He sat limply on the ground. He knew that he was no longer able to survive. All the eyes could see was a dark figure, which was a monster with pale eyes and a dark body. The other gatekeeper, who was dozing, had also become the target of the monster's attack. Finally, he saw some figures holding weapons following the monster and entering the camp. Silently, he knew that the bloody shoes were finished. Chapter 50 Establishing Rules. Lind rode his horse and entered the simple camp built by the defeated troops of the Blood Shoes Brotherhood. The men of the 1st Cavalry were cleaning up the corpses in the camp. Counting the wounded in the camp, they had wiped out a total of 110 enemies this time. 7 people. Although all the bandits in the camp were wiped out, Lind was not satisfied with the performance of the 1st Cavalry this time. After Glory sneaked in and eliminated all the sentries and guards, the men of the 1st Cavalry only needed to quietly sneak in and eliminate the sleeping people in the camp. As a result, they were not able to complete such a simple thing smoothly. On the contrary, it alerted some bandits and even allowed those bandits to obtain weapons, giving them a chance to resist. Although in the end these people who made a hasty resistance could not compete with the heavily armed 1st Cavalry and died in the hands of the 1st Cavalry, several cavalrymen were still injured, and one of them had his hand cut off. A combat force was lost. Such a result naturally did not satisfy Lind. After this test, his evaluation of the 1st Cavalry was average, not yet excellent, and it would take a long period of training to change their fighting habits. A glimpse of the leopard in the picture. The 1st Cavalry is like this, the 2nd Cavalry and the guards may also need a period of training. Originally, Lind planned to lead his men to fight for support after entering the area east of the Mander River, starting with cleaning up the smallest bandits, but now it seems that he needs to change his plan, at least while the cavalry team adapts to the new situation. Before learning how to fight, he must focus on training and combat as a supplement. Thinking about things, Lind has arrived at the main building of the camp. Compared with other rickety houses in the camp, the main building is obviously more intact. Judging from the foundation, it should have been a building similar to an outpost. After entering, the first thing he saw was a pile of coins piled inside. There were indentations and blood stains on them. It looked like there had been a battle here. Bryn Hewen, who was cleaning these coins, saw Lind arriving and quickly stepped forward to report the situation. It turns out that the current leader of the Blood Shoes Brotherhood was lying on the pile of money and sleeping. When the men of the 1st Cavalry approached, they accidentally collapsed the pile of money and made a noise. The leader was alarmed, which eventually led to the 1st Cavalry. The assassination team was not entirely successful. Lind looked at the pile of coins. Although the appearance of so much money piled up was very visual, in fact, the money was not very much. Except for the top layer, which contained less than 100 gold dragons, the middle ones were all filled with silver deer, and it is a bad coin with a blackened surface and severe wear, not to mention the copper plate at the bottom. A rough estimate shows that the total value of this pile of coins is only a little over 100 gold dragons at most. However, Lind soon realized that his judgment was somewhat subjective. The championship bonus of 20,000 gold dragons gave him the illusion that the money was worthless, so that he did not take the more than 100 gold dragons seriously. But in fact, let alone this kind of bandit group, even for the regular army under the Great Lord, 100 golden dragons is a very large number, enough to support hundreds of people to live comfortably for several years. Everyone who participated in the battle this time will be rewarded with 5 silver deer. Those who killed the enemy or were injured will be given 5 more, and the one who lost his hand will be given 20 silver deer. Lind ordered. Also, ask is the one with the broken hand willing to continue fighting for me? If so, after his injury is healed, let the blacksmith make a prosthetic hand for his broken hand and transfer it to my side as a personal guard. Yes, my lord. Bryn Rivers responded. Lind asked again. During the battle just now, did anyone grab anything? Bryn Hewen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, almost everyone grabbed it. After hearing this, Linda was silent for a moment and said, when everyone has arrived, let the person who grabbed the things hand over all the things they grabbed, and then he will be punished with 10 lashes and be executed in the middle of the camp so that everyone can see to be executed by the 2nd Cavalry. Sir, this. Bryn Huon hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to persuade Lind. Lind turned to look at his cavalry captain and said, "This is an order." "I obey your orders, my lord." Bryn Rivers lowered his head and responded. Afterwards, Bryn Huon announced Linda's reward immediately, and cheers rang out in the camp. Obviously, for these low-level warriors, no matter how high the honor is, it cannot compare with what coins can bring. Excited. However, they didn't know that there would be punishment later. At that time, they didn't know if they would still be as happy as they are now. After about half an hour, the guards, the 2nd Cavalry Brigade and the logistics team also arrived outside the camp. Although the camp was simple and many buildings still leaked, it was much better than being exposed to the rain in the open air. There were cheers. The sound also came out of their mouths. With the entry of a large number of people, the cleanup work of the camp has also accelerated a lot. All the garbage in the camp has been cleared out, and all the corpses have been stripped and piled outside. No additional fires are needed. The animals living on this land, wild animals, will clean up these corpses. The logistics team repaired the leaky house, then began to clean up the harvested spoils and prepare hot food. The guards also took over the defense of the camp. Then, under orders, everyone gathered in the open space in the middle of the camp. At this time, careful people discovered that the 1st Cavalry, except for a few people such as Bryn Huon, were all standing in the center of the field, and they had no weapons in their hands. They all lowered their heads, with panic written on their faces, completely. There's no sense of elation like getting rewards after a big win at the beginning. Lind walked out of the main building, raised his hand to signal for silence, and then said loudly to the people in front of him, "I know that you have all been accustomed to fighting and robbing at the same time. Whoever robs belongs to whom. This is the tradition of war. But no one has any objection to this, but I'm sorry, I don't like this tradition. In my opinion, just kill the enemy honestly during the battle, and your rewards will naturally be based on military merit statistics after the battle. Rewards, don't take things you shouldn't take. These are my rules, and I hope my people can abide by my rules." As he spoke, he stopped, looked at everyone's reactions, and then turned to the people of the 1st Cavalry and said, "Have you handed over all the things you robbed?" The people of the 1st Cavalry didn't know how to answer. They looked at each other. Bryn stood up and answered for them, "Reply to your lord, I have already handed it over." At this time, someone in the 1st Cavalry shouted dissatisfied, "Since we got the things through fighting, why can't they be ours?" The shouter was originally hiding in the crowd, but what he didn't expect was that when he shouted out, the rest of the 1st Cavalry looked at him in unison and moved away from him. It left a lot of space around him, making him stand out. Most of the people in the 1st Cavalry are those who came to King's Landing with Highgarden's team this time. When Lind was transferred to the Scouts, they all worked with Lind and accepted Lind's command, so they are very familiar with it. They knew Linda's character and habits well, so when Lind punished him, they all followed it honestly. But there are still several people in the 1st Cavalry who are mercenaries hired in King's Landing. They obviously don't know much about Lind. They are used to freedom and don't know how to restrain their temper. If they are dissatisfied, they will directly ask questions. And now this man is one of them. Being pushed out in this way, the mercenary couldn't help but have a look of fear on his face, but he still took a few steps forward and walked to Lind. "You said that you grabbed something through fighting, so it should be yours." Lind looked at the other person calmly and said, "Then according to what you mean, if someone is stronger than you and snatches something from you, then it should be his, right?" The mercenary was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. "Scar-Eye," Lind shouted. Scar-Eyed Mid walked out of the crowd, saluted Lind and said, "Sir." Lind pointed at the mercenary and said, "He is yours. What you can grab depends on your ability." "Yes, sir." Scar-Eye looked at the mercenary with a ferocious smile and walked over. The mercenary seemed to be scared, lowering his head and not daring to look at Scar-Eye. But when Scar-Eye walked up to him, he suddenly pulled out the dagger hidden in his sleeve and stabbed Scar-Eye in the chest. Past. However, Scar-Eye had already anticipated the opponent's movements, and quickly avoided the mercenary's attack. At the same time, the spiked iron gauntlet hit the mercenary's neck hard, and the sharp thorns instantly penetrated into the mercenary's neck. It was stuck in the opponent's throat, and when it was pulled out, a hole was made. The mercenary fell to the ground, blood kept coming out of his throat, his body was shaking, and he soon stopped breathing. Everyone around looked at all this quietly, and no one raised any questions. Scar-Eye squatted down and searched the mercenary's body, and found the silver deer as a reward and some of his own money from him. "Sir, these things should be mine, right?" When Scar-Eye was about to put the things in his pocket, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked Lind. "I just said, he is yours. What you can grab depends on your ability." Lind looked at Scar's eyes, then looked at the others, and said, "I'll say it again, when fighting, fight seriously. You will not be short of the reward you deserve. I don't want there to be a next time." He paused, and when no one spoke again, he nodded towards Scar-Eye and said, "Let's start now." After saying that, those who were punished in the 1st Cavalry looked at each other, then spontaneously took off their clothes and stood up. The people in the 2nd Cavalry also stood behind, each holding a whip. Under his command, he was whipped 10 times. After the execution, the men of the 1st Cavalry turned around and glared at the executioner behind them, and then were taken to the house for simple treatment. Conflict between the 1st and 2nd Cavalry undoubtedly arose, which was not a bad thing for Lyndon was also his purpose in having the 2nd Cavalry carry out the execution. The weather in the next few days was also rainy as Bryn predicted. The team was trapped in this camp. Linda's emphasis on food and grass played a role. Even if they were trapped, these hundreds of people would at least not need food, worry about what. Although they are trapped in the camp, it does not mean that these soldiers can do nothing and be idle every day. Even if it rains heavily outside, they must complete the training plan formulated by Lind. Fortunately, such days did not last long. After the 5th day, the weather began to improve, and the rain became intermittent. At night, there were no clouds in the sky and the stars in the sky could be clearly seen. "It looks like tomorrow will be a sunny day. I hope it won't be too hot." Bryn Hewen looked at the sky and was not happy because the rainy day was over. His experience in living in the wild all year round taught him that heavy rainy days are followed by sunny days. The temperature will be much hotter than a normal sunny day. Let the logistics prepare more water and fill everyone's water bottles, Lind ordered, and then asked John Bulway, "Have everything been packed?" "It's been packed up. You can hit the road directly at dawn tomorrow." After John responded, he asked again, "My lord, is there really no need to burn down the camp?" Lind shook his head and said, "No, such a good camp should be kept for use." "Will we come back?" Rahul looked at Lind puzzled. "I think you are talking about other people." Bryn vaguely guessed Lind's idea and explained for him, "This camp is in a mountain col, surrounded by hills, and it is very well hidden. Those who wander on this land when the bandits see such a good unowned camp, they will definitely move here and treat it as a stronghold. We only need to come here to check from time to time, and we can regularly harvest a group of bandits without going anywhere. Look for." It turned out to be a bait, Rahul said with a look of surprise. At this time, Scar-Eye, who was in charge of camp security, walked in from outside the camp, and in front of him was a poorly dressed prisoner. "Sir, this guy sneaked close to our camp. After being discovered by us, he tried to escape. But we caught him." When he came to Lind, Scar-Eye pressed the prisoner to the ground with force, and then asked Lind report. The prisoner looked at Lind in panic and explained, Sir, I am not a bad person. I am just a farmer nearby who got lost on a rainy day and came here." "Farmer? How could you be a farmer?" Scar-Eye punched the prisoner on the head hard, then untied the cloth wrapped around his wrist, revealing the scorpion tattoo on his arm, and said, "I have never seen this before. Which farmer would have the scorpion mark tattooed on his hand?" The Poisoned Scorpion Society existed more than 10 years ago. At first, they were entrenched in the Royal Forest area, specializing in ambushing in the Royal Forest and robbing passing caravans. However, with the emergence of the Royal Forest Brotherhood, they were driven out of the Royal Forest and could only stay in the mountains and hills north of Bitter Bridge, mainly robbing merchants on the Rose Avenue in this area. Compared with the complete Blood Shoes Brotherhood, the number of members of the Poisonous Scorpion Society is not very large, with only more than 100 people. According to the information provided by Wallace, it belongs to a small to medium-sized bandit group. Seeing that his identity was exposed, the prisoner didn't make excuses anymore and lowered his head so that no one could see his expression clearly. Linda ordered towards Scar Eye. Scar Eye, I leave it to you. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to know why the Poison Scorpion Society sent him here, and where is the stronghold of the Poison Scorpion Society. In short, whatever he has in his mind, I will give him. I took it out. Yes, sir. A ferocious smile appeared on Scar's face, and his eyes were full of excitement. Chapter 51 The Remnants of the Long Family. At the sound of orders, Linda's cavalry left the camp where they had stayed for a few days and moved towards Tengshi town, which is also the direction of Tundant village. However, this time Lind not only released the 1st Cavalry to explore the road, he also released the 2nd Cavalry as scouts, because through interrogating the prisoner yesterday, Lind learned that there were as many as 700 soldiers. Human bandits are heading towards Tengshi town, preparing to loot Tengshi town. These 700 people are mainly composed of 13 bandit gangs. The Scorpions are the organizers, and the other 12 bandit groups are not bandit groups east of the Mandur River. They are all based in Taiwan like the Blood Shoes Brotherhood. They were surrounded and suppressed by the Duke's army and fled here from the Blackwater River and the Golden Road. After escaping here, they encountered bad weather in the rainy season and were trapped in the mountains and hills. Moreover, they were not familiar with the terrain here and could not find small villages to plunder. They often encountered mountain people and people in this area. Due to the attack by the savage tribe, they had already run out of food. They had to chew bark and grass roots, and even the corpses of their companions. It could be said that they were in a desperate situation. Suddenly one day, Poisonous Scorpion will send someone to contact them and tell them that Tengshi town has a large amount of food stored in them. He wants to join forces with them to rob Tengshi town. Moreover, Poisonous Scorpion will be willing to provide some of the food and grass. These bandit gangs who have reached desperation will naturally. There is no choice. The Blood Shoes Brotherhood was also one of the bandit gangs contacted by the Poisonous Scorpion. However, the Blood Shoes Brotherhood still had some food at the time, and was dissatisfied with the Poisonous Scorpion's desire to be the leader. Without an agreement, the Poisonous Scorpion gave up. As for why they suddenly sent people to the vicinity of the Blood Shoes Brotherhood, it was mainly because the leader of the Poisonous Scorpions was worried that the Blood Shoes would come out to cause trouble when they took action there, so they sent people to keep an eye on this place in advance, just in case. If it was just the Blood Shoes Brotherhood that escaped from Duke Taiwan's siege and fled to the area east of the Mandur River, this might be justified. After all, no matter how perfect a plan is, there will always be gaps. But now there are actually more than a dozen remnants of the bandits in the Blackwater River and Golden Avenue areas, all of which are under siege and have fled to the east of the Mandur River and north of the Bitter Bridge. This obviously cannot be explained by coincidence. Lord Taiwan deliberately drove the bandits from the Golden Road here. John Bulway followed Lind on horseback and couldn't help but think about what he had just heard from Scar-Eyed Mitt. Tell Lind the speculation he made. Lind did not respond immediately, but remained silent for a moment, and then asked, "Then what do you think Lord Taiwan's purpose is?" John thought for a while and said, "To prevent the restoration of the trade route on Rose Avenue." Lind nodded and said, "It is possible. In the past year, all the north-south trade routes started from Castley Rock City, took the coastal avenue, and arrived at High Court. This is the only road trade route connecting the north and the south. This year in the western territory it can be said that since he has made a lot of money, he naturally does not want the trade route on Rose Avenue to be restored, so it makes sense to drive the bandits from the Golden Avenue to cause trouble here. As he said that, he looked at Bryn Hewen again. Asked, Bryn, what do you think? Bryn Rivers hesitated for a moment and said, I wasn't thinking about Duke Tywin. I was just wondering how the Scorpion could contact more than a dozen bandit groups at the same time, and these dozen bandit groups were still running from other places. Come here, he said with a serious expression. You know, even for us, it is very difficult to determine the specific location of a bandit group. We can only know the approximate scope of their activities, but the poisonous Scorpion group actually managed to move in a short time. We determined the locations of the 11 bandit groups and sent people to contact them. If the venomous scorpions really had this ability, they would not have been driven out of the Royal Forest by the Royal Forest Brotherhood. Quote, Lind nodded approvingly and said, I also have this question. The only explanation is that the Poisonous Scorpion Club has internal agents in these bandit groups, but these bandit groups used to operate on the Golden Avenue. The Poisonous Scorpion Club, how could he possibly be able to send spies to the bandits over there? So I guess those spies were not sent by the Poisonous Scorpion, and even the Poisonous Scorpion was just someone else's pawn. Lord Tywin, Bryn Rivers and John Bulway said at the same time. Yes, so I guess Lord Tywin came not for the trade route of Rose Avenue at all, but for Tengshi Town. Lin's expression became a little serious, and then he turned to Raoul and ordered, let the team speed up, we have to get there before Tengshi Town turns into ruins, otherwise it will be too late. As Linda's order was issued, the team moved much faster. In order to be able to take care of the people in the logistics team, some riders of the guards had to ride 2 at a time. The free horses could carry the supplies and food for the logistics team. Seeing this scene, Lind also made a mental note to prepare more transportation tools such as donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages for the logistics team. I don't know if it was because of the good weather, but the team didn't get lost like before. And there were no accidents. They traveled smoothly through the mountains for 2 days. And finally arrived at Tengshi Town, in a dense forest nearby. Instead of letting his troops continue to advance, Lind arranged for the team to hide in the dense forest. He also did not send out scouts. Instead, he asked everyone to wear armor, equip weapons, and maintain a state of readiness. Then he released Glory and let it went to the valley where the scouts found armed men hiding to investigate the situation. Before approaching Tengshi Town, the scouts of the 1st Cavalry discovered that there were people in a hidden valley outside Tengshi Town. When they got closer, they saw armed personnel stationed there. The number was not clear, but they were certain they were all in ambush, because even at noon, they did not light a fire to make food, so they suspected that they were a bandit group of the Poisonous Scorpion Society. After Glory left for a while, Lind asked John and Raoul to stay aside and not disturb him, and then he tried to put his spirit into Glory's body. This time it was completed smoothly. He quickly synchronized the perspective of Glory and saw everything that Glory could see. Although it was not the first time that he had synchronized the perspective of Glory, Lind was still not used to it. However, I have to say that Glory's eyes are very useful in detecting enemies, because its eyes are like thermal imaging cameras that can see the heat emitted by the bodies of living creatures. This is not a mutation caused by the energy of the resentful soul, but the unique ability of the shadow lynx. This ability helps them accurately find prey in the dark dense forest and kill it with one blow. Glory ran very fast, and as he ran, the fur on his body began to turn black, blending into the shadows of the surrounding woods, and silently approached the small valley. Soon it discovered the armed men Tan Ma mentioned. Linda's order appeared directly in its mind in the form of mental transmission. It also followed the order, lying on the ground and moving towards the valley. Soon it found a good location overlooking the valley. After seeing the armed men hiding in the valley, Lind couldn't help but have doubts in his mind, because the costumes of those armed men definitely could not be ordinary bandit groups, let alone those who had been starving for many days and relied on a group of bandits who can only survive by eating people. There are about 300 people in this group of armed men. They are equipped with very fine leather armor, which is not much worse than the regular army of the great nobles. Moreover, they also have enough horses, which means that they are a cavalry regiment. Which is terrible. It is not something that an ordinary bandit group can equip. You must know that even a powerful group like the Kingswood Brotherhood does not have an organized cavalry. Only the great lords have enough financial resources to support an organized cavalry regiment. The remnants of the dragon family. A term immediately appeared in Lin's mind. At this time, he also remembered a rumor that Fortimo had mentioned to him. Countess Nymeria of Tengshi Town and the remnants of the dragon family connected. Obviously, the group of people lurking near Tengshi Town fits the characteristics of the remnants of the Long family. Although the Long family has been destroyed for a year, this does not mean that the remnants of the Long family will live in a miserable state. At that time, everyone's attention was focused on King's Landing. There were also some remnants of the Long family who could see the situation clearly. They knew very well that the Long family had been defeated, so they packed up available supplies as much as possible and hid themselves. The supplies are enough for them to consume for a long time. Lind asked Glory to get closer inside. After receiving the order, Glory lowered his body almost to the ground and quickly shuttled through the shadows, avoiding the secret whistles of those people, and came to the vicinity of their camp. Loud enough to hear their conversation. "Mr. Hogan, how long do we have to stay here?" Someone asked patiently. In the middle of the camp, a middle-aged man with red hair stirred the bonfire with a stick and said, "You can go wherever you want, I won't stop you." Everyone became quiet. They all knew that they would never survive 10 days without this team. There were a lot of people willing to capture any of them and go to King's Landing City in exchange for the bounty. The order given to me by the prince is to protect the countess. I will not leave here. The red-haired middle-aged man looked at the few people beside the bonfire coldly and said, "You have come to me in desperation. I will accept you. You should be grateful for taking care of you, understand?" The faces of those people became ugly, but they still had to lower their heads and said to the red-haired middle-aged man, "Yes, sir, we understand." After that, several people may have felt that it was too uncomfortable to continue sitting here, so they each found an excuse, got up and left. After these people left, the red-haired middle-aged man winked at the men next to him. Those people also got up one after another and walked out. It was obvious that the red-haired middle-aged man no longer believed those people's words and wanted to get rid of them once and for all. Get rid of these troubles. Lind did not let Glory continue to look. He already knew that these people might be the former Kingsguard and Prince Lewin of the Martell family sent to protect Countess Nymeria Fudley. In addition, there are also those who have been desperate this year. Other remnants of the Long family. After giving the order for Glory to return, Lind exited the synchronized vision and returned to his normal state. What's wrong? Lind found that both John and Raoul were looking at him strangely. John Bulway replied, "My lord, your body seemed to be burning just now, emitting a strong heat, like a bonfire." Linda was stunned when he heard this. When he possessed the spirit of Glory before, he was alone. He had never discovered that such a phenomenon would occur during this process. It seems that he will try to stay alone when doing these things in the future, so as not to be noticed when other incredible phenomena occur. After all, not everyone has a good impression of those mysterious things. Give the order, cancel the combat readiness, enter the alert state, send out scouts, check the surrounding situation, don't get close to the valley, don't be discovered by others. Lind quickly issued a series of instructions, and don't light a fire. Upon hearing this, John immediately went down to issue Lind's order. Lind walked towards the hillside not far away, where he could clearly see the situation in Tengshi Town. Raoul wanted to lead people to follow Lind, but was stopped by Lind. Tengshi Town, now known as Bumping Village, was built on a small hill on the bank of the Mander River. There are 40 or 50 low thatched houses around a common reach tower house, and a wooden fence separates these buildings. In a circle, there are some farmland. Outside the fence, there is a small pier near the Mander River, and one or two small fishing boats are docked there. The overall appearance is no different from ordinary fishing villages and farms. On the upstream hills not far from Tengshi town, there are the ruins of the former Tengshi town. Although they are ruins, you can still see what Tengshi town looked like in its heyday. A towering tower-like castle was built on the top of the hill. Houses made of stone surround the castle and extend along the hillside to the foot of the mountain. From a distance, these houses look like fans. A city wall protects the castle, and there is a circle of houses at the foot of the mountain to form a town. There is a dock on the riverside that can dock 5 or 6 large ships. There is no doubt that Tengshi town of this size should be qualified to be called a city. However, now such a city has been turned into ruins. After the wind, rain and the passing of time, the remaining buildings have collapsed. Only the relatively stable foundation can be seen as the old scene of the city. However, Lin saw more things. Just like what he saw in the dragon's lair, he also saw a large amount of resentful soul energy entrenched around the ruins, and compared to the dragon's lair, the resentful soul energy here was stronger. Intense, or to be more correct, the resentment energy belonging to the dragon was even stronger. He could even clearly see the general appearance of the dragon when he was alive, not just a blurry shadow. Legend has it that 2 dragons died here during the Dance of Fire Dragons incident. Now it seems that this is not a legend, and only the magic power formed after the death of the dragons can produce such an effect. Glory, which had returned to its normal state, emerged from a bush at this time. It circled around Lin twice, rested its head on Lin's feet, and then barked several times toward the ruins of the old Tengshi town. Full of urging. Are you greedy? Lin touched Glory's head and said with a smile. Glory licked the palm of Lin's hand, then bit Lin's sleeve and tugged on it. He seemed to be very impatient. There was no doubt that the last time he absorbed the resentful soul energy in the dragon's lair had made him a little addicted. Lin did not continue teasing Glory and turned back to the dense forest. After giving some instructions, he rode his horse and led Glory towards the ruins of Tengshi town.